Bit rate on nodes 1 through 10 is stable. Node 11 is behaving a little erratically, but that should stabilize shortly. And it is indeed stabilizing. Transmitter and emitter operating within acceptable parameters. We are green across the board now. Clear to proceed with transmission. Greetings, wingmates. I hope that you're well in whatever temporal situation you may find yourself in. Ah, Urkaline, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. And you don't have to call me Captain. I am an independent starship operator. I suppose Captain is not exactly the best title for me. Hello, Starship AI. Welcome to the convoy. I see that you have also been traveling through through unconventional means. Excellent, excellent. How is everyone today? I hope that things have been quite fortunate in your adventures. But now that we are gathering our ships together, I'm sure that we will be even better off. Hello, Warhammer Dad. Welcome to the convoy. Autocannon Technician ME reporting. Well, good, good. We do have some autocannon maintenance that needs to be done. Although I hope you are familiar with electrothermochemical ammunition, as that is a little bit different than conventionally primed, and I suppose it's not a conventional deflagrant altogether. The gas velocity is significantly higher, and the barrel wear is also higher, unless we use the more expensive barrels, but boy oh boy, are those not cheap. So for the 800 round lifespan, I'd rather burn through a barrel. It's not like I use them all that often. Alright, so wingmates, today we'll be doing some more Battletech Unit design for VTubers. This is part of my ongoing and quite laborious but very enjoyable Project Avatar, so allow me to plug that within the chat console. Let's see here. So for anyone not familiar with that, we essentially are creating different units in the tabletop war game Battletech for streamers who wish to participate in this, along with any users who may end up wanting a design submitted. Eventually, these designs will be pitted against each other in a combined arms engagement. Chickens incoming. Oh my goodness. Well, are they a navigational hazard, Urkaline? I'm not quite sure. Chickens normally do not survive in the void of space, and while they are a little bit heavier than our Whipple shields could withstand at high impact velocities, I do hope that they won't be devastating to our hulls. Oh my goodness. Miwa's inbound. I see. Oh, okay, I see what you meant. Uh-oh. Wingmates, activate your CIWS. The convoy must be defended. We have inbound chickens. Oh no. Guns. Alright. I think we're gonna have to fire off some Kasaba howitzers here. We are going atomic, wingmates. Let's see if I can get a number of them in one shot. Missile away, impact in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We have the flash. Alright. It seems we got a number of them. They're still inbound. Protect the radiators. Retract your radiators, wingmates. Retract the radiators. They're still coming in. We are running low on munitions. Wingmates. I will need your fire support. Welcome. Miwa, it is great to see you. You have been doing a marathon today. I would say what you were doing, but you were doing quite a lot. Привет. Всем русскоязычным. Добро пожаловать в мою трансмиссию. Я Spacer Haywire. Я капитан космического корабля Wishful Thinking. И сейчас я буду продолжать передачу, где мы будем рисовать одного из наших близких ютуберов, Guardian ZET, которого вы, может быть, видели на на передаче Мивы, особенно в коллаборейшене для Hatoful Boyfriend. Я знаю, конечно, русский язык, но если вопросы есть, конечно, пишите их. Ого, она умеет говорить. Ты не только милашка, ты еще и умелая милашка. Добро пожаловать в конвой, Фрея. Какого бойфренда? Никакого бойфренда тут нет, извиняюсь, SW Sonic. Про голубей игра. Hatoful Boyfriend. Hatoful Boyfriend. I apologize, wingmates. This is a first occasion for I suppose, a multilingual translation, so I'm having some difficulties with this. Let's see. Твоя душа теперь моя. Фрея, я чуть-чуть опасаюсь этих слов. Окей, прекрасно. Why is my verbal Russian so bad? Oh, don't worry, astonished. Astonished by the lack of cake. I have my own difficulties with it at times. Oh, wonderful. Well, I'm glad that everyone's here. Я очень доволен, что все здесь. И давайте, and let's begin. Let's begin. All right. Spacer, the astonished by the lack of cake is just Neko. Фрея имеет присваивать себе. Умеет присваивать себе. Понял. Буду опасаться. Ну, всем добро пожаловать. Я, конечно, буду говорить на английском большинство времени, потому что это мой типичный стиль, у меня нет тега на это. Ну чё, можем запихнуть русскоязычный тег когда-нибудь. Но в любом случае, сейчас будем делать Battletech дизайны и будем их рисовать потом. Alright, everybody, so why don't we move on to Megamek Lab so we can begin designing Actually, let's move on to Krita, because I first want to show us the subject of today's particular endeavor. So let's go to the simulation room, wingmates. 1 second. Какой перевод вингмейтов в русский, блин? О, вот себе задачу задал. Окей. Поехали! Okay, so what we will be doing is we will actually be running SciTube for some background music today, wingmates. And you can use the exclamation point music command to find that link. Right now nothing is playing, but I will engage it as soon as I have reason to do so. Apologies, a little bit of a hiccup there. In the simulation, we will also potentially be switching to watch together if I run out of tracks that I wish to hear, and maybe wingmates. You will be able to contribute something to the musical playlist. Мы будем слушать одновременно SciTube с этой передачей, и, возможно, мы передвинемся на Watch Together, потому что там легче, чтобы вингмейты передавали свои собственные рекомендации. Окей. Это прекрасно. Нечто теперь мое. Я с богинями... С богинями не спорят. Все, понял. Спора не будет. Я буду все принимать как надо. Guardian ZET, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. And everyone who I did not say welcome to the convoy. We had a little bit of a chicken incident, and we expended most of our munitions, preventing the vast majority of the chicken munitions from reaching our hull. So please bear with us as we begin patching up our vessels and making sure we have enough radiator capacity so that our engines don't melt down as we push onward to port for a full refit, rearmament, and some rest and relaxation that our crews sorely desire. Alright. Is Astonished is heading out. Well, I hope that you get some good rest, Astonished. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. Alright. Oh, and thank you for following, Astonished. Much appreciated. And since I am mentioning those things, SW Sonic, thank you for following. And Freya, thank you for following. Спасибо за все фолловы, вингмейты. Блин, как это? Какой прямой перевод? Одну минуту. 1 minute, wingmates. Let's see here. Oh, good. Megamek has actually booted up. Wonderful. Напарники. Может быть, напарники. Ну, ничего. Больше авиационный термин, конечно. Я прямой перевод не знаю. Экипаж. Экипаж неплохо, но как бы намек на то, что вы в моей группе, как бы не на корабле одном. Вот в том и дело. Потому что Wingmate как бы намек на то, что в другом корабле, как бы в авиагруппе одновременно участвуем. I'm trying to find the nuance of the difference between wingmate and equipage, to find the exact translation for equipage, or wingmate, which it could be akin to crew, but at the same time it does have a distinct sense to it in that you are flying alongside me rather than that you are on the same vessel as I am. Because this is a convoy. I'll have to figure that out later, but this is a good question. Больше подходит, как по мне. Ну, пока экипаж будет. Добро пожаловать, экипаж. Окей. Так, поехали. Alright, let's do this. So, let me show you who we are going to be drawing today. Let's see, let me fire up Krita, or at least awaken Krita from its nap. Oh, let's see here. There we go. Awaken my masters. Was that a JoJo reference, Spacer? Was that a JoJo reference? Yes, it was. Okay, so this adorable forest halfling is Guardian ZET. Although spelled in an interesting way that got the better of me, I must acknowledge. And we will be turning this fella into a mech, perhaps, today. Although not a mech. I'm sorry, Zay. I think you are... that was the incorrect term. You are handsome, Zay. You are a handsome devil. And we will turn this handsome individual into a proper protomech or battle armor. Yes, that is the correction. Kiryu. Or the reaction I expected. Hello, TK. Welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. Прекрасно, богиня в состоянии экипажа. Чего только в этом сумасшедшем мире не увидишь. Я извиняюсь, но это, конечно, наша ситуация здесь. Может быть, может быть, это не так плохо будет. Экипаж у нас прекрасный, так что, я думаю, это будет, может быть, интересное время для вас, Freya. Okay. Getting a rehaul today, I see. Yes, we will be doing a bit of an overhaul. So we have these two views here of Zay's model. So let me actually plug Zay while I'm here. So subject, there we go. So this, oh no! Did it seriously not update? That is Claudia. I am so sorry, Zay. Cloudbot. I am ashamed. There we go. Come on. It's really me who should be ashamed, but let's try that again. Ignore that, wingmates, but Claudia is also a fantastic VTuber. Come on, Cloudbot. Hi, Dippy. Welcome to the convoy. There we go. Close enough. Clawiloraze. It might be a little bit of a multilingual night today, TK. Буду стараться говорить на обоих языках, как приходится. Shadow Trooper, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. Guardian Eloraze. Okay, there's a Guardian's Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube channel. And I did not include the VOD YouTube channel, but that is available as a link off of the Twitch channel. But Zay makes fantastic, incredibly well-edited YouTube videos. So in general, Zay is... forgive me, Zay, I will call you a variety streamer because you do so many different things. And just off the top of my head, and what I have seen in the recent past myself, as I have not been broadcasting for quite as long as Zay has, he has done Monster Hunter Rise, Magic the Gathering, and may I say he's rather good at it and well-versed in it, Library of Ruina, which is... I am very grateful that Zay has done that, because I've actually figured out at least some of the basics of that particular game. He's done some multiplayer SCP Containment Breach, Hollow Knight, and even some Age of Empires 2, like in RTS Chad. So, I think with such a talented individual, I think everybody should check him out. And not to mention this, but Zay is a very fantastic individual to talk to on his own, so... I much appreciate the knowing such a great person. So let me show the links again. Once again, subject. There we go. Just so that we have a reminder. Let's see. I believe I have. Spacer, I told you, Cloudbot is broken. Давай поговорим о девушках. В профессиональном плане, пожалуйста. Девочки летучей мыши. Edgardo. Yo no tengo el tiempo para tus jokes. Эти шутки не для меня. Не сейчас. Сейчас мы будем делать что-то очень профессиональное. Мы будем рисовать вот этого милого человека. Точнее, хафлинга. Так давайте не слишком отвлекать, а то у него сегодня есть цели, это Guardian ZET. Yes, that is the case. So, let's continue onward, wingmates. Bone Miser, welcome to the convoy. And anyone else I have missed, I apologize, the chat was moving past us a little bit. Alright, so, let's figure out how we're going to do Zay and his powerful personality as a mech. So, why don't we fire up Brave Browser here, and get ourselves some data. So, let's pull away from the MechWarrior Online Battlemaster. So, Zay had very simple design requirements. Zay wanted to be something diminutive in the Battletech setting, or in the Battletech setting. Давайте посмотрим, как говорит учитель. Извините, этот смех слишком прекрасен. Я, пожалуй... Уфнусь, иначе помру от удовольствия. Не проблема, Фрея. Надеюсь, у вас это все в порядке будет. Okay. Alright, so many of you may not be familiar with the Battletech universe, so let me do a brief 5-minute summary of Battletech. So, let's see here. Inner sphere. Do we have the maps? Yes, we do. So the inner sphere is in the Battletech setting the entire realm of human, I suppose, civilization. And this is what it looked like in the year 2235 with the Terran Alliance as it spread out into the hundreds of light years around it. And this was at its peak before the great fall of the Star League, which was a unity of the 5 great houses and the 6th central great house, the House Cameron of the Terran hegemony. Then there was the Great Amaris Civil War, which resulted in this wonderful union, which was relatively peaceful, falling apart with the devastating Succession Wars, which sundered the Inner Sphere apart and caused territory to shift around. Oh, I'm so sorry, wingmates. Once again, Brave Browser has betrayed me. Thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. There we go. Alright, anyways, going back. So this was the map of 2235. So this was the beginning of human history in Battletech, followed by the creation of the Star League, as visible here, with the 5 great houses, the Lyran Commonwealth, the Draconis Combine, the Federated Sons, Capellan Confederation, and Free Worlds League. Those are not actually the great houses. Those are the names of the nations, led by the feudal great houses, which are, for the Draconis Combine, and going clockwise, the House Kirita, in the Federated Sons, House Davian, in the Capellan Confederation, House Liao, the Free Worlds League, ruled by House Merrick, although it is ostensibly much more of a, I suppose, of a republic than anything. And the Lyran Commonwealth, led by House Steiner. So all of these nations have had nothing but war for hundreds and hundreds of years since the fall of the Star League. Followed by the invasion of the clans, which were Exodites, who left the Inner Sphere after the collapse of the Star League, and have returned to exact their, not vengeance, but to take control of the barbaric Inner Sphere, which had become, in their eyes, to completely leave the vision of the Star League, and it needed to be reconquered. So, in this setting of war, and essentially only war as a means to a political end, since atomic weapons are not used by convention, almost all combat is resolved using conventional means, and that means is the Battlemech. A 12-meter tall, anywhere from 15 to 100-ton monstrosity, made out of metal, composites, plastics, Myanmar, fusion reactors, tons of munitions and weapons, and of course, a mech warrior sitting as the pilot of these behemoth war machines. This has been the core of all combat operations in the Inner Sphere ever since the inception and the fall of the Star League. Harmony Gold, you see nothing. No, you do not see that design. There's a lot of legal issues with the way these particular designs end up being licensed. Battletech was actually originally known as Battle Droids. Let's see if that's even available. Battle Droids. There we go. We may actually be able to see the box art here. So this was the original first edition of Battletech. As you can see, it had standees and some plastic components, but otherwise it was a different game with different licensing. And it essentially licensed anime mecha into a Western board game, which allowed for, I suppose, money to be made off of the licensing deals. However, Harmony Gold, the owner of the Macross IP, certainly did not enjoy that. And to this day, that remains a sore point amongst any fans of Battletech, that Harmony Gold stopped the wonderful Warhammer design, which was the Tomahawk Destroid originally, from being utilized. No rocking Kasaba Howitzer. Got it. Yes, Ringo, we are keeping our atomic weapons under leash for the moment. Yeah, I suppose, yes, Battletech does not use atomic weapons very much. Although the Jihad, which was a historical event in the Battletech timeline, definitely used that. Yeah, Harmony Gold's losses forced a new license negotiation this month. Oh, I see. Oh, yes, with the Macross licensing specifically, not with Battletech. Your thoughts on Studio News imagining of Battletech designs for Japanese market? So for anyone not familiar, let me search that up here. Battletech novels, Battletech. Let's open up a new tab here. Oh, thank you, AdBlock Plus. Let's you're doing great, but I have no time to donate yet. Let's see here. Japanese Battletech. Hopefully this will be a sufficient result. Let's take a look. Hopefully, yes, we do have some of these designs. So just for a quick comparison, so let's take a look. Because a lot of these were licensed from Japan, you could not license them again in the same way. So for example, the Battlemaster mech. Let's see if we have, no, that's not the classic design. So this is the original unseen Battlemaster that you would have gotten the Western board game, but in Japan you would have gotten the Japanese Battlemaster, which would be, hopefully it's available here. Where is it? I apologize, wingmates. Oh, there it is, Battlemaster. So as you can see, the two look rather different. So here's the original Battlemaster, which was from anime. And here is the Japanese market version of Battlemaster. Jihad in Dark Ages is extremely underrepresented in the games. It always ends almost shortly after clan invasion. Piranha Games did some pretty respectable rescene designs. Yes, they did. Probably the only thing I think they did well. Yes, Piranha Games has fantastic art designs, and that would be under MechWarrior Online. Let's see here. So, to anyone who doesn't know, oh my, Piranha Games, this is MechWarrior Online, and this is the kind of redesign they did for Battlemechs. And I am not sponsored by this, by the way. I have actually not played MechWarrior Online in quite a bit of time. Okay, so, going back to our original point, just for context of what we're about to do to Guardian ZET, and I think we should move on because we are going to need quite a bit of time for this. So, now you know what a Battlemech is, but let's take a look at what a Protomech is. So a Protomech is a much smaller version of the mech designed by the clans, and the clans, for context once again, are the exodites of the Amara Civil War, which sundered the Star League in the early history of the Inner Sphere. You've played it. It's a very good game if you like instance PvP, team PvP. Yes, it is a competent game, but it's a bit too... it's not what I'm looking for right now. That is the only reason I'm not playing it. So, as you can see, a Protomech does not have a cockpit in the head the way that Battlemechs typically do. While it is made with the exact same components that a larger mech would be made, the Protomechs are designed with a cockpit in the center and no gyroscope. And a gyroscope would be the rotational mass used to keep a typical Battlemech upright. And in this case, this is about half the height of a normal Battlemech, and it has a pilot lodged in the cockpit, and the pilot is actually a clan aerospace phenotype. And the clans essentially use genetically engineered soldiers in order to make their military more efficient. And let me see if I have a aerospace phenotype here. Aerospace pilot. Maybe that will put something up here. No. Phenotype. Sometimes the phenotype. No. Okay, let me see here. Clan aerospace phenotype. I hope that did not spell anything bad. Okay, so no, these are not the best images. Protomech phenotype. These would be, oh my goodness. Well, I guess it's very difficult to find images of the aerospace phenotype. Wait, is this from the? This might be from the Battletech cartoon, but yeah, the clan Protomech phenotype is, I suppose, somewhat mutated with a larger head, larger eyes, and better reflexes, specifically meant for being as small as possible to fly in fighters rather than pilot Battlemechs. And recycling this particular genetic phenotype, the clans jammed them into Protomechs in order to save on weight. But Protomechs in general look a little bit funny. Oh, and here's a much better looking clan pilot phenotype. Or perhaps a specific Protomech phenotype. I have mixed feelings about MWO, and I'm ready to see ZET. Yes, we are indeed going to do ZET very shortly. Bruh, is that supposed to be me? No, ZET. This is you are not a you're not a trueborn, from my understanding. So you don't have to participate in that. But this is sort of the issue with Protomechs. They are very small, and they have issues with having enough, I suppose, weaponry to be effective, but they are meant to be used as swarm units. I see, we were last talking about the clan thing, Smoke Jaguar created for the clans. Yes, Smoke Jaguar, I believe, was one of the initiators of the Protomech. It was the origin of the Protomech, as they needed to use their limited resources in a more efficient way. Their theory was that the Protomech, along with, oh my goodness, that looks dismally terrifying, that the Protomech would be more capable of, basically, for the same resources, you would get more power out of Protomechs. And this is to some extent a valid tactic, as swarming is very powerful in Battletech when done correctly. But at the same time, the Battlemech is king of the battlefield for a reason. Also, there are inbuilt rules reasons that make the Protomech less efficient. Mixed feelings about the phenotype's drastic physiological changes. Well, unfortunately, that's some of the ways that the clan society operates. I mean, wingmates, if you wish to see what the elemental looks like, let's see here. So we have elemental battle armor, which actually is a good tangent. let's see if we have the elemental phenotype. Detachable. We'll have to look up the elemental phenotype. Elemental phenotype. There we go. Okay, so view file. This is what your elemental will look like. Take your average human and give them incredibly big muscles and incredible strength and melee combat reflexes, and there you have an elemental, which, coupled with the battle armor that the classic elemental will wear, this is a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Elemental death by... yes, indeed, TK. Many have said that about the elemental phenotype. Totally not like someone here. Miwa, there's no one here who is also plugged into life support. I don't know what you're talking about. That's a pretty good-looking mech. Well, this is infantry sized. So let me see if I can find a good scale picture. Battletech Elemental. So there's a reason why we are thinking about doing Guardian ZET as either battle armor, which is the category of something that an elemental is like, in addition to... this is a poor image, but as you can see, the elemental is only roughly humanoid in size, right here. So it is the size of a mech's foot, in some sense. It is perfect for being crushed underneath, although you do have to have the correct reflexes in order to stomp on elementals as a battle mech pilot, as mechs are not the most limber of things. So, in essence, a battle armor was developed by the clans from plans that the Star League had for the great granddaddy of battle armor, which was the Nighthawk. So the Nighthawk is a special category of battle armor known as Power Armor Light, and eventually it was developed into something that isn't necessarily effective against infantry, but actually capable of fighting off battle mechs. And this is what an elemental will look like on the inside. As you can see, there is this wonderful fishnet stocking that the clan elemental wears that is used for, I believe, probably body tracking, and it has Myomer running all along the body along the endoskeleton. Protomechs do bridge the gap between a battle armor and battle mech. Indeed, TK. That is essentially what they are played as, and as they are able to travel through buildings better than mechs, but not nearly as well as battle armor. And this gray goo, wingmates, is called... oh my goodness, have I forgotten? Hard gel. And hard gel is a special substance which the clans use essentially as sealant for whenever their suits or some of their specialized mechs or some of their naval vessels have a breach. And this stuff, in essence, plugs the gap of any holes in the armor. Myomer is indeed, Bone Miser, what makes the Battletech universe go around. Lightweight for how strong it is. And this is this fiber through which you run electricity, and it will essentially contract the way that a human muscle would. And that is essentially how battle mechs, protomechs, and essentially and battle armor are powered in Battletech. As you can see, it's a rather comfortable layout on the inside, if a bit cramped. And due to it running off a very powerful energy reserve, it is actually able to fire a laser and damage mechs. There was one battle armor design in the Innersphere prior to the clan invasion to be used by the Comguard. That one, I believe I was showing a little bit earlier. Where did I leave with the Nighthawk? The Nighthawk. Yes, it was here. So this is the Nighthawk. And that is the great granddaddy of battle armor. Oh, good, Ray. Welcome to the convoy. I'm glad that you will take 3. Because I'm sure that Clan Diamond Shark, Clan Sea Fox, who in the Dark Ages have become a spaceborne clan, are more than willing to sell you that equipment. Alright, wingmates, why don't we move on back to the drawing board so we can figure out how to do this mech design for Guardian ZET. So, let me also drop Krita here. Alright, here we go. Here we go. So, this is the wrong unit type. But we have a philosophical discussion that we need to think about. Oh, and I need to cut again. There we go. Tornado battle armor was used by the Comguard. Oh yes, Tornado was another one. Nighthawks were the predecessor, but the Tornado was a development off of it, if I recall correctly. All right, let me see here. So, right now we need to think about what is Guardian ZET more like. Is he battle armor or is he a protomech? Now, one of the questions we have to think about is the way this particular unit will be used in gameplay. Now, since Battletech is a game with mechs, and mechs are supremely more powerful than even the most powerful of protomechs, or battle armor, there will have to be multiple Guardian ZET or designs on the field. So, do we want... Okay, so here are the gameplay conceits. Battle armor is slow. It is best used while it is carried by some other unit and deployed at the front line. Whereas protomechs oftentimes are actually very capable on their own. And I think we need to think about this. So, Zay, if you are here, I don't know if you have any input on this, but are you someone who would like to be carried along into battle and then dropped off? Or would you like to, I suppose, leap into the fight yourself? I suppose, where would you draw that line of confidence? I've seen you, especially in playing Monster Hunter Rise, to be a fairly competent and capable hunter on your own. So I think despite your sort of diminutive stature, Zay is more than capable of standing on his own and also rushing into the fray, especially considering the sort of gaming that Zay does. So maybe the protomech might be more in line. But Mundo, welcome to the convoy. You're imagining Zay being a backpack carried by someone else, then being fastball special thrown into battle. So battle armor can mount Omni-mechs, very much so, or it can ride armored personnel carriers. So battle armor very much can do the backpack thing, but there is also a way of having protomechs be backpack carried, as long as they have a magnetic clamp system attached to them. Clan organized the force into a group of five stars at the smallest formation. So yes, so basically when you use protomechs, the typically smallest formation that you will use is 5 of them at once. So we need to consider that there will be five Zays on the field at the very least. Or if we are using power armor, a single squad of power armor is usually 5 units, and we will likely have 5 by 5 of those. So there will be a potential swarm of battle armor that is modeled after Zay. Or there will also be a significant quantity of protomechs modeled after Zay. I think from the usability point of view, a protomech might be the design that we want to do, but we can try both. One other thing is that protomechs allow for a bit more flexibility in the way that they are done, whereas battle armor does have some significant limitations both in power and in range. So why don't we try the protomech first? So let's reload Megamek into protomech mode, and let me see if I can awaken the game capture here. Game capture, Megamek Lab. Why did that die on me? Oh, no, it was simply this one. And let's see, new protomech. There we go. Awaken. All right, there we are. Fantastic. Oh yes, allow me to begin firing up the side tube. I will fire up the side tube once I begin actually having a little bit more brain power remaining. Let's see here. Okay, do you enjoy planning the specs before the physical design? I would always end up doing it in the opposite order. Well, Kimmy Spice, welcome to the convoy. I think one of the... Oh, Wait a minute, what's going on here? Apologize, wingmates. 1 second, I have a security alert that I need to handle. 1 second, please. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. So, yes. So in essence, the main reason I do it this way is because a lot of the... was it in so in essence, I think one of the things is BattleTech. A lot of the design will affect what it looks like. It is very hard to make a BattleTech design from something that already exists, as sometimes it is hard to mount all of the weapons in question. All of the weapons in question. Let's see here, and that would basically, BattleTech operates under its own particular rules, and because it is not fully compatible with other sorts of systems, especially things like let's just say Gundam. Especially later on in the series, the power levels are simply incompatible with BattleTech. And the way that some things are mounted, along with some of the mobility capabilities, they don't match nearly as well. So it is much easier to design something and then draw the design than it is to go the other way around. But I think that a lot of it, especially in the early days of BattleTech, was generalizing the available Japanese designs at the time. And yes, FASA did have to do that indeed. Okay, so now that we are here with the Protomech, why don't we do a mixed clan design with the experimental tech level, and we'll put the year at 4000, so all weapons are available. Alright, so one of the design parameters that we will have to do in order to figure out this is what tonnage of Protomech we'll be running. So I think the tonnage goes anywhere from 2 to 15, and 15 is considered an ultra-heavy Protomech. Now, I think since 15 is the lightest that Battlemechs can go, that is definitely a reasonable tonnage. And in order to mount any proper amount of weapons, you really do have to be somewhere at 7 tons or above. Anything below that, and your mech tends and your Protomech will tend to be somewhat difficult to use. Maybe you could go with something heavy to reflect Zay's coat. Yes, and I have some information about a particular tool that Zay may not have shown to as many of his viewers, but that particular tool is a very powerful one, and I will be attempting to reflect it here in this design as one of the things that Zay must have is jump jets. Zay must be able to leap into combat. And so I believe that the mobility will have to be at least 4-6. Either four hexes of walking and 6 hexes of running, and at the very least 4 hexes of jumping. So, let's see here. The nice thing about Protomechs is they are significantly easier to design than Battlemechs. And I think we will also have a main gun. And so essentially, Protomechs are built akin to standard mechs here. And if you look at this diagram, it will have a torso section, a left arm, and a right arm, along with, I suppose, generally body-mounted components. The main gun represents what is literally a main gun, and it's something that the Protomech can carry around. So this is essentially a very small battle mech. It is played a little differently, but it is built the same way. And without a main gun, you would normally mount weapons to the arms or the torso. However, the main gun lets you mount a significantly heavier weapon into the position. If you can see here, the left arm, right arm have a weight limit of 500 kilos, at least for this particular design, and the torso can only mount 200 kilograms of equipment, and only 2 slots worth of equipment. So, let's take a look at some of the weapons that we can mount. So, one of the interesting things is we can actually mount quite a few very heavy weapons, but we will need a larger Protomech to mount it. So I think that Zay, as a combatant, would be close in, leaping, and I suppose a skirmisher to some extent. So, let's see here. Do we want ballistic weapons? So here's a feeling that we need to get across. Do we want a ballistic weapon, which is in essence some kind of cannon? Do we want a energy weapon, which is, as of course explained, just a energy weapon that does that damages the enemy with either particles or some sort of laser emission or some other means? We can use missile weapons, which is either short-range or long-range missiles, which we do have access to here. So let's take a look. So here are our energy weapons. We have quite a few options that will actually physically fit onto a protomech. We have far fewer options for our ballistic weapons, but we can actually even mount Gauss rifles onto protomechs, oddly enough. Although this is technically not available. This weighs more than a single protomech would ever actually weigh. And of course we have our missile weapons, mostly long-range missiles and short-range missiles. And we also have some physicals, although protomechs are very bad at physical attacks. And we don't have any protomech artillery. So energy, ballistic, or missile. I might consider ZET to use energy weapons, or perhaps missile weapons. I'm not quite sure which would be more appropriate to our situation. TK, welcome back to the convoy. No problem, no problem. Sometimes hardware does not behave as it should, so it's very understandable that's something akin to this would happen. All right. Energy would probably help supply problems. Indeed it would. Although I do tend to be very aggressive with supplying even protomechs with sufficient munitions. Although, Attenborough, I will say this, most protomechs don't last long enough to consume all of their ammunition if they are weapons-based. So, if ZET is going to be a close combatant, we would require perhaps a volley of energy weapons, or we would require a volley of missiles. And I think, let's look at ballistics and discount them immediately. So a Protomech Autocannon 8, which does 8 damage a turn and has a maximum range of 10, so it's a fairly close range weapon. It weighs about 5.5 tons, so 550 kilos. And considering a Protomech will at most weigh 15 tons, this is not a lot of damage for what we would like to do. So why don't we take a look at some of the other things we could mount. We could actually mount a HAG-20, but that is a long-range weapon, not a close-range weapon. So Protomech needs to get out of the fight fast. Well, not necessarily fast, but it would be optimal to be in and out or have high mobility. So in fact, we'll actually up the speed to 585, so that it can jump a little bit faster, a little bit further. Let's see here, and we will up the tonnage immediately, because we require that mass. So let's not go with an ultra heavy yet. Let's go with a 9-ton Protomech, which is as heavy as they would traditionally get. A common clan combined warfare tactic is for a Battlemech to carry a star of battle armor. Yes, TK. That, for anyone not familiar with Battletech, is called a Nova. And a... Oh, goodness. Is it a Nova? Am I missing my mind? I believe it's called a Nova. So in essence, it is a single mech with a single point. Wait, is it 5 battle armor form a star or a point? I believe they form a point. Oh my goodness, how am I forgetting this? But yes, it would be 5 battle armor latched on to a... So star is 5 mechs, but how many battle armor is it? Is each single suit a point? Or is 5 suits of battle armor in the clan parlance a single point? I think it might be the latter. Because a single mech within the 5 is a point. And that of course is as straightforward as it sounds, wingmates. There are 5 points on a 5-pointed star. Thus they are called points, as individual components of a star. The clans were basically essentially written almost as fan fiction to the military. The way they were organized was incredibly strange. It's a militaristic society with very strange lines of thought and the like. 5 battle armor is a point. Okay, thank you, TK. Much appreciated. So, at 9 tons, we can't really mount too much. Especially none of these ultra-heavy weapons. So a fast mover will not be able to really mount any proper ballistics, so we'll have to look at missiles, or we'll have to look at energy weapons. So close-range energy weapons, I would consider something that is a hard hitter to be something like a heavy medium laser. So if we look at what a normal medium laser is, let's see if I have one actually available. Medium pulse, medium chem. Okay, so a medium laser is the bread and butter. You mean a point, not a star. Yes. Yes, indeed. So a medium laser is the yardstick by which Battletech weapons are measured. 1, because it's medium, and 2, because it's laser. And also its statistics are rather average. It does 5 damage for 3 heat, and it has up to 9 hexes of range. And this is sort of would be considered fairly short-ranged, but not supremely short-ranged for a Battletech weapon. Maybe anywhere from 12 to 15 hexes would be considered middling range for Battletech. So, the heavy medium laser is a clan upgrade of it, or a clan development of the medium laser, which for the same weight has double the firepower, but slightly more than double the heat, although it has the same range. In essence, that is a hard-hitting, lightweight weapon that will make you run very hot. And this may actually be the proper weapon to run here. Now, the improved heavy laser, essentially the big disadvantage of running a heavy laser is that it will actually be harder to hit with it. And the lore excuse in Battletech for that is that the heat generated by the medium laser is so intense that it interferes with targeting. I once again call bupkis on this. Just the way a Gauss rifle, which is simply a ballistic weapon, which does not stick out far from a mech, and has a greatest muzzle velocity at barrel exit, as much as that weapon has a minimum range, which means that for some reason it is hard to hit up close with it, the medium laser, somehow, a light speed weapon wingmates, one where the light wave is already leaving the barrel by the time any heat effects will have reached the remainder of the mech. Somehow there is interference. Although it may be the build-up before the firing, perhaps. Maybe that's the reason there's a penalty to shoot with the standard heavy laser. But I consider it garbage. Although you have to balance weapons, of course, wingmates. You have to balance weapons other than making them simply more expensive, even though they are more expensive in terms of points cost to run on the battlefield. Nova is a combined battle mech and battle armored star. Indeed it is, indeed it is. Inner Sphere minus Comstar. And for the word of Blake, use a rule of 4 organization. Yes, so the Inner Sphere typically uses groups of 4. So 4 battle mechs will form a lance, and 4 battle armor will form a squad. Comstar uses levels, which are groups of 6. So a level 1 of battle armor is 6 battle armor units, and a level 2 is either 6 units of 6 battle armor or 6 mechs. And, additionally, there is another faction known as the Society, and this is in essence scientists from the science cast of the clans who decided they had enough of the warrior caste controlling everything. So they essentially staged a massive coup / rebellion, and their organization was in 3s, although not 3s exactly, as they had the Un, the Tray, and the Sept. And I believe the Sept was 7 units composed of 2 trays, or 2 trays and a command unit. And an Un was either 3 protomechs, if I recall, a single battle mech, or was it 3 vehicles, or was it 6 vehicles? It was some absurd quantity of vehicles for an Un of vehicles. But yes, Society is very interesting. Greetings, Pig D20. Welcome to the convoy. It is good to see you here. They live in a society. Yes, they do out in Burrow. Okay, so that was a big aside in saying that I do not like the non-improved heavy lasers because the heavy lasers do not have the penalty to shoot. And I would not cripple Guardian ZET in that way. So let's see what happens if we mount 2 improved heavy lasers on this particular mech. As we can see, we can't actually mount them on the right or left arm because they are far too heavy. So what we will have to do is we will have to probably up the size of the mech. And also, even without armor, we do not have enough mass. So we may actually have to go with a full 15-tonner, super heavy, or heavy protomech, as they would call it. So let's actually allocate a maximum amount of armor to the protomech. And unlike battle mechs, where armor is bought by the ton, in protomechs, the armor is bought by the point of armor. And points are what they sound like. They can absorb points of damage. Let's see here. So, would ZET be as tough as they come? Would ZET have maximum armor for his weight class? I don't know, wingmates. I think that there is an aspect of fragility to ZET to some extent. He appears to be more of a finesse fighter than someone who charges in headlong. However, this may not apply to Proto ZET, because a close combat mech must have enough armor to survive. And protomechs, unfortunately, take an absolute beating. They need as much armor as possible to live. How do you convert tons to points? For standard armor, I believe it is 16 points of armor to the ton. And protomechs are a little different because the technology used in protomech manufacture is significantly different. So if we actually look at the number of heat sinks, let's take a look at unit weight breakdown. So breakdown current unit. Okay, so I apologize for the stretch, but that's the way the game capture works with this Java program. But if we take a look at the heat sinks, so we have 14 heat sinks, and they weigh 3,500 kilograms. Now, to sink 14 heat, typically a battle mech would require 14 tons of heat sinks, or at least 10 of them would be built into the reactor for free. Yes, we're doing ZET as a protomech, Pig D20, because I think that is actually a little bit more easier to be creative with than with battle armor. As much as I enjoy battle armor, I think the proto has some interesting potential here. And we are too far into the data transmission to turn back now. So, yeah, but as you can see, the formula is a little bit different for armor and for structure and for the like for a protomech. So why don't we go back to this? So we absolutely do not have enough heat to run twin improved heavy medium lasers. So with 7 heat, although we actually could run both, and we could actually dial down the armor till we have enough tonnage. So let's see what that leaves us at. How many points do we have left? So we have 50 points of armor, which leaves us awfully thin-skinned, but it still gives us a good rate of speed at 585, which is rather excellent for mobility's sake. And it gives us incredible firepower in the twin improved heavy medium lasers. This would actually provide ZET with a potential of 20 damage a turn. With a decent protomech pilot, this could be devastating. So this is a close range, jump in and bash sort of machine. And with my discussion with ZET, I think that may be a little bit closer. I know I keep mentioning ZET. If you're here, do make a comment. But I'm a little bit lost. I need your guidance. Please help. Please help. I'm of course kidding. But if you're here, I never mind comments. All right, so where will we mount these heavy lasers? So luckily, because we're running ultra heavies. Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. ZET, do you think this is appropriate to your particular combat style? I'm doing my best to gather all of the feelings that I can about your particular approach, but I'm trying here, close in and personal, jumping in. I don't know if that's befitting you. All right, let's see here. So we can't actually fit this Although the risk is, without running a main gun, we may... unfortunately, the issue with protomechs is that they are very, very, very bad at melee. So we could simulate melee by running more small but closer range weapons, which would be borderline melee. For example, if we take a look at the improved heavy small laser, it has a range of 1, 2, 3, so short, medium, and long. And practically speaking, you don't hit very often at long range. So in essence, the improved heavy small laser is a melee weapon. Oh, I'm glad. You have no style and you have no grace. You go Unga in Monster Hunter. Oh, thank you, Zay. I appreciate that. That has actually given me enough data to go off under. So we have an Unga sort of a battle style here. So heavy improved medium laser is definitely approaching that, but I know that is more of a metagaming thing because the improved heavy small laser or improved heavy medium laser does actually give you at least some kind of range. Let's see what we can do with improved heavy small lasers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that has a potential of up to... Oh, we'd have to lose more armor, so let's drop it down to 5. So now it's a potential of 24 damage, although you are very unlikely to hit. So the issue with this design, I would say, is that it will be difficult to actually have all of these lasers go into one location. So despite the protomech being a smaller mech, it has no advantage in the way that its torso turns. And this is the reason I was trying to run a main gun, because a main gun allows you to in essence, rotate your gun 360 degrees around, as long as you have at least, I believe, one arm available to turn the gun with. And you essentially having a main gun and having smaller guns will be incompatible. You cannot simultaneously use a main gun and arm weapons, although I think you can use torso weapons simultaneously. So let's throw away the main gun and rebalance our armor. And that is not much of an improvement, unfortunately, in terms of armor. And that means that, oof. So we do have a little more tonnage for armor. So this is definitely a feisty little protomech. It would run in and have incredible damage potential at close range, but also, I suppose, lack any long-range reach. However, one of the fun things is that protomechs have access to single-digit launcher sizes. So normally, Battletech missile launchers are only in the size of multiples, such as 5, 10, 15, and 20 missiles per rack for LRMs, and 2, 4, and 6 missiles for short-range missiles. But yes, we could mount for long-range punch, and I say this with quotation marks, an LRM-1 with maybe, let's see, do we have normal clan ammo? No, we don't. With maybe 4 or 5 missiles. And we slap it in the torso, so that Zay has this pathetic little pebble that he can throw at range. How many missiles can fit into it? Quite a few into this protomech. In fact, that's another alternative. We could actually make Zay an entirely missile-based protomech and have him run SRMs. And one nice thing about short-range missiles is that they do not take up any heat sinks. Only energy weapons do. And of course, because of the low combat life expectancy of this particular protomech, I think that we can, in essence, assume we don't need much ammo for it. And that would, of course, be an interesting design, in my opinion. But yes, we could do this silly little thing where we have an LRM-1 for an absolute pittance of an attack at long range. However, there is a chance of a golden BB, which is a critical hit at range, which would come essentially from pure luck. I much like the idea of Zay having a fairly, hmm, a fairly, inconsistent long range attack, and having a very overwhelming close in weapon system. Let's see here. We could actually improve the size of it, and also add more ammo, as 5 is rather sad. And of course, one of the interesting things about clan LRMs is that you can actually use them at short range. They suffer no penalties, unlike Inner Sphere launchers. So we could actually also run with... We could run with Streak. Wait, no. Yes, we have Streak SRMs. So Streak launchers are very interesting in that they are missile racks that essentially they do not fire and they do not waste ammo if they don't lock on. However, they do waste significantly more. And when they do hit, they actually all of the missiles will hit. So, one other thing we could do is run Streak SRM 6s or perhaps standard SRMs. So that would be under here, SRM 6, which would weigh 1,500 kilos, and it would actually give us more range, but it would give Zay essentially pelting power. So the idea is, do we have a Macross missile massacre / an Aitano's circus, where Zay has a burst of these projectiles that smack into the enemy? Or do we go with a more direct and pointed approach? Now, I think perhaps a more direct and pointed approach is more what we're looking for, but the SRM approach, I think, is also not the worst. Let's also take a look at some of the other ballistics. We could run machine guns, and machine guns weigh very little, but they can be used to swarm if you have a lot of machine guns. Unfortunately, protomechs do not have a lot of space to mount anything, so they are not the appropriate platform for machine gun attacks, the way something the Piranha battle mech would have. How many machine guns does the Piranha have? I think it has something like 20 machine guns, and essentially it uses them to death by 1,000 cuts enemy battle mechs. Let's see, 10 to 16 if I recall correctly. It's some absurd number, but yes, thank you, Bone Miser. But I do like this heavy energy loadout. Let's see here. What other energy weapons can we run that are also short range? We could run pulse lasers. Pulse lasers also do a significant amount of damage, but they do weigh a bit. However, they do generate significantly less heat. We could run medium clan pulse lasers, which would actually have quite a bit of... It would have quite a bit of ranged power. And they would also be easier to hit, especially for a jumping mech. One of the things is that when you jump or when you run, it is more difficult in-game for you to hit the enemy. Now, for any of you who have not played the tabletop, this may seem a little strange, as oftentimes moving at speed in the MechWarrior games is not exactly a death sentence to your accuracy, unless your targeting reticle begins to shudder. However, in Battletech, since there is no pilot control, since there is no player skill involved, it is literally as to the rated skill of your particular mech pilot, or in this case, protomech pilot. So, why don't we think about this a little more? We could also run a medium chemical laser, which would save us on heat, but also allow us to heavily alpha strike. However, again, we run into the issue that we can only mount 5 of anything. So we need to make sure that 5 of anything is as damaging as possible, and also fits within our tonnage, heat, armor, and maneuverability budget. And we are not going any slower than 585. That is already fairly slow for mobility, as far as mobility can go, so let's be very careful with this. Do we want to boost our running speed? No, we don't have enough tonnage to boost our running speed, so let's not waste any on that. We need more armor than we need running speed. I really don't like having lasers in the arms. It really does make this protomech much more prone to losing those particular weapons. What is a very close in? Can we mount a snub-nosed PPC? 600 kilos. How much weight would this add? Not that much weight. We could actually mount a snubby. But what other heavy close-in energy weapons do we have? We have the heavy large laser, which weighs 4,000 tons, kilograms, 4,000 kilograms, but it does 18 heat, which will be very, very heavy. But it is a single hole puncher. Let's try that particular loadout. So let's remove that, and let's slap on a heavy large laser, and we are over tonnage already. We cannot mount a heavy large laser. It is simply too much for the speed that we want to be running this particular mech at. Let's try medium pulse lasers, just for the sake of our edification. And with 2 of them, we are already over tonnage. So that is a bit of a problem, unfortunately. So I think we cannot really do a main gun style mech. Or we may do a main gun style mech. Let's see here. Can we mount a plasma rifle? Let's see. Yes, we could mount an inner sphere plasma. Oh, that's a clan plasma rifle. Wait, and that's very experimental. In fact, yes, that is incredibly experimental. We cannot use that at all. Let's see here. Small pulse lasers. Pulse lasers only do 3 damage. So I think what we had before, the improved heavy small lasers, speed, and maybe a pathetic long-range missile. Actually, let's try the missile loadout. So we will decide between the missile loadout, and we will decide between the so let's see, SRM-6. Let's see here, where is it? Not streaks. Let's go with standard SRM-6s, so we could load up quite a few of these missile racks. Although, no. You know what? Streaks, on average, do more damage, and they save ammo. And we can only mount 2 Streak SRM 6s, so let's try mounting 2 Streak SRM 5s. And that actually leaves us with a little bit of weight for ammo. So what we could do is we could mount 2 Streak SRM 6s in the torso. No, we can't because they are too heavy. See, this is the difficulty of protomech design. If launchers are too heavy, you cannot mount them. So we can only mount 4,000 of any given launcher weight in that location. So let's remove all of those. And what we can do is we can mount 2 Streak SRM 4s maybe. Yes, and that will be exactly 4 tons total. So that gives us 2 Streak SRM 4s, but I don't think we have enough missiles. Why don't we also mount 2 Streak SRM so 2s are 1,000, so let's add both of these. Actually, let's add a bunch of Streak SRM 1s for the scatter shot ability. 1, 2... No, we can only mount 1 location in this weapon, or 1 weapon in that location, so we'll add 2 of them. And we are over tonnage, so let's remove both of them, and mount Streak SRMs 1 instead. Okay, so right now what we have is we have 2 Streak SRM 4s, and 2 Streak SRM 1s. So that is a total of 10 short-range missiles for a possible 10 damage, but at a potential 12 range, and every single bit of ammo we load is essentially guaranteed to be used correctly. There will be no wasted ammo, which is incredibly handy. So let's add a battle load of missiles. So since we have 2 launchers, my assumption for a battle load is that you want 10 shots per gun. So let's add 20 Streak SRM 4 ammos, and that puts us over tonnage. So let's also add 20 Streak SRM 2 ammos. Or ammo. Volleys. In essence, the ammo must be packaged per launcher, although the weight you pay is per damage. So what is this? What's going on here? Oh, unfortunately, the way that this works is... Right, so let's try, instead, 8 shots per gun. Maybe 8 shots will be okay. Or we'll have to drop ammo, or we'll have to drop launcher size. I do not want to drop launcher size, but we may have to do that, unfortunately. And if we do mount a 6, we will essentially be wasting missiles. Okay, so let's see here. Can he last 8 shots? That's a good question. And those are all 8 shots that hit, not 8 shots that will be potentially missed. So let's try 16 shots per gun, which is 8 shots, or 16 shots total per type. So we are 300 kilos over, which will actually make us lose a lot of armor, and I'm not willing to lose any more armor. So I don't think this particular loadout is, it has range, but it does not have what we need in terms of sheer hitting power. So one of the interesting components of running streaks versus standard launchers is, on average, when you will attack with a streak rack, you will roll on a special table that will determine how many missiles on a bell curve of 2d6, which is anywhere from 2 to 12 with an average of 7 in a triangular distribution, will end up hitting the mech. And the secret is, wingmates, on average, about half of the missiles will hit. So, if half of the missiles will hit, but a streak launcher weighs twice as much, but it essentially guarantees that all missiles will hit without any variation, what would you rather have? A launcher that guarantees hits and doesn't waste ammo, or for a launcher where you can shoot and potentially miss? So in a sense, it is almost a false dichotomy that, for at least for the clans, that the streak launcher is a raw deal. In fact, unless you care about special munitions, which is a definitive concern, although not for protomechs, you may as well use streak launchers, and clan streak launchers specifically have longer range than their non-streak counterparts. So there's a lot of consideration here. I like the streak idea, but at the same time, I think that the heavy small laser idea was rather unique, and we may be able to. I think that might be interesting. I think that might be an interesting way of doing it. Let's see. The main gun, there is no heavy main gun that we could utilize, unfortunately. Short-ranged and heavy main guns are not available to us, and that is a tootin' shame. But I'm afraid that is how it will go. Or at least no heavy main gun that will fit onto our mech. Although, Protomech AC-8... Okay, let's try the Protomech... Oh, no, we do not want 16 Protomech AC-8s. Let's add 1. So let's add that. And that puts us exactly at tonnage, and it would have to go into the main gun slot, because it is far too heavy to fit into the torso. And the AC-8 does way less damage, so we'll have to remove it. Nope. Our only option is energy. So for short range, we're just going to have to go with improved heavy small lasers. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And we will mount those once again. Let's see here. There we go. Too bad we can't mount all 4 of them in the chest, because I think that would be more appropriate to Zay's style. So what we will do instead is we will mount them in the arms and have 2 in the chest. Let me quickly take a look for my own edification at Zay's reference sheet. Zay's design is rather... There's not a lot of texture and not a lot of bumps on Zay's robe. A lot of the detail is in the face and the scarf. So I think we are very free to mount the weapons as we see fit to mount them. And I think I would like to do shoulder mounts for this particular protomech. And I don't know, as a joke, I really like the idea of a LRM-1 launcher. In fact, do we want to do a streak LRM-1 launcher? Do we want to be that silly? No, it's too heavy. Let's just do an LRM-1 launcher. And let's add some missile ammo to it. So missile... Oh, ammo. Oh. Yes. So clans are very special in that they have multi-purpose ammo, which, if I recall correctly, is actually usable as a torpedo and as a missile. Literally, it can be fired underwater. But let's add a pathetic amount of LRM-5s. Protomechs are not always meant to be optimized. Sometimes they're meant to be silly, stupid little things. So how much ammo did we equip our mech with? 5 LRM-1 ammo. There we go. So this way Zay can at least participate at long range with a little bit of an attack. All right, let's see. Because we cannot mount any... can we mount an SRM one shot? An SRM is definitively heavier, but we could actually try that. So let's remove that. Remove that. And let's take a look at our missiles. How heavy is a Streak SRM? Streak SRM 1. It's a little bit heavier, but not by much. But we could just simply mount an SRM 1 because weight is of the essence here. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. And we can mount how many missiles? So we go to the missiles. Oh, my goodness. Wingmates. Wingmates. We appear to have an enemy flotilla jumping out in front of us. Warp signatures detected. Ooh. Alright, wingmates. Prepare the autocannons. Prepare the missiles. And prepare any particle weapons your vessels may have. Because we are in for it. Open fire, wingmates. Fire at will. Fire at will. Protect the cargo ships while they make it to the safe jumping point. Wingmates, our sacrifice will not be in vain. Oh my. Oh, there are so many munitions. My drive's disabled. Leave, wingmates. Leave while you can, wingmates. Oh. Ради бога, что происходит? I will not need more lock-on. I will die a sober man. I will die a sober spacer. Oh my goodness. Greetings, Mouse of Iron. I see that the Eisen Mouse has jumped into the system. The Vishojo cartel is here to claim another convoy as its victim. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Here we go, wingmates. I'm going to use my jump drive to do a micropropulsive leap into the enemy flagship. With any luck, I will be able to mangle their hull. It's been nice knowing you. Charging the jump plates, at least they are intact. Here we go. Eisen Mouse, you have destroyed enough of my wingmates. Enough munitions have taken down the convoy. Here we go. It's been nice knowing you, wingmates. I hope that my demise will allow some of you to escape. Beginning jump in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, gamers! How's it going? Wing Bros! I noticed that this channel was finally open! Yeah! Ooh! Fucking finally went through! I downloaded a script from the JumpNet, and boy, oh boy, it seemed to have finally gotten me into this transmission. What was this? What is this? What am I looking at? Battletech? Oh, what a lame game. This is boring. Who wants to do this? This is not the right kind of content that a streamer should be doing. We're gonna do some gaming. We're gonna do some awesome gaming. I hope you're ready because we're gonna have a hype train. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get this ball rolling. Yeah! Ooh! Alright. Wingmates. Welcome back. I appear to have experienced some technical difficulties. My goodness. There appears to be some ongoing communications chatter still going on. Ah, welcome, welcome, Raiders. Welcome to the convoy. It is good to see you here. Iron Mouse, if you are out there, I appreciate the interdiction. It is quite wonderful to see you. I hope that you've been having an excellent Saturday on Terra. Who was that crazy man, Spacer? I'm not quite sure. That particular individual has been bothering me for quite some time. I've been dealing with these hacks occasionally ever since I believe the 1st of April of this particular month. I've been having some issues that occasionally my transmission would be interdicted on, I believe, some of the intermediate jump nodes. Usually around node 5 or 6, there were some issues. So I've been trying to jump on those, but it is somewhere in that particular physical vicinity that the node is interdicted. I'm not quite sure what's happening there. I'll have to adjust my security parameters again. Welcome everyone. Oh, how is everyone doing? I see she has gone to bed. Oh, I very much understand. Iron Mouse is a very hard-working streamer, and I certainly hope that she gets some excellent rest. Oh, she was playing a multiplayer game. Excellent. Sorry, the Bishoujo cartel can spend so much money on mercs like me. Death Perion, I hope that you get some good rest. Yes. For any wingmates who are tired, please, of course, get some rest. We are going to be doing some art very shortly. I believe It Takes Two. It Takes Two. I see. Okay, that is a game I have very limited experience with, but I have heard solid things about it. Всем привет, конечно. Добро пожаловать всем русскоязычным. Oh my goodness, what did we call them? Членам экипажа нашего. Добро пожаловать. Oh my. Не знаю, сколько вас здесь, но видно не единые цифры, конечно. Although I do not have the Russian tag, I am able to transmit in Cosmogover, and I hope that it may help someone. Apologies, wingmates, that I have not been able to read the chat console as much, but there was quite a few members coming in with the with the recent jump in. Okay. My goodness, I have guests over, and I have very boring visuals. Oh my, we will have to get to designing our mech. I think I will go with the LRM-1 loadout. Oh, Sea Dog. You know, I have not personally met Sea Dog, but or you know, I suppose watched much content, but I am aware of a Sea Dog. Oh my goodness. The expression I believe they use on Terra is that I'm a bit of a fish out of water. Yes, we are indeed building a protomech ultraviolet combat. Right now, we are constructing Guardian ZET. Allow me to actually plug our VTuber friend here. Subject. I cannot spell right now, wingmates. Apologies. Subject. There we go. So this is a custom this is like custom Battletech. I'm not familiar with Megamek. Indeed, Exilium, we are currently designing a custom protomech, which is something akin to a half-size battlemech. So yes, there is ZET. And ZET is a fantastic variety streamer in the sense that he plays many different games, including Magic the Gathering, Library of Ruina. He has done Yakuza Like a Dragon and Monster Hunter Rise. And I very much enjoy him as an individual and as a collaborator. So there are the links. Oh my goodness. Jam, you're heading to bed. I hope that you have a excellent rest. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. All right, so we have actually pretty much completed the protomech design, and I'm going to go with an LRM, and actually, no, let's go with an SRM. An SRM adds to the flavor of close-range combat for ZET. So let's take a look at ammo. Tandem charge. This is the ammo we want. How many shots of it can we load? Let's take a look how much tandem charge. I'm sorry, wingmates, I'm a little excited by tandem charge. How much tandem do we have? 1,000 kilos. How many shots is that? Let me look at the preview. 1 second here. 6 shots of tandem. Let's go with 8 shots of tandem charge. So, wingmates, tandem charge is specialized missile ammo that has the ability to potentially penetrate enemy armor and damage internal components. It is incredibly powerful, but it is also very worth running sometimes. Put a heat head on a heat head. I'm not quite sure what that is at the moment. Ah, I see, yes, quite a few wingmates have to, and raiders have to go to bed, and I more than understand that. It is quite late in many places on Terra. Oh my goodness me. Okay, so we have tandem charge SRMs, and that is 8 shots of it. I think we'll be okay with that. And we have our improved heavy small lasers, and the rest we will make up with ammo, or armor. So let's return some more armor. That is too much. We only got 1 point out of it. So Zay, 40 kilograms of your mass, unfortunately, will not be spent on anything. Let's take a look if there's any other equipment we can spend that has 40 kilograms of weight. We can give you a handheld searchlight for 5 kilos, but that takes up an equipment slot. You know what tandem is thanks to War Thunder. Fantastic, yes. I have not had much experience with War Thunder, but one day I would perhaps like to try it out. Yeah, I don't understand this either. Yes, we will get to art very shortly, and I will in fact throw up a SciTube. So, let me actually make sure that this design is published first. So, wingmates, one thing that I do like to do is when designing a mech, I do like to have a poll for the name of the mech. So, allow me to make that poll right now. So, while I am doing the art for this particular proto-mech, we can actually figure out a good name. So here we go. Let's see here. What should Guardian ZET's let's see here. I'm gonna let's see here. ZET ZET's proto-mech name be? Wingmates, please be polite. I would appreciate no rude words, but I will allow you to suggest poll options. So let's see here. And I will allow you to select more than one poll option too. So Proto ZET will be the at least the basic one that I give, and Guardian Mech. I don't know. I am not able to be very creative right now, so allow me to let's see, no live discussion, different colors for each answer, allow multiple choices, publicly list on front pages a no, and allow user added answers. Okay, so let's create that poll, and I will link the poll in the chat shortly, wingmates. 1 second, please. Here you are. There is the poll. So anyone with a name suggestion, please feel free to vote, to add it and vote. Let's see here. Apologize, I missed some of the chat here. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So big brain loving the vibes. I'm glad that you're enjoying the vibes. This is not actually that big brained. It's mostly spreadsheet work, and it takes a little bit of knowledge of the Battletech universe and the game system, but otherwise I think that anyone can learn to design battle mechs in Battletech. It just takes a little bit of practice. What does tandem munitions means in heat munitions? A smaller head on top of the other helps defeat explosive reactive armor packages on the armor. Yes, is me Davsta. Indeed it is. Niwa really wants me to get into tandem charge. And yes, tandem charge SRMs are indeed from TAC Ops. They're not Strat Ops, but they are advanced rules. Although they... Violet, you are making me think now. Maybe they have been moved to Total Warfare. What's the theme appearance? Zay, which we will actually pull up shortly as we bring up Krita. For some unknown reason, I want to learn all about Battlemech unit design. Iponari, allow me to do a Megamek. So this is the program that I'm using, Megamek, and there's also a link to a Battletech primer for some of the information about Battletech. Let's see here. Mousy tribute. Mousy, yes. Wingmates, if I would say that perhaps it would be appropriate to, even if all of you vote that a Iron Mouse related name is the best one to have. I'm afraid that I won't do it because this is a mech meant to be Guardian ZET. So while I absolutely appreciate your candor, and if Iron Mouse would let me, I would of course design a battle mech for her. However, I have not communicated with Iron Mouse in that regard, so I do not design mechs for anyone with whom I do not have explicit permission, and nor will I use their name explicitly for that. So I do apologize about that, but I must remain true to my intentions to give Guardian ZET a battle mech here. But I absolutely appreciate the candor, and thank you, Cryptid. Sarna.net is a fantastic resource. So yes. Perhaps one day there will be a mousy battle mech, but at the present, I have no permissions to do that, and I am committed to making mechs for other VTubers too. And I do my best to be fair about this. So ZET is currently getting the current, and yes, Project Avatar is the actual project itself that is going on. Edeladon Jaeger. Yes, it is an interesting game, especially if you like a more, I guess, a war game, a tabletop war game that is almost RPG-like. That is one of the interesting things about Battletech, is there is so much detail to the game that it is almost like an RPG, but with a mech. Keiki678, do you have to ask, what do you do with the mechs? So eventually I will make these mechs fight each other on teams. It's not a tournament per se, because Battletech, when it comes to tournaments, is a very, very specific design procedure. There is an entire world in Battletech lore called Solaris 7, where the Solaris 7 games take place. And that is essentially a gladiatorial mech combat tournament. And you have to design mechs specifically for those sorts of arena fights. So what we will do is we will design mechs that fit the style of a particular VTuber, and then we will place them on teams that make the most sense in a combined arms manner. And in this case, it's a proto-mech, but there will be multiples of them to make up for the fact that it is weaker than a standard battle mech. But yes, VTuber Solaris games. It'll be more like a battle, but yes, it will be a sort of multi-unit Solaris games, because some of the designs that we have done so far are rather absurd. Oh, you can't find the Twitter post for Project Avatar. Let's see, Proj Avatar. There we go. Those are both of the links for both viewers. Yes, viewers can actually submit their idea for a mech, and I will pick 8 of them to design, once at the very least there are 8, or if I have run out of VTuber mechs to design. And it is very much a war game. D&D with mechs, but war game. Okay, so I'm gonna put in a placeholder name called ZET Proto, and I will call it nothing for the model, because I need to get a record sheet out. And what a record sheet is it's the bread and butter. It's akin to a D&D character sheet, but for the particular unit. So what I will do is I will save this design first in VTuber Mechs. Let's see here, save that. Okay, and I will export to PDF current unit. I will export it to VTuber Mechs as ZET Proto, and then I will need to convert the ZET Proto to a PNG, and I will have to use image magic for that. So please bear with me, wingmates. 1 second, please. There we go. Whoever has the biggest sword wins. Well, Swarmlord, a lot of the Solaris games don't necessarily involve 100% melee weapons. Apologies, I had a bit of an interdiction there, but they do have a whole variety of very unusual technologies for the Solaris games. There is PvP indeed, and in fact, all of Battletech is PvP, and there is PvAI, or PvE, as Battletech does have a wonderful Megamek specifically, the fan-made game, has an AI called Princess, and boy oh boy is Princess a lot of fun. I actually may have a VOD of me fighting Princess. It is rather slow, but Princess is a tough lady, and she will kick your ass, and I'm sorry to use such language, wingmates, but that is what she will do. Of course, unless her AI freaks out, and then you may win very easily. You know very Bionic Virtue. You know very little Russian besides молоко, unfortunately. Well, milk is a great word to know. Много молока для прочных костей. Прочных костей. Да. Так. The Megamek AI can take forever when you give them a lot of units. Yes. The AI does a lot of funny stuff behind the scenes, so you definitely have to be gentle with Princess. Okay, so we've exported to PDF, so now we can actually put away this particular design window, and we can move on to Krita, where we begin our drawing of this protomech. Okay, let's see here. Let me disable the visuals for this. Audio input. And that was the one. Okay. Allow me 1 second, please, wingmates, while I prepare ourselves, or prepare us for this engagement. Let's see, is that correct? Let's see. Wakey. Please, Krita, do not be this way. Wingmates, do you see the image of my reference for Guardian ZET? There it is. Fantastic. What a handsome lad. What a handsome gentleman. Fantastic. I know no Russian. I think people in my country used to learn Russian in school before. 1989, though. Oh, I see. Is me Davsta. That is an experience many have had. But it is not a language you must know. It is a difficult one, and even native speakers will have difficulties, I suppose, with some of the words. Krita Pog. Ah, Selkie, you enjoy Krita. That's fantastic. I think your only experience with the Battletech game, with this, is the Battletech game and MechWarrior 5. Well, those Exilium are great entry places for learning about Battletech because they are significantly more accessible than Megamek. It's simply that I am what they call a grognard, and I enjoy my slow-paced and rather lackadaisical mech games that look like tax returns more than anything. Okay, so why don't we open up a console, and I will need to apologize, wingmates. Let's see here. So settings, new console dialog. I need to do this with command line. So if you will give me 1 second as I convert the PDF of the Protomech's record sheet into something much more usable as a reference. Let's see here. Is Russian cursive as bad as I've seen the memes? I may attempt to draw some if I can recall it correctly. Give me 1 second. But it is pretty nasty at times. Chess with guns. Spreadsheets with guns. Yes. That is one way to describe it. Battlemech, stompy robot chess. Although it really is more spreadsheets. Yeah, we can probably do Zay's coat using overlapping plating. I think that is what I was thinking. So let's see. I need bash. Okay. Let me go to the correct folder in order for the conversion to begin. So this is VTuber Battlemechs, CD. Okay, CD. Right click, there we go. All right, ls. Beef bone is there. Okay. So I need to convert. Convert.exe. I will do density 300 ppi, and I will convert local directory zproto. Let's see here, can I do that? Yep, zproto.pdf, and I will convert that at quality 100. Apologies, wingmates, I'm almost done. To zproto.png at quality 100, and convert is running. Oh, yes, we'll have the music very shortly. Thank you for the reminder, Curious Anya. I apologize, wingmates. I will throw up the SciTube shortly, if you would like to wait 1 second. Okay, here we go, and the conversion has been completed, and I believe I can insert this as a reference image. So we have zproto, and here we go. The PNG should be... Oh, I forgot to flatten it. Ah! No. Command line options, wingmates, you know how it is. Let's see, so flatten. Because then we will have a transparent background, and we don't want that. We'll have to flatten. There we go. Okay, conversion complete. Yeah, I'm not very used to using command line in front of many individuals, wingmates, so I hope that you will understand. Okay, insert as new... Oh, no, not as new layer. Pull that back. Let's insert as... Let's see here. Insert as reference. Oh, Oh my goodness, I did that again. Oops, I did it again. Da 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 da. That song is I forget the rest of the lyrics, unfortunately. Insert as reference image. Thank you for behaving, self. There we go. Okay, so we have a very large reference image, but that is okay. Let us shrink it down somewhat. Okay, so this is the Protomech record sheet. For anyone who has not seen a classic Battletech Protomech record sheet, this is what they look like. So, as you can see here, we have arm locations, we have a torso, which is where the pilot sits in this particular design. We have legs, we have a head, which is where the sensors are, and we also have the various weapons data bits of equipment, along with the pilot name, how many hits the pilot has taken, and the critical hits locations table. So this is essentially the bread and butter of how this takes damage in Battletech. But it's a fairly small. Wait a minute. Did I seriously not slap the actual SRM in there? I didn't, but that's okay. Let me. Oh, I see what happened. The SRM is in the. Okay, I will have to remake that record sheet, but I know where the SRM is. The SRM is in the chest. Okay, so let's move these reference images to the side and begin with sketching our ideas. Actually, let's begin with a design overview of Guardian ZET's design. Okay, and I will also throw on SciTube very shortly. Okay, Image Magic. Yes, Selkie, that's what I'm using. Image Magic is a handy command line program for converting images from one format to another. So if ever any of you have struggled with turning PDFs into PNGs, Image Magic will actually do it for you. And let me shill them, although this is not the perhaps not the correct place for that. Let's see here. Image Magic. Let's see here. It is a command line program, but there are enough tutorials out there. So here we go. All right. Hope you're not storing SRM ammo in the chest. Omega Paladin. Protomechs do not have ammo criticals, if I recall. Let me see if there's any. Yeah, as you can see, there is no ammo critical that can happen to a proto. Protos have a very special way of being attacked on the tabletop. Okay, so let's take a look at our... Oh, well, it's technically in the chest by the gun, or by the missile launcher, but for purposes of simplicity, because you run so many protomechs, they are closer to battle armor in terms of the way their criticals are done. So it's essentially a conceit of the rules to make it easier to play. All right, wingmates, allow me to prepare the SciTube for you. So these are my musical selections, and I hope that you will perhaps be okay with them. Let's see here. Let's take a look at my playlists, and this will be. So I do not actually intend to play this over the stream because I do not wish to incur the wrath of DMCA. So please bear with me. Okay, so here we go, playlist. And allow me to throw that SciTube link to all of you once again, wingmates. Here we go, SciTube. So if you would like, please feel free to listen along as I play some of the music that I enjoy. And we may actually switch to watch together so that you, wingmates, can contribute some of your own musical tastes once I've gotten my fill of some of my own tracks, if you would bear with me. Okay. Karis, thank you. I have forgotten my own commands within this rush of engagement that we are currently experiencing. There is the SciTube again, wingmates. Okay, so why don't we move on to our operations here? So I will load into the SciTube, which has of course been. There it is. Okay. Move tab to end. I am using Firefox for my primary internet system. All right, there we go. And beginning playback now. Let's make sure that all of the audio is muted. And audio input capture is muted. Correct. Okay, here we go. We'll shuffle the playlist as soon as it is in. There we go. Let's see how this goes. And shuffle. Okay. Fantastic, and I need to turn up the sound on my end. Oh, that is a little bit too loud for my own particular auditory inputs. There we go. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Music is operational, wingmates, if you wish to join into that. But otherwise, I will not be playing it upon the stream itself. Alright, here we go, here we go. So, let's get Krita back into operation and begin our art. A step up from playing Battle Droids as a kid. Oh, I see you, Panari. You actually had experience with that? Interesting. Cat Jam. Alright, here we go. So, let's use our standard brushes. Yes, there is a bit of a Earth, Wind, and Fire, but only one track. I've not heard much of their other discography. So, this is a bit too loud on my end. I need to make it somewhat quieter. There we go. That's a nice crooning noise. Dance, dance, dance. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, let's see here. My goodness. Alright, so. Okay, let us make sure that we can actually analyze ZE as a design. What are the key points that we need to pick out? So I'll actually throw a layer onto the sketch itself. 1 second, please, wingmates. It's like the frontal look of ZE. Insert as new layer. There we go. Okay, so we're going to doodle all over this layer with the fluffy sleeves. So let's go get a red pen and let's add a layer of doodling. So starting from the head and going down to the bottom. So what we can see is that ZE has a very distinctive hair design. There are many layers to it, but I think the critical points here, this marker is far too thick for my purposes. Let me delete that. All right, let me delete. There we go. So we have these, I suppose, these bits of hair that form this very interesting shape. We have some bangs, so that is another thing that anchors ZE's face. There is a very limited nose here. It is almost not a feature, and that will, of course, be a problem if I put a nose there. The eyebrows, if we note, are approximately half the size of the eye, and also with an aspect ratio of perhaps, maybe 3 to 4. Nose is the weak point. We have a pleasant smile, so that is part of the humanization characteristic, although frequently with mechs we may get rid of the smile. We will also have fairly rectangular eyes, although with I suppose weight towards the bottom here. And that I think is a definitive feature of the sensors that will have to be on this particular mech. And these. I've seen a different design of ZE, but these, I suppose, ears, or these components, are very important. We need to make sure that this is included. We need to make sure that it is included. Upside down Gundam V-fin. That could be one way of doing it. So, moving on, we have a collar. This will be a part of the armor of the mech. This shred could be done as decorative frilling. But I think this shred does add something, although I do not remember if it will be in different designs of ZE. This overlapping is also important to the look, I think, because a simple cowl may not work the way we want it to. Now, big floofy sleeves, very important. So the protomech arm will have to have something like this. A conical shape, potentially with the arm here, and the medium laser sticking out like this. The heavy medium, or small, improved heavy small laser, yes. And we will also have this logo, which we will add on as a decal. And we may add the clan esprit de corps symbol, or the Cameron star behind it, to make this apparent that it is a clan design, so something like that. Now, we have a seam here, and this seam could be replicated in the design as a decorative component. So, as not much is going on down here, however, there is a triangular shape. So the overall pattern is that we do have a deltoid shape, and we have these boots sticking out of it. The boots are fairly straightforward. There is not much to them, at least that I cannot see here. There could be some kind of lacing that I'm not aware of, but we will endeavor to cover them like this, since this is a bit of a hood. Big cannon forearms, perhaps. Something like the Enforcer 2 or Gunslinger. Well, you see, the issue is that we are running on our arms improved heavy small lasers and 2 improved heavy small lasers in the chest, along with what should be a single SRM-1 within the chest. So, why don't we... Dick Snoof! Yes, it does look a little bit like Dick Snoof's skirt. In fact, I may pull up that as a reference because I really like Dick Snoof from Die Buster's design, especially before he becomes a total, to use a Terran term, Chad mech towards the end. Let's see here. Big punchy arm like the robot in the OST art of Into the Breach. The big issue is that protomechs are actually very bad at melee combat, so we will not be able to incorporate that into the design all that much, although the sleeves will be usable. Now let's take a look. Zay, where are your hands? Zay has no hands, so the lasers will be sticking out like that. And the boot has a heel to it like this. So we know that it does not have... So it's more of a triangular platform boot. Okay, so we have that. But we also do know that we need jump jets to make this fly, because this is a flying attacker. Die Buster based. Barrel arms. Yes, indeed. Look, no hands. You have never shown your hands, Zay. Well, I suppose to each and every one of us, that is a personal decision. But I certainly hope that one day we will see. Maybe you actually have claws instead, or perhaps hooks. Who knows? Who knows? Mythodox. Apparently, you saw some cat paws on Zay. Are hands the new feet? I don't know, Miwa. I don't know. But this is we will perhaps not be doing this particular design will not require nearly as much time dedicated to the feet. So looking at the robe here, what we could do is we could make a design that uses overlapping skirting vertically, akin to some of the iron armor Mark III from Warhammer 40k, the way that the boarding marines have the particular plating layered in a lamellar manner like this. And reveal when. Oh my goodness. Also, we could do plating in a vertical manner, akin to having little Kit Kats that are layered around like this. So I think that this, along with a sliver in the middle here, in the plates, may give a more robe-like appearance, but a flowing robe appearance. Because as you can see, you can tell with this particular design that if Zay were to move, the robe would compress against the front of the body and then flow this way, you know, with the feet in front, and they're being billowing behind. And I think that this particular stacked layout may represent that a little bit better. Big, roomy sleeves. Yes. However, the multifaceted plates that are arranged vertically, which can also be broken down this way, so we have something akin to scale armor, almost more like this, although expanding out sideways. That would also be decent, but I think... So this is interesting. If we do this, our primary visual lines in the art will be horizontal, along with a stripe here to represent the break in the coat. However, if we decide to do vertical armor, our lines will remain as such. And that moves the eye up and down a lot more, as opposed to this design, which goes left and right. Although I do not know, one of the things is that Zay is a halfling. And so he is short. So do we want to metaphysically represent the shortness by having plating that runs side to side and thus diminishes the height of our visual situation here? Or do we want to extend it to indicate that it is a long and billowing coat? Or we could, of course, do scale armor and have neither, and simply have plating. And I think that would honestly look a bit more off model, because we would lose the cleanness of this line right here. So I think we will not do scales. At the very most, we will do this or this. Wingmates, do you have any opinions? I am more than interested in hearing what you have to say in regards to I suppose, what you think is best to demonstrate this design's, I suppose, je ne sais quoi. I think that is what we're trying to do here. I guess something like Kaizuna Kondo's Goblin would be a nice reference. Let me look up Kaizuna Kondo's Goblin here. Let's see here. Kazuna Kaido Goblin. Oh, I misspelled that terribly. Kazuna. Attenborough, I'm having a bit of a moment. Do you think that you could link a reference into the chat? Neat, didn't think Space Marines had better armor designs for boarding actions. Thought they sent Termes in a situation for that. Headless, I think that they send in Termes for various situations, but the Mark III armor, I think, was specifically meant more for boarding actions. Oh yes, we are on art. Thank you, Ringo. Much appreciated. This is no longer Megamek. Let me change that out here. Art. Perfect. Thank you very much. We will update the information. There we go. First one should be good. If you make something tough and armored look short, it may come off as more of a dwarf than a halfling. That is a good idea. Trek here, won't you let me fly? I see, singing along. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Quite a chunker. The long skirt in the back seems to be a nice spot to conceal jump jets. I do think that oh, this is Hanazevi Karadina. And let me put the music in again. Oh. There we go. That's the SciTube we are listening to. Okay. You know what? We can do a little bit of a sketch, because I think this design we already have pretty much figured out. So let's put our insane drawings off to the side and go with another color and add another layer. There we go. Hello, Mad Frog. Good to see you with the convoy. There is nothing at all wrong with being new, because we were all new at some point. And yes, the Made in Abyss OST is excellent. I do think that the horizontal is growing on me, so let's do a bit of a sketch here. So let's do our layer cake of rings here. So let's see, we have Zay with the layer cake. That waist might be a bit too thin, but we can live with it, okay? So we have layers, and we'll have to do the overlap a little bit better. Right now it's a bit primitive here. They should be much tighter, these particular gaps here. So this is only for conceptualization. And we have our shoulder sticking out a little bit, and then we have the arm coming out, and it's got the sleeve, and we don't see a hand. We will only see the laser. There we go. So we have the sleeve, and we'll see a laser, and for the legs, we will have boots. Okay, so there we have some boots. Okay. Let's see, and so we have the scarf cowling. Yes, this will have to be sketched out a little bit better. Then we have the head. We have the two indicators of the ears. We'll have the eyes for sensors. We also need to think about how will the pilot get in here. So while we will have a separator here, and that could, I suppose, be the hinges. What about cone-shaped rings instead of cylinders? Yes, I do think that they will be much tighter together. I made a mistake when I started drawing. But yes, so a little bit more of a cone, like that. So with a tight overlap and a cone shape instead of cylinders. So we could smooth it out a bit and make it, of course, much skinnier like this. Okay. Well. So one of the things that we are running into is that... Maybe the rings should get longer as they go further down. I think that would be a good idea. So first we have our bottom layer. We'll tighten it up here. We have our bottom layer. We circle around like that. We have our layer here. When we get smaller progressively as we go up. Zay. This gets a little too tight, I think. So we do have these horizontals, and there's fewer of them now. And we have the feet facing forward here, vaguely. Now the upper torso, I think we'll have a proper squared off. We'll have a cowl coming into the body, and we'll have the arms. Oh, is this Ride the Worm from Emperor Battle for Dune that is playing on SideTube? Oh, longer downward. Yes, I think them taller is looking better. And then, of course, we have the separator seam here, which we may even have a bit of a door to allow the Protomech pilot to get in. Okay, so we are playing it safe right now. What if we didn't play it safe? So I need more room anyways. I need much more room anyways. So one of the things is, by lore, Protomechs are generally controlled by a pilot, so it is best to generally have it be vaguely humanoid in its shape. However, we don't have to always follow that particular convention. So let's go back to our paint layer and do a less humanoid sketch. We could do a much more squat and broad-shouldered design. So let's see, let's do the shoulders first. And we'll have the cowl for the head. So something like that. And then we'll have the first ring. And then we will have the second ring, third ring, and fourth ring. But we'll make it a lot more squat. And please, Games Workshop, do not destroy me for mentioning the squats. Because the squats were a race that was once present in Rogue Trader in Warhammer 40k, but eventually were retconned until, of course, they were brought back in Necromunda, if I recall, of all places. Of course, they were referenced to before. All right, so we have the head. Stout. You know, I kind of like, because Zay as a little fella is very, very tall and lanky. But I think there is something charming about a little squat Zay Protomech, and I think it avoids some of the issues we run into with having this lanky proto design. I don't like the incredibly humanoid proto's design. Well, the squats, yes, they're not dead, but they're also not a major faction, from my understanding. Yes, Asha Dweller, Ride the Worm is excellent. I do have some more Dune music later on in the playlist. Okay, so I'm starting to kind of like this idea of a squatter and wider-shouldered Zay. Let me extend this and see what I can do with the legs. Zay, by any chance, what kind of boot do you have? Is it a lace-up, or is it a slip-on, or is it something else entirely? And do you have stockings under your leg? Because we may have to show a little bit of that, or at least the way we may be doing this. So let's see. We have the leg terminating here, maybe a bit of knee. This is going to be maybe Zay's leg reveal also. So just a rough boot. No. The look does depend on having. I don't know. I see what you're getting at, but we should avoid making a walking cake. Indeed. We should. So, it should be much more conical. And while conical cakes do exist, I think that as long as we keep it fairly conical, we will be able to get away with it. I think a lot of it will be in the eyes. Let's see, just a rough eyeballing. We have no mouth, and we must scream. We have the ears. There we go. And the hair can be something like this, roughly. And of course, this is where the head pops out. Lace up. Ah, yes, you do have leggings. Halflings are very shy of underneath the coat. We keep personal stuff in there. Getting some low-key Dalek vibes. Well, I think with the conical design, that is difficult to avoid. I mean, we have Guardian Dalek here. Wah, 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 wah. I don't know what the Daleks sound like anymore. Wah, 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 wah. Bzz. But yes, Guardian Dale. There we go. And they have the mono eye on the stock. There we go. And with the little ears. Perfect, perfect. They sound British, duh. So cute. Reminds me of Metabots. Oh, I've seen pictures of Metabots. Near Automata enemy. Okay, well, if there's talk of Metabots, then I think we can go for this more of this, I suppose, chibi-looking design. We'll make it a little bit squatter too. Maybe we'll give it a power stance. Why not? Power stances are great. So let's see, what if we take this leg and we divert it here? Look at that. So going off model is not a sin. It is not always appropriate, but I think we can play around with this. There we go. Guardian ZET is now an absolute Chad. I love that Terran word. Fantastic. A chibi Chad. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, Bone Miser. Yes, I definitely do appreciate that sentiment. It is good to have everyone here watching this madness unfold. Oh my goodness me. The Tory power stance. You know, I kind of like this. I think the issue that made it look a little bit funny was that the legs were too close together. But now that we're having a bit more of a power stance, I think that this actually might be more what is floating my metaphorical boat, wingmates. Yes, I am feeling this. This coat. It's a liability for Battlemech design. But for our protomech, we can make it a little bit squatter. Yes, I am feeling this. I am feeling the motivation. Scum! Yes. Okay. As much as I would love to do another karaoke night, I must do a cooldown. I must simply do a cooldown. Okay, let's see here. So, now that we have an idea figured out, and of course, not Dalek ZET, let's work on this design a little bit more. So, how do we want the torso? Do we want it cylindrical? I am kind of liking this Nier Automata vibe, so I think maybe more cylindrical might be where we go. And then here we have the head, kind of melded into the cylindrical upper torso. We have the arm joints. They will be... I think we will actually expose the linkage, because now I'm definitely feeling that Nier feeling. Design style was fine on the Storkrow model. Those things are tiny bricks, 55 tons being a relative type of tiny. Yes, battle mechs oftentimes do not exactly have the correct appearance for their tonnage. It is very interesting how those can be. But this is a 15-ton protomech, of course. So it is on the heavier side of protomech and on the lightest side of mech possible. Oh yes, I did say I was going to do a little bit of Russian writing. So, let's see. In cursive. Oh my god, have I forgotten? Oh my goodness. Oh no. Привет. Okay, that is hello. Oh, can I even do cursive in Terran? Hello. There we go. Okay, there we go. So Russian cursive is a little bit strange. Let's see. And see, how are you? Kak. I've messed up that up. Kak. And there was Kak Dela. Is that D? My goodness, it's been a while. Yes, I think that is cursive D. Yoshkin kot. Забыл. Ужас. Забыл. Okay, well, back to the mech. So we'll have a head that won't protrude too much because we want it to have that same cowl view. And we want that ear sticking out. And we want to go as wide as possible as soon as possible. So we'll do that. There we go. We'll do that. Excellent. And we'll extend the lower rings just a bit, and we'll do 4 rings, methinks. There we go. Oh, you really could use some sleep indeed, Davsta. It is great having you with the convoy. Thank you very much for being with us. It is greatly appreciated. Rest well. Right, so here come the arms, and we'll have a bit of that, and we'll have another arm with the sleeves sticking out. And the medium lasers will be shoulder mounted, I think, because I think that the cowls here should remain, and the SRM will be right here. The SRM will be in the chest region. Oh my goodness, I have once again overextended my position here. Okay, I think we can actually move on to the art itself, wingmates. Let's do that. So let's make this sketch very opaque also, and let's make this sketch even more opaque. And we'll add a new layer that we will call line art. Or line art, yes, why not? Line art. We'll go straight to line art. My goodness. Apologies, wingmates. I require some hydration within my simulation. Please allow me 1 second. Oh, goodness me. Oh, goodness me. Oh, is this... who is this? 1 second. There we go, wingmates. I apologize about that. Oh, you have to head out too, Komodo. Well, thank you for being with the convoy. I look forward to seeing you around another time. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. So let's begin our line art, if we can call it that. So I think I will actually do a construction line in vehement green for my own purposes. Oh, this is too long of a distance. I will actually do it using the line tool. Wingmates, I am so sorry that you have to witness someone using the line tool. Actually, I will do this in a different layer called, that I will call a construction. Oh, no. There we go. Construction. There we go. Excellent. So let's do that brush. Let's actually go to our pixel brush, because we can use it a bit wider. There we go, brush. So let's do a center line. Oh, nope. I wanted line tool. Center line construction tool. That will be acceptable for us. Wavy. Line tool is the OG hard carry for mouse users. Indeed it is, Bone Miser. Have you ever tried doing long line art strokes as opposed to several short strokes? Indeed I have, Kimmy Spice. When I am tired or when I am under pressure, I generally have difficulty with that, but I do aspire to have longer strokes, Kimmy. I always find analyzing hairstyles and body shapes pretty interesting, but transcribing that into mech is pretty cool. Handsome Mouth, I'm glad you're enjoying this. I think it is not always easy, but in the end, if you can get at least a semblance of the character in question into some kind of mechanized form, it is very worthwhile. So let me see what I could actually do manually, Kimmy. Now I must prove myself. Oh no. So, okay, let's do it slowly. Where in my simulation, I am in a slightly more acceptable position. All right, so slow. Okay, that's not the worst. That's not the worst. My line reps, my literal line reps, wingmates. Okay, so let's see. So what perspective will we do? That's one thing we did not decide on. Do we want it facing dead on? Or do we want it slightly from the top? And what I mean by slightly from the top is if we take the brush... oh, I believe in you. You don't have to. I was just wondering if it's something on your radar. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I would definitely like to do it. So single monolithic strokes. Okay, so one angle I was thinking about is that we actually challenge ourselves and do... okay, let's not do an upskirt. I definitely don't want to do an upskirt shot of the bot. And by that I mean is if we have it like this, where the skirts stack this way and we can see the legs going into the coat. I think that would be uncouth. Although, From the top might also help emphasize the shortness. Indeed, Attenborough. Indeed, Attenborough, we did. From the bottom is where you emphasize tallness. Yes, yes, very much so. So let's get rid of that. So from the top, if we do an extreme warp from the top, let's see here. So let's do an extreme warp from the top. Oh, is this Jade Motel or Hotel by... goodness, I don't remember. So if we're doing an extreme skew morph, we could do the arms like that. So directly from the top. And then we can also have Zay's face directly towards the camera. And the boots would just barely stick out here. So that would also protect the halflings' predilection to not show their legs, because that is an incredibly private component. And I think this top-down look might be interesting. Might be interesting. Dawn Knight, thank you, Ash Dweller. I was not looking at the playlist. All right, let's see here. Wingmates, what do you think? Maybe top down, and maybe also rotate the top down, just to not be completely locked into forward. Although, here's another idea. We could do an extreme skew, like a cartoonish skew. So we have the head be very large, or I suppose moderately large, and then we do a perspective skew where all of the following body parts are out of proportion. So we have the cowl, and then we have the arms, but they all narrow down aggressively. Now, I'm not very good with perspective, but I think this would be very hard. Isometric view. Oh, I'm so bad at remembering what the names are for that. So as you can see, the arms would also teeny tiny go very narrow. Or we could have one sticking into the viewer's face and appearing to go right into them. And I think that might be a different perspective than I have done before. And we'll have the ears, and we'll have the hair. Something like that. Ooh, yes, Daishima, welcome to the convoy. We are doing Guardian ZET. Let me, oh, yes, and there is the music. Let's see here. Oh, so, Exilium, you think that having a more in-your-face look might be a little bit different than we're used to, because Oh, thank you, Niwa. Let's see. Oh, okay, isometric. I was thinking about a different style of projection, orthographic projection. Although I guess they are both interrelated. This is where my lack of professional training in the arts begins to show, Wingmates. But yes, it does help. So I have done a lot of mechs in that particular style, Dippy. So I think I want to try something a little different, especially to show off the in-your-face nature of this particular little Zay Gremlin protomech. And the eyes, of course, will need to be much better, and of course, much more aggressive. But I think this will also be an interesting challenge, as I have not had an opportunity to do this before. So Wingmates, prepare yourselves, for I am about to engage in a very risky procedure for myself, and I may experience failure, but I am more than willing to fail in front of you, because it is a learning experience. Alright, so let's go back to construction lines, and give ourselves a bit of a sketch. Good, I'm glad you're ready. Okay, so for this, I will definitely need proper construction lines. Okay, so we have the central spine of the body because we're not going to do an offset. Ooh, this is a crypt, also sometimes known as temple, maybe, from Unreal, a classic boomer shooter. I would like to play Unreal on stream at some point. Okay, let's see here. So we have our spine. But the spine, we need to understand that it is incredibly compressed. So let's add our bit of perspective here. So let's do the neck very big. So here's the neck. Kimmy, I am thinking about long lines. I'm thinking about long lines. I'm doing my best. Unreal Tournament was also a fantastic soundtrack. If you're going to win a war, better prepare to lose some battles. Hello, KSMon. Welcome to the convoy. Yes, I am very prepared to lose. Don't forget that seam. Yes, seam. Thank you. So we're going to write that down. Seam. Thank you, hand to mouth. Okay, so let's see here. Why don't we now begin figuring out the head? So the head is going to be essentially socketed. Must make consistent long strokes. It'd be easier with a pen stabilizer. I'm not sure if Krita has one. I think there may be stabilization. Let me double check here. I think it's baked into the brush engine. Oh, there we go. So this is stabilized brush. That is what. So basic stabilization, just to get rid of some of the errors. So let's do basic stabilization. What about weighted stabilization? What is this? Why is it behaving so funny? I don't think weighted stabilizer is what I want. Come on. Come on, come on. You got this. You got this. Oh, wow. What is this? This is no. This is too smooth. There's got to be some way you can stylize a tank hatch on the head. The right armor leaves no... Well, the cockpit is not in the head. It's actually in the torso. And a lot of protomechs are sealed for battle. So imagine more of a grave, a walking coffin on legs, rather than a battle mech. That is really what a protomech is. Also, the madness that protomech pilots experience after prolonged duration within the protomech tends to lead to their eventual insanity. So let's see. Okay, so this perspective is already having problems. We need to skew it more extremely. So this is the center line of our ovoid, and so we need to skew it more like that. Yes, more like that, more like that. And so the sphere will also need to have a skewed cross-section there. Save check, thank you, I did not save at all. Much appreciated. Save as... On the desktop, we will save this as... Guardian ZET... Guardian ZET... Proto. There we go. Saved Krita document. And allow me to let's see. Live in the protomech, die in the protomech. Yeah! Yes, we are on the seat of our pants without any saving. Okay, so why don't we continue on here? This right here is going to be our... So this is the cowl. So we can make sure that we get our center line for the cowl. And the cowl very sharply goes down and into the armor. Now we need to make sure that we have a bit of the back. So this is the back here, where the shoulders would be. So there's the back, and we're skewing a bit. Oh, what's wrong with this selection? Oh, no wonder the stabilizer wasn't working. There's something... Wingmates, I am a silly individual. I forgot that the reference images are always on top. Oh, this is do. I actually needed to save this one for a little bit later also. There we go. Do by Manic Focus. Okay. There we go. Okay. I feel like we're drawing a troopa with a segmented shell. Well, actually, I do have one of Koopa's troopas in line to be produced. And I will be doing that at some point later, but this does have some semblance to I suppose, the shell of a troopa. Yes, wide FOV close-up, looking slightly down on the mech. Yes, indeed. And I am not the best with perspective, so we need to make sure that the gorget here, the cowling, is visible, and we can actually see the mechanical implications of all of that. So why don't we also... Okay, so now we need to begin our perspective morph. To any artists here, I am so sorry that you are seeing this absolutely this absolutely amateurish approach, but allow me to do what I think is what I've seen professionals do, which is to draw perspective lines. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get some red, and I'm going to go back to my brush, I'm glad you're making art. Well, I'm glad. Have you just been indoctrinated into a trooper? Well, Zay, I will make a confession, wingmates. I have been a trooper since before I actually began broadcasting across the jump net. While I am not, perhaps, as one would describe, fanatical as some of the troopers may be, I have a very healthy professional respect for Koopa and her capabilities. There we go. So, why don't we... So, if this is our perspective, as if that we were looking straight on from the shoulders, we will know that going down, we will have a skew like this. We will have some sort of skew. And what ratio of skew will depend on perspective and on artistic style. But I think this is the general ratio that we might have. If anyone out there is aware if I'm doing something terribly wrong, this is just my idea right now, but I think this might be a bit too much of a skew in terms of perspective. Maybe a little bit too tight. So in essence, my idea is that if there is something down here in the skew that is as wide as the shoulders, it will be drawn like this. So it means that the bottom rings will actually look something like this because they are significantly wider than the shoulders, but their perspective is also skewing them to be significantly smaller. And this may be Babby's first art, as one may think. But I am doing my best here. So, and if we go up where the arm will be pointing at us, we also have some guides for exploding here. I believe Birdmar said something like cheating in art is good. Yes, it very much applies. Use the tools. And the tools is what I'm using. Okay, so we do have the skew. Let's see here. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Kimmy. Much appreciated. Let's take a look at this. The coil technique. Yes. Oh, I love the coil technique. I am not the best at it, but let's give it a try. Thank you very much. Thank you. So let's use blue for that. Oh, is this, you got that? I love you got that. Very upbeat track. Okay, so let's use green for the coil technique. Okay, so... Coil with perspective, but this is a very serious skew. Okay, well, let's keep going. So here is the chest, and the chest is the same size, so we want to indicate that it skews immediately. So here we have the skew, and we're following our perspective construction lines. But now, we actually need to go out a little bit as we squeeze down. So there's almost a curve here, technically. Although that'd be more some kind of a fisheye effect, so... And we need to make this bulge out a lot more, because that will show that we are facing top down. And same here, we need to make this bulge way more. Since if we drew a cylinder while looking at it from essentially almost a flat perspective, the moment we tilt it downwards, we also have much more of the cylinder itself. And this design is essentially all cylinders. So let's make sure we keep doing that properly. But I think I will use the coil technique for the arm. Okay, so we have that. And now we have the next overlapping layer. And we're having it bulge out. And we need to keep it ovoid rather than... There we go. And I think we can keep a bulge. It just won't be... Yes, so maybe a little bit less bulge here. Okay, so if we're looking down at a cone from the very top, and we rotate ourselves, if we zoom in, then the bottom will tighten up, but at the same time... Okay, well, let's keep going. So there we go. We're doing our best here, wingmates. We're doing our best. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and the widest ring will be down here. And we have it bulge forward even more. Okay, there we go. And just so we don't forget, we will have these slices here to represent the split in the coat. Oh, I get what you're trying, the perspective you're trying to make. I'm hoping that it will slowly come to fruition. There we go. Let's make sure that we have enough canvas space. And oh my goodness, I'm at 5,000 pixels. We may actually have to shrink this down. This is absurdly high res, and I'm not going to use that much RAM. let's make it just a little bit smaller. Okay, there we go. Let's make sure our skew tool is on scale mode. Oh, what is this? This is dreaming about these lies. Attack by System of a Down. There we go. I didn't have to look it up. So let's do a scale here. Let's go with more like 90%. That's better. Let's go with 85. Oh, not 85,000. 85%. There we go. There we go. I like that. I like that a lot better. And we have made some room for ourselves. All right. Oh no. Oh no. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to our construction layer and go back to our brush and keep drawing here. What happened? Oh, there we go. There we go. More time to download more RAM, indeed. Looking down at it from a 45-degree angle or so, yes. We may have to skew this even more to make it more apparent that this is a very steep angle. And we'll have to skew these shoulders too. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay, so while we're here, let's expand the canvas sideways using our crop tool so that we can fit the arms in. Because the feet won't actually be very tall in this situation, since they'll be just kind of sticking out of the mech. But they will be far apart, because that is what we've endeavored to do. Alright, let's see here. Hello Yukis, welcome to the convoy. And yes, we can certainly use shadows. Since we are a little bit faster than we've usually been, I think we'll actually have time to do some detail and some highlights for this particular mech. Alright, let's see here. Or for this particular proto-mech. The tinier the lad, the bigger the res. Yes! That's a good sentiment to have, Zay. Okay, so here we have it. Now, the legs are probably coming out of here somewhere. And so the shoes would, or the boots would be from the top down. So we'll roughly have something like this, sticking out quite a bit. And then the leg will go like that. Okay. And then we have, I kind of like this pointed tip to the leg. This will need some work, but roughly that is what we're looking at. Okay. And I think we can begin working on the arm. So this one, its particular actuator, will be very rotated towards the user. So there is our actuator. And the arm will stick out forward. And now we will use that spirals technique. There we go. Spirals, spirals, spirals. We're doing some Uzumaki art here. And then, now that we have the elbow, we will also have the big laser itself, pointed in the user's face. There we go. And then it will have these lines as it morphs into the arm that it comes out of. There we go. So there we have the laser in your face going on right here. Let's take a look here. We have some images for like this. It's kind of important to keep in mind with this type of view is the widen geometry near the front and make geometry in the back narrow. It should help with this perspective. Yes, I think we'll have to actually skew the sphere, the cylinders that I have here. There's a very good point. Oh, the Ultramarines chant from, yes, sort of like that. The way that Gundam is going on. I really like the Ultramarines chant. Chaos Gate had excellent music. Alright, let's see here. Alright. So, now the other arm, I think we will have pulled back to give this some dynamicism and to make sure that the perspective is very skewed. So what we'll do is we will have the arm essentially going back and tapering very aggressively. And let's move this reference image away because now we have to focus on the other arm. All right, let's see here. Let me get the brush. Hello, Radix. Welcome to the convoy. How are you this fine evening? Okay, let's see. So that arm is moving back. And now I will still want it to sort of be facing forward. But now you actually won't see the laser emitter itself because the arm is facing down. So it's pointing like this. And the axis is here, and I suppose the cross section would be like that. So there we have our sleeve, and it's as you can see, we have an incredible skew here. We have this big arm pointing in the camera, and we have this little tiny arm pulled back away. Maybe it's a bit much, but maybe chest medium lasers could be on the shoulders. It could make the head look smaller. Yes, I think that the lasers will be mounted here. And I think we may actually... They will likely be mounted right here on the shoulders. So that we can have the improved heavy small lasers in order to make sure that this looks very small. So we'll know that the laser here is the same size as something that would actually have an aperture that is right here. And I think that is... Oh my goodness. So if I have a cylinder, and it's like this, and I point down, it's going to flatten like this? Yes, it will flatten like this. For some reason, I was having a moment where I was thinking about this. Okay, so this is when I look down. What is this track? What is this track? Oh, it's Yeji. I see. Okay. Let's see here. So, going back. I think I will use a different... I am feeling the eyes right now, so let me see what I... Actually, no, let's finish the body. Let's finish the body before I get too ahead of myself. So we have the boots, and here we have the indicators where the boots meet with the legs. And we will keep Zay's propriety by not showing too much of a halfling's legs. And at the same time, we will still have an indicator that the legs are there. Now, we won't be able to show the jump jets very well, simply due to this perspective. But I think dynamicism is a worthwhile exercise instead of being completely accurate. And of course, everyone who wishes to do this will have access to the record sheet, so they will know that this is a jump-capable mech, or a jump-capable proto-mech. So I need to do a bit of erasing here. And to anyone using Krita, it is wonderful that you can hit E and have the any brush become an eraser. And I'm using the pixel brush as an eraser. And the erase button is here, in essence. All right, so let's go here. Let's take off the erase and move back to the pressure-sensitive pixel brush that I rather enjoy using. Niwa, you're heading out. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. Kind of looks like that I want you for the US Army poster. I want you to be my nugget poster. I think, yes, that is very much what we're going for here, almost. In hindsight. Okay, so now we can do the face. Let's do some red for the face. Alright, so let's take a look at Zay as a reference once again. So this is going to be pretty hard. So we know that we have the ears we need to emphasize, and we have this layered hairstyle. The eyes. Let's see here. So the eyes are looking up, and they are probably going to start here somewhere. So these are sensors. This design is fairly rounded, so we can keep using fairly rounded sensor ports. I think that will be acceptable. So maybe something like this. And to show the eyebrows, we can maybe use these small indicator dots, since Zay's eyebrows are fairly square in their perspective. They almost remind me of a kabuki paint, or not, a kabuki theater paint eyebrows. Let's see here. There is a thick eyelash, and we could perhaps give a bit of a rigidity here to indicate that. No, we're getting too humanized. Let's keep this more mechanical. Unfortunately, some designs require a fair amount of humanization, but I think with Zay, we can get away without too much humanization. Okay, so, the head. So, looking from the top down, this is a very complicated shape. So, the head is actually rotated. So we can actually get away with a lot of this perspective stuff. Okay. Visor head might be appropriate too. We could do that. We could do, like, we could do a visor head. Well, the eyes will play around with. What we could do to really challenge ourselves is not have the head facing towards the user, and this is as if the arrow of the view is facing you. So imagine a conical point like this, viewers, with an X for I suppose, arrow fletching. And that is how typically I tend to use arrows to indicate three-dimensionality. So slightly pointed like this, the arrow would look this way, but pointed at you, it would look like that. So that is what I'm trying to imply here. Let's get rid of that. So either we do the head like this, or we could do the head pointed downwards like this. And that way we'll have another challenge with the eyes. What if the head was almost half buried into the body? tucked behind the cowl. Yes, we could actually bring the cowl up. Let's see. So the cowl would extend higher and still further, and we would want it to cover up the bottom of the mouth here. Oh, yes, yes. This would be... There we go. So now we've buried the head into the cowl. And we also want the back. So we want this to be wider and this to narrow up back here. And I also want to make sure that the... let's see. So the perspective of this arm is... which way would be rotated? Yeah, we rotated this way. So this arm is rotated this way in terms of its mount. So I'm going to have to do a cleaner version here. So it's something like that with the way that the arm comes out of its particular mounting point. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Yes. Persona 5 music. Yeah. All right. Okay, so I think this is looking pretty interesting. Now, would it be more interesting if the eyes were facing down, or if I think facing the viewer might be better in this situation? And it also makes the hair easier for us to do. So let's do the ear. So the ear is fairly down low, and it comes out like that. Zay, this is where I am sort of making difficult judgments, so please feel free to say if I am not doing these as correctly as one would expect. But I am cartoonishly exaggerating them because I think they are a key design point. There we go. Because I think that is what gives a lot of the zayness to this particular design. And let's get rid of this this bit of red here because I think it is starting to throw me off. Oh, no, no, no. There we go. Erase, erase, erase. Erase, 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 erase. Yes, and we will, of course... Yes, the cowl should be higher. That is a good idea. Okay, so the cowl will be higher, covering up the mouth, which we will not have to draw. And we'll do more details here with the cowl top. Okay, so let's go back to the head details. So let's see, we have our triangular forward bit of detailing here. And then I think we'll do that. So let me take a look at Zay's face once again. Okay, here we go. We have 1, 2, 3. So we have approximately an 8-way star and some bangs. Now, I don't think the bangs are that necessary, but we could try something. So let's try the bang, which is just going to be a triangular component here. And why not? Let's do the bang. I think it's fine. Or not bangs, the side locks. And then we will have another component here pointing out. And this is how we'll stylize the hair. It's going to be basically a 8-sided star with points running to a central center point, which is redundant, but I am having a bit of difficulty here. So there we go. We'll have a nice star like that, and I think that is vaguely the hair. Oh, I'm glad you're loving it. Okay, well, this is basically what we're going to end up having, Zay. So I'm glad that you're getting some rest. Thank you for being along with us for as long as we could. And wingmates, let me just chill Zay one more time before he heads out. Subject. Here you are. There we go. Fantastic. I hope you get some excellent rest, Zay. And I look forward to seeing you another day. All right, so I am liking this, wingmates. I think this is actually pretty adorable without the mouth. And even if we don't put any irises or any pupils or irises in here, we should actually get a very handsome fella. Okay, why don't we start the actual proper line art? And this time I will use Kimmy Spice's tips on having longer lines. All right. Oh, one thing I didn't do is draw the lasers. So let me do some flat Intercourser Friday style lasers, as they say. And no, I want them buried. No, oh, on top I've done that too much. I will bury them. I will do them in the classic clan style, where the laser emitter is buried in the torso here. So that is what I will do. I will do that laser emitters in the torso. There we go. And the shoulders can be clean, and I think that will add to the look. There we go. We'll use the mirror tool in Krita. Dun 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 dun. Yes, I will, especially when I'm actually doing line art. I know that handedness makes things a little bit difficult at times. Okay, how thick is this line? That line is thick. Ooh, is this Era? Is this Mezzovolare? It is not the Dora. Is it the Dorime song? Enai Volare Mezzo. There we go. That's the track. That's the track. Okay, here we go. So, let's begin our proper line art. And I think I will make the... What is BB? This is sketches. Or sketch. Let's actually make that opacity a little bit lower so we don't get... What layer did I do that on? Okay, so I need to select everything on this layer. And merge it with the layer below, so... okay, goodness. Merge with layer below. And we will add another line art layer. Line art. Line art. Okay, so opacity 56%, 68%. Okay, I think that is acceptable, and we can get rid of a lot of the other sketches that we were doing. Okay, so one of the other tricks, and I think it was Kimmy Spice who mentioned this, is to make the background gray. So I will do that first things first. I'll use my fill tool to fill that in. If it will fill, of course. Please, please, please do fill. There we go. Oh my, okay, that does not look good with the neon green line art. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have to make it less opaque now. Less opaque by far. Alright, we go back to the brush. And Krita is having a moment. Allow me 1 second, please, wingmates. How are you doing, Krita? No, you're having a moment. Well, while that's happening... Heavy sweat save. I don't even want to push the save button because I don't know what Krita is doing right now, so the menus are not working. Okay, there we go. Save. Saving document, 20%. Ah, Velik, welcome to the convoy. Good to see you here. Krita, please. Okay. Now, Krita, are we going to behave when it comes to opacity? Ooh, you know what happened? Goodness me. When I was doing... Let's make that line art a lot brighter. So let's make it red, and we'll fill selected area. Oh, flood fill. Oh, there we go. We did flood fill. Okay, so that is a lot better. We could actually see what we were doing. Perfect. So line art layer, sketch layer. There we go. Back to the brush. Now we'll get some black paint, and we will begin our actual line art. Perfect. Okay, so. You know, for a dynamic pose, we could actually have the laser shooting. Although that might be a bit too much for this situation. Ooh, okay. So. Where do we begin with our line art? Let's begin with the base here. Oh no. Kimmy is watching me. I must have long lines. Oh no, and they're so unstable. I did it. I did it. Charging up could also work, although... So I suppose Battletech is very odd about its lasers. Sometimes there is an indication of charging up, and for some lasers there isn't. It really depends on who is writing the fiction at the time. Okay. No. I need to resort to my sketchy style. Well, we'll work on the longer lines later. We'll do a hybrid style of long lines that are sketchy. Okay, there we go. What is this? Professional artist doing single line art? No. We're gonna forever stick to sketchy, rough pencil sketches, wingmates. There we go. There we go. Actually, we can reduce the opacity now. This is getting a little too interrupting. Okay, let's keep going with the line art. Now I am feeling very self-conscious about my line art. Oh, this is Katie Gately with Waltz. Okay, here we go, here we go. Okay. And let's say this, wingmates, once I finish the line art, I will throw on Watch Together, and you can put on some music that you enjoy. I usually zoom out for so my hand doesn't travel far for a line stroke. Indeed, I have made a mistake in that regard. Let's see here. Let's try that again. So we have basic stabilization. Let's... All right, stabilizer active. Let's see what we can do here. That almost feels cheap. No, it doesn't. Stabilizers are very important. If you have business to do, there is no point messing around with some kind of honor-bound thing that you have to use no stabilizer. No, 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 no. I'm simply recalcitrant and stubborn. Otherwise, use a stabilizer. Especially considering that the inputs of tablet upon the smooth surface, or the way tablet is so smooth, is definitely makes for a difficult kinetic feedback in terms of figuring out how you are going to draw your lines. Line art hard, indeed, indeed. Okay, so let's see. Let's start figuring out the connectors here. So I'm actually going to zoom in for the connectors. So I want the overlap to be like this. So we have a bit of overlap here, and the top layer goes in. I don't know why, but this is a style that we will use. So let's see here. I'm actually going to mirror that. Let's see right here. Now we have this line. We may have to sketch it up so it doesn't look as dismal. In fact, it already is looking fairly off. But that's okay. That's okay. We will learn as we go. Let's see. Have we planned for the decal logo on the chest? I think we'll just slap on a decal or logo. It'll be Zay's iconography. Okay, that is... You know, this may not be the time and place for me to practice my line art in this way. So I'm gonna return to my sketch style because I'm already leaving the model here. All right, so let's go back to sketch style. All right, there we go. We'll add some sketch lines here so that we can increase the scuff level. Okay, we'll add a bit of line here to indicate that the cowling is going under. There we go. There we go. And we'll add the next ring of cowling here. And we'll have to correct this little bit of overlap. Actually, let's go down a little bit more. Oh, TK, you're heading out. Thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could be. We'll see you another time. Let's see here. So let's draw our little indicator. And let's make sure these rings are going down. Okay, there we go. And this ring also needs to be a little bit wider. So we have actually expanded past our original line art. So we'll have to see if this works. But I think it does end up giving it a bit more of a squat appearance. I don't like this line art here. It's too thin. It needs a little bit of my usual pizzazz. But I am also not going for a sketchless style. So now we need to do the chest. So, there we go. I'm going to first draw what it would be without the cowl, and then I will add the cowl. And I will erase the bits that I don't need. Not using a lot of layers here. I'm one of those people who unfortunately has issues with some of the best practices for line art, although I understand many also use a single layer. And we need a little bit more ovoidity here. There we go. So why don't we... Ooh, okay, so this one's too high right here. We need to drop the height. So let me grab my eraser and just shred that away. And I think the angles are off. The angles are off. That is a big problem. So this angle needs to be like that. Much more than it was before. Ah, goodness, we are widening. We are widening without end. Okay, well, we'll have to put up with that. That's a lot better, though. That's a lot better. Surprisingly, these overlapping cylinders, or these overlapping cones, are Brosnan. Before heading out fully, the clans are stupid space furries that Space AT&T told to pay their bill. Baddies? I see. Well, TK is definitely an Inner Sphere Battletech player. Oh my goodness. Oh, the Battle Hymn of the Republic, but as done for Wasteland 3. I love this track. Excellent. He has loosed the faithful lightning, this terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Okay, there we go. So let's do this. Okay. All right, so let's add the cowl. So the cowl is how is it even built into this mech? So it sticks out further. It definitely goes all the way up here. And it comes up to the neck, which is roughly here. All right, there we go. There we go, cowling. Fantastic. So now we need to figure out how we're integrating it into the rest of the design here. So the cowling is going here, but then it it does travel a little along. Okay, this is. Okay, so let me do a side perspective thing. So if I do this, and then I have a cowling that goes like this, then it will have a circle here along this surface, and then it will drop off like that. If I was looking at it from the side. A sketch a random side view I would imagine a cow looks like, but I won't share it unless you want to see my garbage paint sketch. Please do, Exlium. I love seeing what wingmates have contributed to the particular operation. Let's see here. So I need to make sure I have the drop, then that. But I could certainly use inspiration of any kind at this point, as this is a bit of a heavy perspective drawing. Let's see, so here it runs along there, then it snaps over and curls in. Oh no! What have I done here? This should be very different. Thank you. Let's take a look here. Right. Oh, nice. Okay, so it sticks out like So you did more of a massive gorget. Okay, I did more of a what I would describe as I guess a cowl. Okay, let me now that I'm inspired by that, let me try this out a little bit differently. Let's get rid of that line. No, but I do like the big gorget idea. It stick out to form a frontal torso armor. That is what I'm trying to do. The primary issue. So what I'm having trouble with, wingmates, is that I have a solid, which is essentially a cylinder here, but I also have a solid that is shaped like a wedge here. So there is a wedge, but that becomes a circle. So from the top down, it looks something like this. But then this bites into this cylinder at an angle. So it sort of looks like that, but I just need to translate it correctly. Burning Dante, thank you for being with the convoy. It is getting awfully late, so any wingmates who wish to join him, please do. Thank you for being with the convoy, my friend. Oh my goodness. Space One-san, welcome. Is it Amiko or Erica who uses Space One-san? No, wait. Is it Amiko? I remember writing this out. I remember writing this out. Because the usernames are slightly different. Is it Amiko? Is it Erica? It might be Amiko? Oh no. No. Oh, wingmates, I'm so sorry. I'm so bad with names. I need a key map. I need a key map to this. My dictionaries are all messed up. I can do mechs. I can fly a courier vessel across the void. Is it do I have to look up my stream so I don't have to ask for more? Do I have to look it up? Oh my goodness. Oh no. No. Ah! Oh, no, 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 no. I am so flustered. I am so flustered here. Okay. Okay. Who is it? Who is it? I apologize, wingmates. Could I please be told the answer? Which one does One-san sound like? Which one does One-san sound like? I think I need an answer. I need a lifeline. Erica. Oh, okay. All right. New layer. New layer. New layer. Okay. Space. One-san equals Erica. 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 Space. What kind of mnemonic device can we use here? So R. This looks like a Russian R. So sprase on Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Yes, the Cyrillic cursive R is that. So riba. Oh gosh, riba, which is fish, is spelled like that, in cursive at least. Erica is riba, Erica is fish, Erica is space, P is R is P, space One-san is Erica. Okay, I think we now understand. There we go. We have now gained knowledge that we will take to our inevitable destruction when our vessel's reactor decides to go kaput. Okay, now that I have embarrassed myself in front of you, wingmates, I hope you'll understand that I am slightly challenged with names. So why don't we continue on with the cowl and hope that we leave this behind us. There we go. Okay, the cowl is decent enough. This is fine. Fine how it works. Oh, a rippy. Okay, you know what? Wingmates, I am embarrassed. Arippy, how do I pronounce your name? I keep calling you Ari because I've heard your name pronounced Ari Pie and Arippy, and I am too scared to ask. So in front of all of these wingmates, I will ask because fear means nothing when you're already a dead man walking. But I apologize if I have been mangling your name all of this time. So is it Pie or Arippy? I don't even know how to phonetically spell P. Oh, no! Please stop typing it out. I think Airy Pie. Airy Pie, so not, Pierre? Oh, no. Okay, so, since oh no. Ari R.I.P. R.I.P. Arapi. Okay. Are I or somehow I am more confused than I have entered. Aripi. Tavarish Aripi. How is it going with you? Arr, matey. Urkeline. Am I pronouncing your name right? Urkeline? My goodness. This is what happens when words are not real. Words are not real. None of this is real. I'm just going to listen to the Lorne on the SciTube. Oh, thank you for joining us. A rippy. You know what? We'll have to do another collaboration, and there I will hear you pronounce it. Wingmates announcing a collaboration just so I could learn other VTubers' names. It is literally just a revolving door session where people enter Discord, and I simply ask their name pronunciations. Oh, pronounce it the way I want, little human. Well, I would consider myself not perhaps little, but if that is how you perceive me, then I will be perceived as such by you. A rippy. I give up. A rippy it will be. I give up. Connect 4 collab, let's go! Oh my goodness. More funny is the fact that you called me okay at the start of the stream. I called you okay? Cocaine? Orc? Хорошо? Okay, da? Oh my goodness. Will this be the braid stream again, but with names? No, we will not go that deep into the names. But I already have. You're a small tick up less than a corner of my computer screen. Well, that's because I'm trying to show what Guardian ZET is doing right now. Alright, let's continue on with the hair. We'll do the pointy hair. There we go. Excellent. Death cab for cutie. Yeah. I may do a karaoke of that one day. There we go. Okay, let's see here. You called me the right way. Oh, wonderful. Wait. Oh, no. Erkeline? Where soul meets body, and let the sun wrap its arms around me. Okay, so we need this Super Saiyan hair to do its thing here. Let's do that. So these are the... So looking top down, the hair would look something like an 8-pointed chaos star. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Let the galaxy burn. There we go. What does Korn's symbol look like? I always forget. Okay, so let's make sure we have our hair going down here. Mr. E-R-Q-I... Mr. or Mrs. E-R-Q-I-L-L-E-N-E. I am sorry to have mispronounced your name, but you're going to have to assist me, now that I've clearly been doing it wrong, but I did it right at one point, by sheer coincidence. Milk for the cornflakes! I may be a Shivan. We should draw a Shivan one day. So the hair goes down here, the hair goes down here, and we have the hair like this. Oh no, it needs to be a little bit more angular. There we go. So the hair descends down to here, and right there. Okay, that should look okay once we clean it up. And now for the important part, the ear armor. And this goes into the head like this, and it comes out of the head like this. There we go. So that is looking vaguely Zay-ish. Urquil. Thank you. Thank you, Urquil. What is the E and E then for? Urquil. But there's an E and E. And I think that's what's been throwing me off. Shady, thank you for being with the convoy. I'm glad you're getting some good rest coming up. Good to see you with the convoy. Take care. Well, let's take a look at Zay. Zay will be the final arbiter. Yes, they are more goblin-esque, so a little bit more down. You are very right, Exilum. Thank you. So let's clear that out and make them a little more angled down. There we go. Let's clear that up, but we'll keep them pretty thick. I think that is the key to making them stand out here. The E and E is silent. Oh, Urquiline, or Urquil for short. I'll do Urquil. There we go. I can see why I have so many lurkers. It is because everyone is dreadfully afraid of Spacer mispronouncing their names and mangling them. Maybe I should just start making up names for everyone that I speak to. Let's see. I think that would be most simple for me. Names don't mean anything. Names are just labels. Names are something to consider. I'm not afraid. I know no fear. Daishima. I shall call you Joseph Misanthropus. Yes. There we go. That will be your new name. Sulky, you shall be, Ramblick, Iconoclast. There we go. Oh my goodness, there's too many names. Never mind. Everyone's just a number now, as you have always been. The Ash Dweller. Never had trouble with mine, but mine is more sentence than word. Indeed, it is a little bit. Yes. These ears are not working. I need to clear them up a little bit here. Hello, Alaric. Welcome to the convoy. Iconoclast Pog. Alaric, we had a bit of a attack from the cruiser Eisenmaus and its attendant escorts. We did take on board some raiders from that particular occasion. Okay, we'll have to clear this up later. For whatever reason, I am not exactly feeling the exact nature of these ears right now. So for now, let's make sure that we get the basics sketched out. Let's see, we're doing our little brows here. There we go. That is looking very Zay-like, I think. Are you saving them for people you don't feel like pronouncing? Perhaps lead poisoning. Rippy, I tried to use a World Wide Web to figure out what this is, but I got back a lot of results. Which one in particular, Rippy? Reduced to just a number. Again, Satage. I'm so sorry. I sure hope I'm at least a good number. Ray, you can have 3,272.25, but it's also in the imaginary numbers regime. So you have to put an I next to that. A Rippy, Alien in Free Space. Which one? Shivans? Let's see. Where did Ramblick Iconoclast come from? I don't know. I don't want to ask. Let me go back to the mirror. It's skewed. It's skewed. We need to level that out. Let's see if we can level that out. You know what? That's fine. We'll live with it. Okay. Shivans, yes. Well, Rippy, you could, of course, attempt to augment yourself to be like the Shivans. They do have 5 limbs, and they are biomechanical, but I think it's within your power to do so. So let's draw the way the arm faces us. So there we go. We're drawing the arm. There we go. Perfect. Excellent. Hello, Lapis Lazuli. Welcome to the convoy. It is good to see you here. We are currently drawing Guardian ZET as a proto-mech. And right now we have completed the design phase. So for anyone who is stopping by, the design is this 15-tonner proto-mech, which has 4 total improved heavy small lasers, and we forgot to mount the SRM-1, but I will in the proper release for this particular record sheet. So this is a fairly lightweight armed unit, but there will be at least 5 of them on the field when we do get around to it. Let's see, so here is the arm joint. There we go. And the remainder of the arm travels into the socket here. And here is the actual actuator that is holding the arm in place. So here's one of the plates. And here's the plate sandwich, and we actually won't see the remainder of the plates. Perfect. I don't want to have to draw that. However, Svoboda once again on the SciTube, and for anyone joining us, here is the SciTube. I am currently listening to some music, and we will switch to. I did it again. We will switch to watch together so that wingmates can suggest some of their favorite music. Pop Tropica. Alaric, Pop Tropica is what? I'm having a moment here. I think I might know what you're saying, but right now it's not working in my mind. Okay, let's see here. Doing the arm, and the arm is rotated away. So the body of this would appear. Let's see, so this is the axis. And so okay, it actually might be more like this. Okay, so let's do that. I love how my line art is basically a sketch, and I don't care. I need to get this. I need to get this figured out. Okay, we'll clear that up a little bit later. Okay, so there's the arm, there's the joint of the arm, and we'll draw that out. We'll give it a little bit of a joint here, and we'll have that to indicate the sleeve. Okay, perfect. And we can actually begin erasing some of these parts here in the line art because they are covered up by the arm as it is pointing towards the viewer. There we go, and we'll clean up the line art later. And before I forget, let me erase the stuff behind the eyes and behind the head. And that should make it look a little bit better, but we will need a lot of cleanup here. To call this line art is to be embarrassed. It essentially was a platform that was Club Penguin alternative as far as I can remember. Oh my goodness. Yes, I think that's why I remember hearing about it, but never having interacted with it, I believe. I had no need for an alternative to Club Penguin, as in the first place, I was not exactly a participant in it. Okay, there we go. Let's do the legs. Let's do the legs. So, we'll do them angularly. So the top of the boot-like thing will be like this. We'll have a cylindrical join. And I think we'll need to add a bit of angularity to that. So let's zoom in here. And we'll do the top of the boot like this. We'll do angles today. There we go. And since this is the top, we don't really need to get the foot shape too right. But we should, of course, be careful. So that's roughly what I want. And we'll do the very same thing for this particular leg and foot. There we go. Go from world to solving, world to world, solving puzzles. Oh, I see. So that's the sort of format that it's in. Well, I guess that is vaguely educational. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's see here. Erica. Erica is space Onisan. The P in Onisan looks like a cursive Russian R. Cursive Russian R has an R sound. Erica is space Onisan. Erica is space Onisan. I will remember this. I will remember this. Okay, there we go. Ah, I did the karaoke for this a little while ago. Okay. This perspective isn't the best, but we'll get back to it. Played the excrement out of Pop Tropica before I was really part of the internet. Still remember when there were just two islands. Oh, interesting. So it was expanded over time, as I suppose many such games would be. Okay, so I think we have the basics of the line art down. Now we need to add detailing. Oh yes, the chest lasers, but that's detailing. So let's get rid of the sketch. Wrong one. Why is it offset? Okay, there we go. All right. Oh, nope, don't do that. Don't do that. And Krita is having another moment. Krita is having another very serious moment. Stop it. Stop it, Krita. All right, let's zoom out here. Krita, are we going to have a talk? Come here. Okay, I see. You're having a moment. Let's take a look at the RAM consumption. You have plenty of RAM. There is no reason for you to be doing this. There's no reason to be behaving in such a negative manner. This is unbecoming conduct of a wingmate. Krita, you are hereby demoted to Lieutenant Junior rank. Did the zoom break? What is going on here? What is going on? I demand an awareness here. Okay. So since this is giving me an incredible amount of trouble, I'm going to save. And I'm going to restart Krita. Time to buy Gimp coin. Ooh, okay, so we've saved. Let's close this and attempt to restart it. There we go, here we go. Awaken, Krita. And today our fragile flesh and steel laid our hands on a vaster wheel. Okay, it is online, and can I zoom? Can I zoom is the question. Yes, I can. Is the mouse wheel broken? Yes, I see what's happening. The sensor was jammed. Okay, perfect. Allow me to get the capture going again here. Alright, let's cycle that in. Come on, come on. Come on. You got this. There we go. We're back. We are very back. Let's get the background again. Alright, so let's see here. Only junior lieutenant. Indeed. We are not quite cruel. Krita has not failed us immensely. There were no lives lost, luckily. Now, if we had lost the art, I do not know what I would have done. There may have been a summary execution. What's going on here? Oh, that's the dither brush. We do not want the dither brush. We want pixel in erase mode. Okay. Let's clear that up. Let's clear that up. Make sure we also get those lines out of the way, and we will actually probably have to clean this up too. Let's see. Yes, we'll definitely have to clean this up. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so the ears, one of them is longer than the others. I don't like that at all. I'm gonna have to fix that. Here we go. Oh, is this Adam Lane Abouden? Oh, have I been using my pressure-sensitive brush as a eraser? That is not at all what I wanted to do. Oh, no, this is Salvinos. Okay, let's see here. So, ear, and it needs to terminate right around here. There we go. It looks a little bit better. And we'll do that. Okay, you know, I'm starting to like this Guardian ZET more and more, and I really should not have gotten too cocky and done the line art here in one fell swoop. I think I will try that again. I think all of these need to be redone. I should just do that in my sketch style because right now is not the time for reps, other than the reps that I'm vaguely okay at. So let's do this. There's no shame in a little bit of a sketchy style, at least not for this. All right, there we go. Nope. Too many sketches. Let's back off that. Okay, nice. And we'll do the rest of the coat. Okay. I cannot wait to color this. I think this will look very good when it is given a bit of pizzazz, a bit of pop. Okay, that looks, I think, a little bit better because it matches the sketch style somewhat. Let's see. Okay, let's get cracking here, Gromit. All right, so the head is actually buried in the cowl, and the cowl needs some thickness. So let's make sure we add that the cowl actually has some width to it. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's clear out some of these lines. There we go. Smoothing up that line. We've got a bit of a rat's nest here, so let's get rid of that. Clear that up. I do not know what's going on here. We'll get rid of it. Clear up those lines. We'll add another fresh layer of lines to that. Okay, clean up the gorget. I keep calling it a gorget. It's really a cowl, because that is what it represents on ZET's design. Okay, here we go. Okie dokie. Getting rid of this line. It's a little bit too much, I think. And this also needs to be somewhat brushed up. Okay, here we are. Fantastic. Okay. You know what, wingmates? Not nice to lie on the human internet, alien. You're plenty cool. Yes, our alien friend is quite cool indeed. Okay, so let me get a watch together going, because I want to hear what you have to say, wingmates, in terms of music. I vaguely do enjoy space themed, but of course. Okay, here's the room coming up. Let's see, let me put it in chatbot. Watch together. It's a different link, I think. So I'll have to edit it. There we go. Confirm, changes made. And I will put in a video just to start off. Let's see here. Army. Okay. 1 second, please, wingmates. Under. Okay, that clearly, the search engine clearly does not work. So I'm gonna turn off. I'm gonna turn off the SciTube briefly, and I'm going to switch. I'm going to switch to what I need here. Let's see here. Okay, perfect, perfect. This will be the first in the playlist. Perfect. Okay, I apologize for that duration, wingmates. Okay, let's go straight to it. Okay, so to anyone who wishes to add anything to the watch together, Isaac is hitting me. Alright, here we go. Watch together. WTG, there we go. So there is the link to the Watch Together room if you wingmates would like to join me in sharing your musical tastes. Please try to be polite with your with your selections, and nothing that violates terms of service, just so we're not associated with that. But I will play the first one, and that will be the Underrail OST for Grey Army. There we go. Where's the volume slider? There we go. All right. I look forward to hearing some of your taste, wingmates. All right, so why don't we continue on with our line art here? Okie dokie. There we are, continuing onward. All right. There we go. All right, let's switch to eraser and get some of this cleaned up right here. Okay. So the cowl actually looks a little bit thicker now. Significantly thicker. Done. All right. I've listened to the Grey Army OST far too many times, wingmates, but I still cannot get enough of it. I wish to play Underrail at some point in the near future. I think while the two role-playing games I would prioritize in engaging with you on a data stream with would be perhaps Fallout 2, or it would be Underrail. One of the two. Do be mindful that Watch Together is very sensitive to pauses. If you pause it for absolutely everyone. So be polite. Alright, let's see here. Cleaning that up a little bit, giving it a little bit of love. The line art cleanup phase is definitely not the most exciting, but I hope that you will bear with me because we will begin coloring sooner than later. Fallout 2 is fantastic, and yes, there are so many people who have done Fallout 2 that I think I would rather just simply gush over how much I enjoy Fallout 2's writing, its music, its style, its gameplay, the quest lines, and the Advanced Power Armor Mark II, and the Bozar. Those are absolutely fantastic. That's a fantastic setup, and I love that you can goof the game hard enough that you can get them at a very early level. It's one of the oddities about playing Fallout 2, and I don't think I've done almost any run without cheating in that sense, and getting the Advanced Power Armor way before I should have reasonably had access to anything like that. Alright, there we go. It does spoil the game to some extent. Fallout 2 speedrun. Ooh, you know, I'm not a speedrunner in any sense of the word. What is the closest game I've come to speedrunning? That's a very tough question, actually. What would that be? What's a game that I can very quickly go through and that I know all of the tricks to? Oh, you know, there's no sense in pretending I am something I am not. I am a courier, but I am not a speedrunner. I enjoy my games, but in my past, I did not have the predilection to go as fast as humanly possible. And one of the great parts about Fallout is that the dialogue is there, and reading it out loud is just such a treat. So I would be remiss not to do it, but I do think that Underrail does demand some more exposure, and it would be a new game to me. All right, there we go. Okay, that is looking a little bit cleaner. Once the color starts coming in, I think this will look even better. And I think because this design is a little bit simpler than we're used to, we will do some shading if we can, if we have enough wherewithal. Let's see here. Okay. What's this being played right now? Unless I am utterly hallucinating. Rammstein, Mein Herz brennet. Ooh, fantastic, fantastic. Some Rammstein is an excellent choice. Okay. Don't be shy about adding your music, wingmates. Anyone is welcome, even if you have not voiced yourself in the chat console. Please feel free to throw a song in. I'd like to know what kind of musical taste everybody has. Let's see here. And additionally, you would be contributing to my endurance as I do this particular bit of art. All right, there we go. There we go. Clean up the hair a little bit. Okay. You know, I actually do enjoy the simple geometric shapes that that Guardian ZET's design has allowed us to do. It's not very. I think it's. So the way you add things to watch together is you can either search it or punch in a URL into the search bar up top, and then the search result will appear below, and that's key, wingmates, below the window of the current playing stream. And there in that search result, there will be a plus button in the box featuring the video. There will be a star and a plus button. You'll want the plus button to add it to the sequence. But if there's some mistakes, of course, it's no big problem. All right. Let's continue onward here. All right, here. So, why don't we clear up the eyes now? Now, do we want to make them a little more ZET-like? So they are angled downward. Angled downward, and they taper off. But I do like a more militant look to this particular neck. So I don't think we want to get too cutesy with it, especially considering it is pointing a laser at the viewer. So what we could do is we could angle this down and expand it here. And maybe that will look relatively militant. Let's see, does that look any good? And also I need to move the eyes around, they're a little bit off kilter. Slanted triangular. Well, let's play around with this. So let's add another layer. Delete that layer, remove layer. Let's go back to the brush. So let's just play around with this for now. Okay, so generally the eye shape is sort of like this. It is wider towards the bottom, but at the same time, okay, so we have that sort of eye shape. Now let's see some alternative variants that we could do that are angular. So we could do angle here, angle here, angle downward, angle downward, angle downward, and a cutoff like that. I think that looks a little bit, it's more in line with the eye shape that ZET has. But at the same time, that's a thinker, okay, so if you angle it down a little bit more, it does have a sadder look. And I don't know if we want sadder here. Maybe we want more aggression. So the same eyes, but in an aggressive tone. So maybe that would be, we keep the slant, we keep this bit here, but we also do it like that. So let's see what that looks like on the other side here. All right, there we go. Okay, that is starting to look absurd right now. We have so many layers. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm going to wipe out the eyes and try starting from scratch again. Let's go back to line art. Okay, we'll clear that out, and we will try our hand at the eyes again. All right, and I don't want to spend too long on this. It is just eyes, after all. We need to circularize the eyebrow a little bit. So the eyebrows will be our anchor points. We'll have to move... Oh, no, we're using the wrong color. Save, check. We have saved. We're going to delete again. There we go. Oh, Krita is once again having... Oh, no, there it goes. Okay, fantastic. Oh, this is sounding very intense already. Okay, so. Rounded, I think, is the idea. Let's not go too angular here, because the eyebrows are rounded. So let's also make the eyes rounded. And we can make them more aggressive by expanding them towards the center, and we still won't lose too much of the shape. And we'll make them wide apart. There we go. Wide apart, and they should be under the brows. So there we go. Wide apart. And slant down. There we go. Fantastic. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so. Okay. I messed up here somewhere along the line. Need to keep... No, too tight, too tight, too tight. There's some pretty good choices on this playlist. I am very glad to be hearing what you want to hear, wingmates. Okay, there we go. So let's zoom out and take a look at what's going on here. That is vaguely expressionless, and I think that's actually okay. And we'll make them blue to represent Zay's eyes. But I think keeping a minimum of features is sort of how this design is playing out. I think that is what we want. Yes. Right, so let's clean up the shoulder, because right now it is an absolute tragedy. So, let's scrape away all of these lines, all of this crust, and actually clean it up. Honestly, expected a lot of troll songs, but we're a good bunch in here, I guess. Yes. I very much am glad that wingmates are actually putting in their heart and souls into these songs. It is very endearing. I'm glad to know you, wingmates. This is why I do this, because I think that everyone here is worth something, and I'd like to see a piece of that, even if it is reflected and distorted through the lenses of both chat and through, through the way that we are currently communicating, and through all of these light years that I am away in a jump node. And of course, me oh my. It's great to know everybody. All right, there we go. We're getting our shoulder actuator here. Is that a call for a 10 hours badger? Badger. Mushroom. Oh. Wingmates, how long have you listened to loop videos for? Say, for example, Badger. What is your record? I know that some people have done this, almost on a dare, or almost as on a personal challenge, to listen to something all the way through for a 10-hour version or something like that. Although I perhaps would not recommend that for sanity's sake. Let's see, we've got our arm. Fantastic. Привет, хорошего стрима. Hello, Сережка 22. Привет. Добро пожаловать в конвой. Надеюсь, у вас все прекрасно сегодня. Мы сейчас рисуем витюбера под названием Guardian ZET. Сейчас я линк пришлю на всякий случай. Subject. There we go. Oh, no, I keep hitting the shift where I shouldn't. There you go. I hope that spreads some information. But yes, so this is Guardian ZET's proto-mech that we have designed. This is Guardian ZET, the VTuber, and we have currently made a mech design for him. And we're cleaning up the line art right now. Oh, is this from Ghost in the Shell? I do. Excellent taste, excellent taste. All right, let's see here. So, let's clean up the rest of the arm. We are getting close to... The feet will be one of the most annoying parts of the line art, I think, to clean up. All right, let's make sure this isn't too thick. This is very sketchy, so we need to clean that up. This is also very sketchy. So let's just leave what we have here. There we go. Okay, clean that up. Stretch this out. Major. Yes, Major Kusanagi is, she is an icon, I would say. I have incredible professional respect for the Major. And, I would have been, if I was to work with section, oh my goodness, is it section 8 or section 9? Is it 9? There were quite a few sections. I just know that it was a section that she worked in. Shows how much of a Ghost in the Shell fan I am. 9, thank you. The movie was my favorite Ghost in the Shell, although I think that that Major Kusanagi is very different from what was in the manga. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. Closing that in. There we go. Fantastic. Okay. So very soon we will have to pay the butcher's bill and figure out exactly how this improved heavy small laser is mounted within the sleeve. But I think we will get it, wingmates. I think we will get it. All right. So we're doing quite well. Not the live action movie, I assume. I definitely enjoyed the Ghost in the Shell from what year was it? The animated one, though. There we go. But I suppose that the newest CG series, Ghost in the Shell 2045, was it? That one has a very interesting characterization of the Major that I think is a little more loose, and in some sense reflects the some of the nature of the manga personality, just a bit. And yes, it is a godlike OST indeed. Floating Museum and the Ghost in the Shell chant are some of my favorites. I absolutely adore those tracks. There we go. In fact, if someone wants to throw one of those on, I'd be most grateful for that. Okay, there we go. So, I think we're looking pretty good here. Now let's add that bit of separator that we needed to add. There it is, the seam in the coat. Ghost in the Shell Complex, standalone, the series. Yes. Oh, Сережка, такой вопрос. Ты из России или просто русский знаешь? Можешь на English ответить? Я знаю русский язык, но, извиняюсь, я в этот момент не могу вам сказать, как я его знаю, к сожалению. Это малость приватно. Окей. Может быть, когда-нибудь я отвечу. Но как пилот космического корабля, которому много надо работы делать в разных местах, хорошо знать много разных языков. И в тому числе я знаю русский говор. Но английский — это мой главный язык в этой ситуации. But yes. Okay, so we're getting our seam down here. I'm not quite sure what the seam represents, but we must add it either way. And it's not the way that Zay has it. It's a little bit more off to the side, but I think we can do that. Okay, so the seam is there. The representation is there, although the angle is different. I'm not a big fan of what I've done with the angle right now, so I'm going to have to redo that. That was the version I saw long ago. Yes, Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex is a fairly, at this point, venerable series in some sense. But, of course, it was quite groundbreaking in its time. Alright, let's see here. We are moving right along, and we will soon be getting to coloring, and I hopefully will be able to finish this in a single night. As I have had issues with the previous mech that I did for Claudia, in that it was such a complicated design that I did have to spend quite a bit of time doing it. Okay, there we go. Our lines are coming along. They're getting thicker. Let's make sure we don't make them too much thicker than that. All right. No, it's getting thicker, which is not a bad thing, many would say, but in our situation, we want to remain roughly parallel. Karasanya, are you enjoying the watch together? I think that the soundtrack is excellent right now. All right, there we go. Ooh, okay, so we've... yes, the seam does expand, so it's okay for us to have the seam line expand. Okay, now we need to add some of the... We need to finish the feet and add details, and then we can do color work. So why don't we clean up the feet and make sure that they don't look completely cacamamie, and we need to add a seam to indicate how they actually bend. And I think I will make this foot a little bit more angled. So what I will do is I will move the location where it begins a little bit higher in the leg, so that we have more of a slope, although it is very hard to tell from the top-down perspective where this particular slope is. Niwa, you're getting some water. We are almost done with the line art, just so you know, so we should be moving on to the coloring, so hopefully this won't be an all-night stream, and I would never expect any wingmate to have to stick around for that long. Okay, so what we need is a hinge. So let's add a bit of a separator here. Let's see here. So a bit of a separation in the foot. This is not my proudest robo foot, and I think one of the issues here is that this is not circular enough. We need to really emphasize that this is a join right here, and that there is in fact a bit of a space between the join too. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. We're keeping it simple for this one. Okay. How's it coming along? Our thick boy. Thick ZET line art nearing completion. So this is what Zay looks like right now. We haven't done the lasers and we're finishing up one of the feet, but otherwise I think he is coming along quite well, all things considered. We may need to add more details later down the line, but for now, I think this is good. Okay, so... I'm glad you think he's cute. I did attempt a little bit of a moe factor to this particular design. Alright, so why don't we fix this foot too? Atrocities are not welcome in our part of the art sphere here, and that was just dismal. Okay, let's see. So, let's draw our foot, or our leg coming in. Siroshka, I just noticed that many Russian-speaking people stream to a foreign audience. I subscribed to one artist and only recently found out that he is Russian. Yes, it's those who are capable of speaking Russian oftentimes keep it in their back pocket for special occasions or for when it is necessary, as for many the primary audience may not exactly be Russian-speaking. And I suppose balancing the two may also be difficult at times. But yes, that is an astute observation. Is this some Nightwish? Is this Cadence of Her Last Breath? Amaranth, my goodness, what was wrong with me? I just used it to tease you. Apologize if I did too hard earlier. Russian, that is. Oh, no, Dippy, you did fine. I am a tougher cookie than you would anticipate. I have had to deal with pirates. I've had to deal with the tax forms of many different nations.
The ones from the Judicate of Steel are incredibly complicated. The cyborgs don't really care that you don't understand their tax law, with all of its obtusities and incredible record keeping. I don't even know why I still do business there. But to any small business owners who wish to operate in the Judicate of Steel, just make sure you keep records of everything, or you will regret it later on. Well, someone was flirting hard, though. Freya was saying some interesting things, but I think that is Freya's nature. Oh my goodness. Okay. This foot is looking a little off, so I'm gonna tighten it up a little bit here. Oh, and Krita once again had a hiccup. Krita, don't make me save this often. What is it, half a gig of RAM? You've done more than this, Krita. You've done 7 gigabytes of RAM for the image data. Don't even pretend you're struggling. No. You will not get any sympathy from me, you vile program. You're not vile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, Krita. Okay, so here we go. We'll do the seam for the foot, for where it bends. It's a little bit off, but something is off in general here. Okay, we'll do that. No. Our symmetry is off. So this one needs to be more angled this way, whereas this one needs to be more flat, because the inside of the foot has a bit of a different angle to it. Perspective is difficult, wingmates. Perspective is always difficult. Okay, that is close enough for government work. I am thinking right now, close enough for government work. Krita! Apologize. The more I look up Mecha the more I think he's wearing a jacket from North Face. Well, I suppose, what was it? Was it by any means necessary. I misspelled that. Necessary. There we go. There is Guardian drip. Perfect. We're done here, wingmates. We're done. Okay. So let's see here. Let's do it on the correct layer. I don't want to merge the two. Oh, whoops. By any, well. Let's try that again. If you want, by any, no. By any north necessary. There we go. We've covered all of our bases. We've covered all of our bases by any north necessary, and here's the logo, the little Wi-Fi symbol that North Supreme has. There we go. We've combined the two logos. Oh, this is excellent. Oh, banger alert indeed. Oh, put it in. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Okay, so this one will definitely need shading. Is that spelling intentional? I don't know anymore, Alaric. I don't know anymore. Ah ha ha ha! You see, the music is damaging everyone. And for anyone who is not understanding what's going on, watch together link. Here we go. Hey, oh, we had a bit of a interdiction by Eisenmaus, and so there's quite a few raiders that have joined our convoy for the time being. Indeed, they have. So, welcome, Mutant Carrot. Welcome to the convoy. So, now we need to figure out the details. So we need to make sure that the lasers are correctly mounted. So, oh, that's too big of a brush. Let's go back here. So, let's do our little flattened laser port. There we go. Okay. That's our laser port, and it's going to expand and come into here. Okay, we'll do a simple port. I think that I am not in the condition to do a more difficult port than this. So let's do that. There we go, to indicate that it is running along the edge there. There we go. That's a nice, simple laser port. Oh, and we lost the line here. So let's make sure we add it back in. And the laser port would be roughly here. So we'll make sure we'll add a line here that vaguely indicates that we have a laser port coming out here. So now we need to figure out what kind of... This is up close, so it should be more detailed than usual. So we'll add the laser here. And we will have to really detail this one right here, wingmates, especially with the color. I think there's no way around that, unfortunately. We're going to have to do this well. The speed of C, Spacer, poor Spacer, will never see his family again due to time dilation. Well, relative to the local real space, or relative to the star system I've been in, I have accelerated to approximately 5% of C before, but generally speaking, I do not reach those relative velocities. As, remember, everything is relative. We'll need a ring around this, I think, because this is much more detailed. But generally, I prefer using jump travel in order to reach, quote-unquote, superluminal average velocities, simply because it is the quickest way to get between systems. The reason couriers still exist is primarily due to the fact that if that jump drives, that the particular wormhole formation system does not operate deep within a gravity well very well. It can, but the accuracy and the stability is significantly reduced. So there is a safety radius around gravitational objects, around which it is not feasible to create wormholes other than through the utilization of incredible amounts of stabilization panels made out of the specific material, and also with the use of incredible amounts of power. So for example, you can make a jump gate close to a sun or on the surface of a planet. But why would you? The energy expenditure required to keep the gate active would be more in the time it takes to drop a craft through a terrestrial jump gate. It's more energy than you would expend simply boosting it off of the planet using some sort of fusion boosters. Why are we Jibun Wo posting? Because we are. I'm not quite sure. Alright, so we have our little detail here, and I think we'll keep the detail relatively simple. This design is very simple for now, other than the North Face jacket. Okay, so why don't we start thinking about coloring, and then we can do any details that we have lost later down the line. Okay, so let's begin with our base layer, and this will be beneath the line art. So let's hide that first, and we will add a layer, and we will call it base color. So this will be the color behind Guardian ZET. All right, here we go. So I'm going to be lazy and simply use the picker to grab that color, and we will start slathering it all over this mech. All right, close your avert your eyes, wingmates. We are about to begin slathering. All right, here we go. What am I running? Am I running Eraser? I am running Eraser. Okay, there we go. Getting a nice green base. That might be a little bit too dark for us, but we'll have to see. We'll see how it plays out with the rest of the mech. Okay, doing a nice sweep. It's okay if we go a little bit over, no big deal. Expediency is, unfortunately, in our minds today. Okay, cleaning that up. Now, we need to think. Is Zay's arm also green? Yes, it is. Everything is green, except for the cowl and the head. So we have a very simple color palette that we may actually play with. Let's see. Okay. Alright, there we go. Doing a bit of Zay. Perfect. Alright, let's sweep down to the arm. Now, depending on the time, I don't know what kind of effects we will add, but we may add a laser blast from somewhere. Or we'll have to add some kind of effect, I think. Simply because this is a bit more of a straightforward design. But at the same time, let's not get too cocky. There is a good chance this will actually take me quite a bit of time, especially if I do shading this time around. And I think we should do shading since it is a simpler design, and simpler designs often bank on that. Alright, since our cowl will be a higher layer, I don't really care if I get it too accurate. We just need to roughly blob it in like this. Alright, there we go. Monocolor mechs always look so nice. Yes, there's a certain simplicity and crispness to monocolor mechs. So let's erase this bit right here. And also, while I am saying that this mech is a little bit simpler, there is nothing wrong with simplicity. I think that many designs can be overwrought, and there is oftentimes no need for that. If anything, we can work on texturing rather than working on line art. Too busy is also a problem at times. So there is a balance to be struck, and it also depends on your personal tastes. And this, of course, Wingmates, is coming from a complete amateur, so please don't take my word as gospel or anything. I am simply someone who is making some observations about what works and what doesn't for this one particular fella. Efficient design as always. Efficient design, I say. Indeed, indeed. Sometimes that's all you want. Now, Zay is not here, so I do not know what color Zay's stockings would be, but I'm going to assume they're going to be a lighter shade of green, the way that the cowl is a lighter shade. So let me fill this in. Okay, excellent. And there we go. Okay, so that's already looking a lot more like Zay with the colors. And we will clean up the line art if it's not acceptable to us towards the end. So allow me to have a sip 1 second, please, Wingmates. Ah, fantastic. Initiating life support hydration functions. Okay, so why don't we add Wingmates, just as an idea. This is just a sketch. But what do you think of a laser shooting at the viewer? So that would mean it travels out like this, I think. That might be, no, that's too much. Yeah, that is far too much to do perspective beam. I mean, I think that would be kind of neat as an alt, but maybe not as a primary piece of art. So maybe we could do an alt in order to make it a bit, well. So the way Battletech lasers are portrayed is very incongruous. They are often shown as beams, but really a lot of them are oftentimes also portrayed as invisible in the novels. And yes, it would simply be a bright flash of light here in the lens system. So, but for, I suppose, for common understanding's sake, maybe we can have an alt where the laser is shooting at the viewer. I think that would be a neat idea, if we have time for it. So let's continue on with the next layer. So we have base color. This is the laser layer. Let's add a layer called cowl, or cowl base. Cowl base, there we go. Okay, so let's zoom in on Zay and grab his wonderful color here. Back to our brush. We're going to use our big filler once again. Big filler. Alright, fantastic. We're gonna need to get a bit of a tighter brush soon, but that's okay. So the cowl only goes so far. Let me mirror this. Okay. The mirror test has shown that there are some problems, but boy, do I not have the opportunity to go back now. Sometimes you just have to commit to a bit of scuff. Okay, let's go a little bit tighter with our brush now. In fact, let's zoom in. Let's zoom in and do this right. So the head will not be this color, but the head will be a layer above it, so we can actually color over it. It's not a big deal. All right, let's see here. For expediency's sake, we'll just color very crudely, because the head will be a layer above, as we have crudely colored here. There we go. And we'll need to do some shading, definitely, where the cowl is inside. So there we go. Let's do a bit of erasing to clean this up. There we go. And this edge needs a bit more color. All right. Now what's going on here? Let's go back to base color. Let's go to picker, and we'll go to brush, and we'll color that in. Perfect. That would have been rather unpleasant to leave behind. Okay. Zay, you are looking very good, my friend. So we'll go back to cowl, we'll pick the correct color, and we'll do the filler operation. Hopefully we got all the... Yes, we did. Got all the lines. So let's mirror back to the original. This might be a weird choice, but maybe you could make the hair the color of the torso to make it look more like a helmet. We could potentially. So, regardless of whatever blank color I fill it in with, we will be able to actually change it very quickly. So for now, let's go with the classic brown, and then we can try the body color, if that is acceptable to you. There we go. So let's try the hair color, and we may actually have to dial it down. All right. And the face will be a steel gray, I think. Yes, I think it'll be a steel gray. So let's do the line art first. The blob, we can just recolor very quickly as time goes on. So we'll do the tips later. So let's see here. That's a very dark brown. Either way, we may have to lighten it. I think too much dark on top might also be not what we want. Excellent. Here we go. Here we go. There we are. All right. Okay. Here we go. All right. Give that a bit of a race. Okay. This little bit of hair. We'll have to clean it up. Getting that basic blocking in. Oh, we slipped out of our lines. I need to do a mech where I do absolutely no line art. I want to do a mech where I do all color shading, because I think that would be an interesting look. For now, I have been crutching with line art to pull off a lot of things, but definitely one thing I would like to do is art where it's all blending and it is all with, I suppose, color appropriate lines, if there are lines to be present. So let's fill in the tips of the hair. Make sure those are done nice and well. There we go. There will have to be a lot of shading to make it apparent that this hair is multifaceted. So let's fill it in, see what happens. Okay, so that definitely is looking like Zay with a bit of a mechanical starfish on his head. Hello, Dreadnought. Welcome to the convoy. It is good to see you here. Selkie, thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. I hope that you get some very good rest. I appreciate your presence. Dreadnought, we are currently making a Guardian ZET protomech, and we finished the design for the protomech. And for any of us who have joined in the recent past, this is what the record sheet looks like for this protomech, although with a small error. And of course, we have taken this design and turned it into something that is actually representative of our VTuber here, Guardian ZET, who is a fantastic variety streamer and entertainer. And the banter that Zay can do is excellent, top notch. Unfortunately, this is a proto UKIS, so we're running with improved heavy small lasers and I forgot the SRM1. No, we need to adjust the line art immediately. But here is the subject. There we go. That is Guardian ZET's socials, if you wish to check him out. No, I've forgotten the SRM2. Oh, this is a problem. Okay. Well, one, I already noticed some issues with the line art, so let's go back and fix the line art. So one, this is not symmetrical. So I need to move this laser here to the correct position. It's actually an SRM1. There is no SRM yet. This is a medium or a improved heavy small laser in one of the sides. And I need to actually replicate this here somewhere that is symmetrical across the chest. So roughly here. So I made a bit of a mistake, so we're gonna have to fix that. I need to get rid of this base color. It's too dark. There we go. Okay, so let's go to erase. Let's erase with our brush and readjust our small laser here. Energy weapon, yes, indeed. Well, protomechs are a very unique design to tabletop BattleTech, and in that sense, they're you can mount whatever you want on them, but they are definitely not Omnis by any means. They are not Omnimechs, simply because of the way that they have to be constructed. All right, let's see here. That perspective is a little bit off. That perspective is off. We need to adjust that. Let's see. So more out to the side, and then we dip in like that. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Protomechs, yeah, they're a little bit strange. Allow me to throw a link into the chat. Protomech. I don't think that any single Protomech BattleTech. I don't think that any single BattleTech game, other than the tabletop simulators, has had the ability to play with Protomechs. How do you describe Omnis and Protos and Tabletech? Or as in tabletop BattleTech? I would say that tabletop Omnis is simply the ability to pick a different variant between scenarios. There's the link to to Protomechs. But that's really all it is. I think Omnis are best used in a campaign setting. Otherwise, they really are just like any other mech, other than the ability to carry battle armor due to their Omni mounts, which is, I think, also kind of a problem. So it's always house ruled in my games that standard mechs can carry battle armor. I see no reason why there couldn't be hand grips welded on. So we will have to put the SRM right here. So what we will do is we will go back to the line art, we'll go back to our dark color, and we will draw a missile port here. There we go, and the missile port will actually jut out quite a bit. So here's our SRM port. And the way they are often drawn is they have a divot on the inside, and then they have a line running across the center, which represents these flaps that protect the missile port. And so then we can begin drawing where it intersects with the cowling. And then it goes around, wraps around the bottom. There we go, and it wraps around. There we go. That's a little bit jank. Let's tighten that up. There we go. That's a little bit tighter. And let's take the eraser. Hello, Ego. Hello, Eghost. Welcome to the convoy. Currently, we are experiencing a bit of an interdiction by the cruiser Eisenmaus, piloted or captained by the venerable and dread warlord Ironmouse. And some of the raiders of her band have stuck around, even after the convoy has moved past the range of engagement of her cruiser and her attendant escort's fleet. So that is what's currently happening. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's complete this SRM1 port right here. And to anyone who knows BattleTech but is not familiar with the SRM1, battle armor and protomechs are allowed to utilize smaller sizes of launcher, up to the standard size. So you can have a LRM 17 if you really wanted to, and there are statistics for it. Although of course you should consider why you're running an SRM 17. Okay, so there is our SRM port, vaguely extracted. Oh, we forgot a little bit of detail here. Hopefully that will be acceptable. So we also will need to recolor that differently. That will be a detail that we will add later. So let's go back to the base color and let's keep doing our art here. So actually I will erase the cowl from there just so that we are a little more consistent. And I will make sure to put the proper color there now. for base color. Let's see, do we have anything running on SciTube? Oh yes, for anyone who's arrived, we have a watch together where you can place music that you enjoy. Oh, this one requires a browser extension. If you don't mind, wingmates, I'm going to skip this one because for whatever reason, this one needs an extension to function. So we're going to move on to Ghost Dance Macabre. All right, there we go. Let's see here. Why don't we wipe that away? There we go. There we go. All right, so now we need to go back to the base layer. We need to pick our brush, and we need to color it in. All right, here we go. Fantastic, okay. That is looking a lot better. But we will need to change the color of that port, just as we will need to change the color of the other weapons. But now this mech is actually more, or this proto-mech is more accurate. So I will now go to the legs base, and the legs will be actually under the coat. So it's under base color, we'll do legs base. There we go. So I think the base color we'll use for the stockings is actually the same color as the cowling. So why don't we do that? So this is this. Do we want the stock? Okay, let's take a look at the model again. So there's actually a pretty tall boot. So maybe we should just do the boot all the way up. Yes, let's do the boot all the way up. So let's pick that boot color and actually slather it in there. Let's see here. Let's do a pick. There we go. And now let's grab our brush once again. And we will do an outline and make sure that this is to our liking. All right, I'm looking forward to seeing this colored and especially with an effect for the laser as an alternate. Okay, getting a nice good color in there. Getting nice and toasty brown. Perfect. Okay. You're heading back to bed, Dippy. I'm glad that you are doing so. Get some good rest. Thank you for being with us. All right, there we go. All right, so let's keep coloring this in. Have a bit of an overlap that we'll clean up later, if we ever will clean that up. All right. We are, of course, not doing this for a commission. We are simply doing it for ourselves and for a Guardian ZET. So we're going to put effort into it. But we also will need to understand that we want to complete this within the night. And I've already taken quite a bit of time to do this, so I won't go too overboard. Oh, we had a missing block in the fill. There it was. So filler, there we go. Oh no, what's going on? Let's take a look at the line art. There it was. There's the culprit. And we go back to the line art. Okay, so ZET is starting to look good, and I think we should do the ears. And the ears might be a different color, but where was it that we were working on the colors for it? Cowl base? Oh, we accidentally mixed it with cowl. Okay, so what we will do, so we'll go to cowl base and we're going to separate this. So what I will first do is actually erase this because I want to keep the ears separate. So let's get rid of that. There we go. Get rid of that bit of ear. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll use the color picker tool to select this brown. And we are going to move or cut selection to new layer. And this layer we will call hair. And we will also add another layer that we will call ears. Let's see here. Let's do that. Ears. Okay. So why not? Why not? Let's make sure that we go back to the ears and do them the same color as the hair, but on the correct layer. And that way we can afford to be a bit sloppy with our coloring. And we will do the face probably a steel color. All right. Right now we're just blocking in colors. Okay. There we go. Perfect, perfect. All right. So that ear should be overlapping. It should be. So we need to go back to line art and erase this little bit here. There we go. There we go. That is much more appropriate. Okay, so we'll go back to the ears. We'll fill this in. Mm-hmm. You are coming together, Zay. You are coming together. What a splendid gamer. All right, let's make sure that we get this color in. Color the back, because this is a separate layer underneath the hair. Layers are fantastic, wingmates. I do not know how I managed to get along in life with only the basic paint program, with everything on a single layer. Any layer really just makes the world go round. I do not know of any big time artists who only use a single layer, but I may be very wrong on that. It's simply not something that is talked about much, in my opinion. I have no data to actually indicate that. Okay, perfect, perfect. Try drawing on paper. Well, within the simulation, I can, of course, draw on paper. I think that would be an interesting challenge, and perhaps I could post the results at some point. But that would be some time away. Of course, when I do get out of the tank, it is very difficult to draw with paper, as any kind of fibrous paper is generally reserved for historical replicas or for, I suppose, for hobbyists. There's simply no need for it. Or MS Paint. No. Oh, I'm so used to Krita now. Right, so let's do a face. So this will be under hair and under ears, but it will be above the cowl. So let's do the face layer. Now, what color do we want? While Zay has a pink, we definitely don't want to go away from the mechanical. He has a lot of dark colors going on, so let's see what a gray will do in this situation. Or a lighter gray. We can replicate Zay's lighter skin tone by simply running a lighter gray or lighter metallic gray. Oh, I'm glad you're liking the color guard. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's see here. Let's be very careful around this edge. Might take MS Paint over GIMP. At least it has might take MS Paint over GIMP. At least so it has that going up for it. Is GIMP too infuriating for you? GIMP does have its idiosyncrasies. My goodness, what happened there? Had a bit of a neural desynchronization with my uplink. But it certainly does have some capability. It is very unoptimized in many respects. That indeed is the least you could say about it. Okay, so let's do a face details. So face details. So because I am lazy, I'm going to use this layer to have two different things. So we will do the eyebrows on face details, and we will do the eyes simultaneously. So let's pick the color, go back to brush, and just bubble in our eyebrows. There we go. We may change the color to be lighter, though. It is awfully dark as far as fills are concerned. And let's take a look at the colors that Zay has in his eyes. Ringo, I'm glad that... Daishima, you're heading to bed. No worries, please, get some rest. Hopefully we will be wrapping up sooner than later ourselves. So, probably this sort of blue. Let's try that. I hope that... thank you for being with the convoy for as long as you could. Not to be rude, there are many alternatives to MS Paint out there. No clue about... Oh, yes, thank you. MS Paint is more of a meme to some extent. You do have to respect the elders, as they say. All right, here we go. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Fantastic. All right. Let's do another brush here. Okie dokie. There we go. We'll need to give this some kind of shading. I think a lot of this design will have to bank on shading for its power. Alright, so this is our basic blocked out Guardian ZET. I don't know what you think, wingmates, but I think there's quite a bit going on here. The meme factor in intentional scuff is its own art form in a weird parody sort of way. Yes, I think MS Paint very much has become that way. Okay, so. Fantastic, fantastic. Ooh, I see the issue here. This will have actuator behind it. So it needs to actually have color. So we'll go back to the base. So not cowl base, but just base color. We'll pick it, and we will, oh, no. And we will brush it in there. That's fine, that's fine. The actuator's just very big. That's fine to me. Gunmetal gray, yeah, you probably want it for the face. Even Windows has 3D Paint that is better than MS Paint. Oh. Thank you for the tip, Daishima. I am using a older simulation of Windows on my hardware, so I do not have access to that one. Alright. So. Why don't we begin the detailing? So, I think what we want is base details for the body. So, base details. And that will be things like the stripe that represents the split in the coat. Base details. There we go. Alright. Here we are. Let's pick the color directly from the coat. Why not? We will need to make sure that we do some of the shading there. So that is a bluish tint. We'll have to keep that in mind if we're going to adjust its color. Alright, here we go. Base details. Okay, I think that's a good tint for it. Let's dial down the size of the brush. Get a little around here in the corner. Okay. This is going to have to be a manual fill. There's almost no point in using the bucket tool, since it's such a tight stripe. Although we may actually end up using it. Alright, there we go. Windows 10 version of MS Paint. It's neat, I guess. Ah, I see. No wonder I have a limited experience with it, as I am not using that particular version of Windows. Windows 7 for life, baby. Who needs updates when you can have the best operating system circa 2010 in the common era of Terran history? Although, yes, by the time of the atomic exchanges, it was certainly no longer in use. I much prefer my Unix-based operating systems, such as Linux. What kernel version are we on now? I think we are on version... is it 17.7? But yes, the development has been ongoing, even thousands of years from when it was initially started. It's a good fundamental base. Okay, let's see here. We are getting close to getting these details out of the way. You can draw polygons with it, and then rotate them. It's really weird, and sometimes perhaps I'll try a serious attempt at using this. I see, so they added basic vector functionality to it. Of course, different editors are better for different things, but vector is definitely something you need at least a little bit in almost any sort of editor. I wish Krita had more advanced vector editing functionality, but alas, it does not. 17 Plus had a big leap for every other kernel onward. Yes, indeed it did. It was a great change from 16. All right, let's see here. I think the best additions they made in 17 were provisions for, I suppose, native level or native to the operating system jump net support. Before, there were all sorts of adapter modules that had to be written for the kernel, but only now, after at this point a millennium of the use of the jump net, Only now has Linux caught up and had its own internal support for work across JumpNet nodes, especially with that sort of distributed computing. A bit of a fundamental leap in places that causes compatibilities with the stuff before 17. Indeed. That JumpNet adaptation absolutely destroyed compatibility. There's a very strict subset of certain softwares that are only compatible with kernel 16 and below. All right, let's see here. So we have added our stripe. Now we need to make sure that our lasers and missile launchers have a slightly different tone. So I think for the missile launcher, we will use a lighter gunmetal, and we'll still do it on the base details layer. So this is simply for the port out of which the missile would pop out. But yes, running tandem charge SRMs is going to help this this little beast be incredibly powerful. Let's see. Some of those incompatibilities are sometimes sadly related to certain gaming peripherals. Well, see, I have not run into that particular issue, but I would imagine there have been issues with the prior versions of Unix, and I'm talking 3, 4, something in the 21st century. That certainly had many issues to contend with. Okay, so why don't we add a base color to the laser? Actually, no. We'll do the emitter just wholesale. Okay, so this is where we are. Okay, so we'll need to do the laser emitters now. So we will have to do it above base and above cowl, doesn't matter. Above base details. So we'll do laser ports. Laser ports. There we go. So I think we will do yellow lasers because yellow has a nice synergy with this. Although we could do green. We could do green ports. But in MechWarrior 4, the heavy lasers had a green or had a yellow base. So that is the most, I associate them with that the most. Any wingmates who have played Battletech or MechWarrior, what is your color of association with heavy lasers, if you have used heavy lasers before? I do think yellow is my go-to. There we go. And this is an entire laser port right here. So we need to make sure we give it a good coloring. And then we will begin adding the various details. Are laser colors mostly achromatic? Indeed, they are, Dreadnought, but in Battletech, they are oftentimes color-coded. Color-coded in order to... how shall I put it? To give players an understanding of what sort of weapon they're facing on the field. But yes, lasers are generally colorless unless there are particles in the way making the light scatter. It is coherent light, after all. And if you can see the color, it means that you're being fired upon by the laser. Although you might not see an infrared laser firing till it's far too late. Oh, hello, Afarms. We had a interdiction by the Dread Corsair Iron Mouse, and some of the raiders have remained behind, and they are currently with our convoy. So those are some affecting factors there. Oh, MechWarrior 3 and MechWarrior Online. MechWarrior 3 did not have heavy lasers, unfortunately, so I would use green for mediums and red for heavies, or red for larges, I think, is what I would use. Okay, so here we have it. Now I think it is time we did some shading. I think this mech will live and die by the shading that we apply to it. Yes indeed. So, how will we do the lighting? Do we want the lighting to be aggressively from the side, or do we want it to be from the front? I'm curious. Wingmates, do you have any ideas of where the lighting should be coming from? So let me add another layer. So, one idea is that we have light coming from this direction. So that way we'll have shadow here. We'll have shadow on this side. And that will give a very distinct contrast to it. So this is where we will have shadow. And then we can have highlights on the other side. From the side might be neat. It might indeed. Skirt lighting. Oh yeah, some lighting glowing down here. I think from the top might have an interesting effect, but it won't make the mech contrast nearly as much, I think. Since if it goes from the top, we'll have shading. We'll have shading essentially only here. We'll have a bit here where the overlaps are. We'll have some coming down here, some coming down here. And we'll probably have the shadow from the hair just kind of splattering across the face, in addition to some shading down here. So I think from the side might be the way we go. A direct side lighting. This will be an evening picture. So I think that is good. I think that is good. All right, so let's begin the lighting. Skirt lighting isn't intense as it seems to be with the plate layers. Yes, it's it would be glowing from here, but not doing much else. Okay, so why don't we start with the base and give us a highlight? Normally I would do a shadow color, but I think here we will do both shadow and highlight color. So I will call this base highlight. Base highlight. And I will also have another layer. Shift insert. That I will call base shadows. And I will put all of these in a group called base. It's based on what? I don't know. Let's see. So this will be base. There we go. Grouping is your friend. Oh, this is Guardian ZET farmed. Here's the subject. Allow me to show you what they look like. A veteran variety streamer on Twitch. There we go. Please check out their channel if you would like. Alright, so why don't we have some beans? Be good, Nuggets, be good. Okay, so why don't we start doing the base highlight? So let's pick our color, and we'll go lighter. The picker, oh no, there we go, base color. So we've picked it, it's a dark. So let's go a bit in the lighter direction. And we will start our brushing, and I think we will blend it this time, wingmates. I think we will do some blending. So all of the light is coming from this side. So why don't we make this side a little bit brighter? And it will peter off towards the middle, and we'll use blending to make that happen. I think that should be okay. Let's see here. So we're doing that. Alrighty. And we will have it go up till about the midpoint. This is very simple side lighting that we're doing. Oh goodness, here we go. Alright. I apologize to anyone who joined at the beginning. Sometimes these artistic endeavors are marathons to a certain extent, especially depending on the kind of details that you're doing. So thank you for being around for as long as you have. And I understand that if you need to go to bed, please do. I have absolutely no issue with that. Alright, so here we have a bit of a step, which means that this one is more out. So we will step, and then we do that, and then we will step again, and we will keep going up. Sort of along this midline. Alright, and we do another step. Okay, so now we're going to the launcher here. So this one will be definitely lit from the side. Very much lit from the side. This will have a shadow. And so here's the lighting. Let's switch to a pressure brush. We need to actually have in the correct mode. And this will have lighting on the inside too, since it is facing the correct direction. We're going to assume the lighting is slightly in the front of the mech, so that way it actually gets in these crevices. And there we go. We might need to change the color to be a little less bright. I think this is too gaudy of a color, but it's good enough for what we're doing right now. Okay. Yes, it's too gaudy. I think we need to dial it down. That much is for sure. Oh, okay. So this is actually the top, so it may not have much lighting at all. Yes, we're assuming the lighting is directly sideways. And in that case, we would not have lighting there. And here we would have lighting. There we go. It's because it's hitting that particular part of the actuator. There we go. So let's make sure we finish this off before we do anything else silly. And this section here would have a bit of lighting just visible. And this may... no, this one's blocked. This one's in shadow. So we will actually need a shadow effect where the body itself is blocking the light. Oh, let's see here. Where is our hole in the line art? Let's just go over this again. Oh, it must be here. Yes. There we go. Yeah, that's a little much, and I do think we're going to need lighting up here. So we will actually go with a darker tint once we are done with this. Let's see. So the light is coming down and from the side. That is how we're going to rationalize this. All right. There we go. So if it's down and from the side, this part of the arm will most definitely be highlighted. All right, let's give that a good highlighting. And the top of the arm, for the most part, will be lit. And it will actually be lit all the way to the bottom. So this is why we definitely need to change to a less aggressive color than this. So let's fill that in. Excellent. Fantastic, fantastic. This is starting to take shape, wingmates. This is starting to take shape, I think. So now we need to make sure that the lighting on the big gun here, so from the top and the side, so this is a bit more. So the top is actually lit. The hair here will do some lighting. So like this. Okay, so not all this way, not all this way. I apologize, wingmates. So maybe something like that. There we go. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay. Perfect. So the shadow might actually start blocking here. So I'm going to assume there's a shadow that runs all the way across this part of the body, and this part of the arm sticks out enough that it's actually projecting through the shadow. So let's make sure we get that shading in correctly. We'll have to deal with some of the shading in the future a little bit better. You know, now that I see it, the color of this shading is not too bad. And now let me make sure that this is a little more on top here. There we go. Okay, so let's do our base shadows, our darker color, where it's truly dark. So we pick and we go back to the brush, and we actually, let's see if the picker worked. Okay, the picker worked. Let's go even darker than where we are right now, if that's even possible at this point. And we will do our shadow highlights where additional darkness would occur due to the various intersections. All right, let's see here. Let's try a darker color. I see. So it's so dark that we may not actually be able to get a good dark color unless we use black. What's going on here? Why is the brush not working? Oh, I see. The layers are wrong. The layers are wrong. Okay, there we go. So let's pick this again and go a little bit darker. Okay, you know what? That's a respectable dark shade, I think. There we go. That's a respectable dark shade. Not bad, not bad. And we will add a bit of shadow here. Actually, all these layers are all over the place. So then we have a secondary shadow that is taking effect here. Due to the way that the laser emitter is projecting itself onto the hull. BRB. Oh, I'm glad you're getting a good break. Love this. Oh, hello, Kayla. Welcome to the convoy. I hope that you are. I hope that you're enjoying this. Yes. We are currently doing some shading for a Guardian ZET battle mech, or a protomech, more accurately. I'm going to do a little bit of dark shading here. Taskami. Taskami, is this the final lines? We are actually doing the coloring now, or more accurately, the shading. So this is sort of the terminal part of the process. But certainly there is a lot to be done still. And where else will we have some shading? We will have shading where there is actually an even more significant blockage of light, where there's not even a reflection. And that would be behind the cowl. So the cowl and about here onwards, there's going to be a significant amount of shadow that falls over the body of this particular protomech. So I'm going to give this our shadow color. And it probably won't be all the way back here, but that's okay. And we're just gonna simplify it and have this be dark, and have this be also dark, but have this patch here be a little bit lighter to represent that it's sticking out. And we'll have that be darker because it's in the darkness. Okay, there we go. What else is there to do after this process? Well, not too much other than, I suppose, wrap it up, because we do have a record sheet created for this particular mech for Battletech. But after that, we will probably have to, how shall I put it? We will have to maybe do some details for the lasers. But after that, we're done. I would, as much as I love drawing, it is something that I find to be, of course, tiring. So I only have a limited amount of endurance. Tsukami. I'm so sorry, I keep mispronouncing your name. Taskami. Battletech is a tabletop game set in a very interesting sci-fi universe. And yes, robot fighting. Hello, the e-ghost. Robots fighting is exactly what it is. So let me show you a link here. So Megamek is a fan program that is basically the way the tabletop is meant to be played on a board with dice and paper. But the Battletech primer that is linked second is actually a pretty good introduction to the Battletech universe and game. And let me also link you with Sarna, the Battletech wiki. All right, let's see here. Where is the Battletech wiki? Sarna. But you can find out a lot about the fiction of the universe. But in essence, it is a far future setting where battle mechs, or bipedal war machines, are the primary means of combat. And that is that has many implications, most of which are dramatic in the way that warfare is fought. And the tabletop game is almost akin to playing a role-playing game, but with mechs, because it is so very detailed. Every little thing has its own place and time in the setting. Let's see here. Can we get a good fill? Yes, we did get a good fill. These colors are awfully different. I always confuse with Robotech, since the only real exposure to mecha I've ever had was one episode of Gundam and some Xbox game called Chromehounds. Oh, I've heard of Chromehounds. Yes, sometimes it is easy to confuse the franchises, as there's a couple of long-running mech franchises, although I think Armored Core manages to differentiate itself quite a bit. Would you say it's a bit like Warhammer, if only taking place in the Imperium space without as much warp? Dreadnought, I would say it is not like Warhammer because it plays very differently. It is much more about the detail in the mech than it is about the detail in like list building and the like. It is much more, I suppose, scenario heavy than anything. But it is definitely, I will say this, Taskami, it is definitely a very slow game for so-called grognards, but many do find it interesting. I will say that the MechWarrior games, along with the Battletech video game, are oftentimes a good starting place because they are much more friendly to new players or to new entrants to the Battletech franchise, and they essentially give you a good introduction of what the idea of mech combat is without burying you in the dice mechanics. I have very little familiarity with Chromehounds, but I will take your word for it that it has a lot of builds. I've only seen vague images of Cronehounds. Okay, so we've done the base shadows. So now we need to actually do the cowl. So the cowl, I think we can use its base color as highlight, but let's add layers anyways. So we'll call this layer cowl shadows, and we will actually make a group called cowl, just in case. So here we go, cowl. Perfect. Oh, hello, little S. Welcome to the convoy. It is a ZET mech, indeed. Or a Z mech, indeed. Battletech on PC is good, from my understanding. Alright. But yes, this is our little friend, turned into a proto-mech. And we are doing shadows because some of the details are a little bit easier on this particular design. So, we are going with a little bit more pizzazz in the sense of lighting. That is the wrong layer. There we go. Cowl shadow. There we go. I really should be using grayscale opacity and such for shading layers, but I much prefer to simply use a darker shade of a color. That is the way I have done it for quite some time now. Let's see. Oh, what is the difference between battle armor and elementals? And are protos and battle armor sized a battle armor sized thing? Or how would you TLDR it? So, Dredgenaught. So, battle armor ranges anywhere from, I believe, 100 kilograms up to 2 tons, so 2,000 kilograms, whereas protomechs are between 2 tons and 15 tons, filling in the gaps of the weight differences between battle armor and mechs. So, battle armor elementals are a type of battle armor, but elementals are incredibly famous because that is what the clans invaded with, and they were some of the people's earliest and most iconic introduction to battle armor. But as of now, Battletech actually has an incredible variety of battle armor available. So elemental is the classic, and it is also one of the best in the sense that it is a very good balance. But at the same time, it's not the only choice that you have. Oh, let me get some shade in here. There we go. Actually, that should be even darker. Let's see. From hearing, protomechs are about Titanfall 2 sized. I suppose yes. So, I don't have a good image right now, but their protomech pilots fit in the chest. So if you could imagine the chest of this mech is where the pilot would be sitting, as opposed to the cockpit housing the pilot. It's a very different paradigm. Yes, they're definitely around 4 to 6 meters tall, and some of the 2-tonners might be even smaller, but 2-ton protomechs are useless. I do not recommend running them. They are a pain, and they have very poor armament. They are worse than battle armor. And battle armor is about tactical dreadnought armor sized from Warhammer. Yes, it is about Terminator armor sized. If not bigger and if not smaller. It varies quite a bit. Okay, so we have had we have our shading, and I don't think it's actually dark enough. So let's go a shade darker here, and we will fill that in. Let's hope it works. Yes, it did. It worked. And this needs to be a lot darker here. Let's see if that works. Perfect, perfect. So that is more in line. Actually, that's way too dark. Let's go with a darker green in there. Okay, so we now have the lighting for this side. Now we need to do the lighting for the face, and then we need to do the details for the laser here. And I think I know where it needs to be shining. Yes. Dreadnought would be more like protomech. So tactical dreadnought armor, or also known as Terminator armor in the Warhammer 40k universe, would be more like battle armor, and dreadnoughts, dreadnoughts and perhaps dreadknights might be more akin to protomechs. So proto is mostly a less good mini light mech. It can be good in certain situations, but it has gotten very little love in the Battletech universe. And Tascami, I am using the simulation of the hardware within my my little VR world of a 610 Pro version 2 Huion tablet. And Huion is spelled Huion. I wanted to simulate something cheap that a beginning streamer of the 21st century Terran phenomenon of streaming would have had, and so this is what I am running. Okay, so we need to now do the hair. The hair might be a little bit too dark, so what we will do is we will actually lighten up the hair, but we will also add shadows. So let's see here. Where is face? Face details, ears, hair. So let's add another layer called hair highlight. Let's see here. Hair highlight. And we will make this entire group called hair. Hair. There we go. Fantastic. 1 second, wingmates. I require a bit of hydration, please. Oh, it would be not socials, perhaps. Let me. Oh goodness, what did I hit? Oh, I hit the wrong button. Which command was it? 1 second, please, wingmates. Streamlabs, whisper to me, please. I have not had an opportunity to complete my own bot, which is a bit of a problem. Oh. Why is this not behaving? Oh, good. It's Wesley. I'm glad that you also enjoy the benefits of the power of Huion tablets. Even though I'm sure there's plenty of other good ones. Oh my god, why did I do that? You type what you think. Alright, give me the help, Streamlabs. It won't give me the help. Why? That's a very powerful question, Karis Anya. Why what? There's a lot of different answers that I could provide for that. Oh, thank you. So yeah, my socials are Twitter. So here's the Twitter. I really should put them all in one place. But yes, the Twitter is probably the most important one other than Twitch. Sorry, I already switched, asked this, but I switched from phone to computer. Do you have an Instagram too, or just Twitter? I just have a Twitter, Taskami. I apologize. I do not have a Instagram at the present time. And yes, Attenborough, it's the Grey Knight's baby carrier, the Dread Knight. Thank you, Ash Dweller. I greatly appreciate that. There we go. We on a good for the price, especially if you're like me and only really use it for doodling, and also like a wee babby I am. Well, just Twitter and only spacers. Daishima, oh, you cad. How much you upload to YouTube? I mostly put up my VODs, but I do have an intention of putting up my... I do have an intention of putting up videos about certain topics. I also intend to have a long-form blog that isn't Twitter, where I will be able to explain to wingmates what life is like in the Far Suns Coalition. I think one of the things that I'm having trouble with is that the basis of understanding between us is somewhat limited. I'm not quite sure what is going on with this particular JumpNet node. Everyone here seems to be behaving as if history is somewhat stunted. And many wingmates have present that it is the 21st century. And as far as I am aware, Terra is a devastated husk of a planet after the implosion wars. And I cannot fathom any life surviving. In fact, there is very little data coming out of the planets closest to the early Terran core. So I do not know how I am getting this particular feed across, but I've learned to not ask questions. Not at all. I simply do what I enjoy. But I wish to explain some of the cultural differences so that perhaps those here may actually begin to recognize something around themselves and see that maybe there is a greater world around them, because no one is aware about the Far Suns Coalition or any of the other major empires in the sphere of human colonization. So it's very strange to me. So in Battletech, it's mostly called Battletech. I have not heard it called Tabletech, but I suppose if you're referring between a video game or not, saying Tabletech might work. But Battletech is usually what we do call it. What is the biggest thing that has been in the story canon been made or done, not perhaps in mass production, that would compare to an Imperial Titan? Nothing of the size of an Imperial Titan in terms of walkers, although dropships. are by far some of the biggest land capable units because they can land on land from orbit. But let me give you the Orca. Orca, I think, is the largest canonical battle mech ever constructed as an experiment. So here it goes. It's a 200-tonner, and it's very, very slow. Oh, you already got it, Attenborough. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The warp works in mysterious ways. It connects us all. Some have put forth the theory that there is a temporal issue with the last jump node in my chain, but to this day, science has not understood if there is any temporal effect. Only displacement. Praise the Omnissiah. Battletech warships are definitely very large, with the Leviathan 3 massing at, I believe, 2.5 million tons of displacement by raw weight. Although Imperial battleships likely outmass it significantly. Alright, so let's move back on to the hair highlights. So first we'll go to the hair. We're going to pick it, and we're actually going to go for a lighter shade to begin with, because I think this is far too dark. So we're going to use the fill tool. There we go. I like that a little bit better. And now we're actually going to use a highlight color on the hair that's even lighter. So let's make sure we do that. And it's mostly this bit right here that will be lit by the light. And the rest of it will be dark. But we still should, of course, make sure this is properly indicated. There we go. We'll do our fill. And we'll use the same color that we've done. Oh yes, Attenborough, jinx. If you follow that particular tradition. I'm just kidding. There's no need for that. Okay, here we go. Ooh, Du Hast. Thank you for whoever put Du Hast on. I definitely need the energy in this last stretch of completing this mech design. It's certainly been a bit of another bit of endurance, but that's how these streams often go. This has to be my favorite Battletech design you've done so far. Really coming out great. Perhaps the experience from the others is helping as well. Yes, indeed. I do think that having done quite a few of them before now, and also the pose is very dynamic relative to what I've been doing, and we are doing a lot of shading. Most of the other ones have been flat shaded because I have been out of time. So in this situation, we do have that going for us. So this one is sideways, so we're going to do a bit here on the edge, and then we'll do a fade. There we go, and we'll do a fade with melding. Oh, what was that? There we go, that didn't fill in correctly. Right, you have to tie it down. There we go. Perfect, bit of light there. Excellent, and maybe there's even a hint of highlight here as the tip sticks out. Just a bit. There we go. Basically, the light is coming from the side, and it's going under this hair and hitting the other hair behind it. But I'm glad you're liking this particular design. It is also one I'm enjoying very greatly. But we are definitely going to be doing shadows for quite a bit of time. So let's take a look at the ears, and let's add a ear highlight layer. Ear highlight. Ear highlight. There we go. And we will put that into the ears group. We're going to be using a lot of groups right now. Ears. Okay, perfect. There we go. Ah, who is this? This is some interesting rap. This Watch Together is fantastic. Oh, it's Demon Dice! Oh my goodness, how could I not recognize the voice? Oh my goodness. And Wingmates, if you have any further songs to suggest, we are getting close to the end of that particular Watch Together, so feel free to add more. Let's see here. Oh, all of the deadbeats will now be after me. Spacer didn't recognize the voice. All right, let's see here. Okay. Most deadbeats are fans of Demon Dice. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so. It's only an observation. Okay, let's see here. the watch together is being moved along. Let's see here. Oh, has it been restarted? Oh, no worries, no worries. Okay, let's see here. Why don't we move on? Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, it happens, it happens. A replay is nice. Demon Dice is excellent. Okay, so, ear highlight. Who needs clowns when you can get down with dice instead? I see, I see. All right. Let's see here. So, do I want to change the color of the ears to match the hair? I think I will. What happened here? What happened with the hair highlights? Something really strange happened with the... Did I have the wrong opacity for the... Oh, my fill is at the wrong opacity. That's what's going on. I had fill set at opacity. Oh well, that happens sometimes. So let's go with the ears. Put this one on to chill out near the end a bit. Oh, fantastic. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's do the ears a lighter color. Ooh, that might be too light for the ears, so let's go a bit darker. Okay, that I like. So let's do ear highlight by picking this color and making a little bit lighter. Fill? I don't think I have context for fill. All right, let's see here. Okay, so let's make sure that this ear is light because it is being lit up by the light coming from this side of the mech. Okay. Oh, fill, yes, the fill tool. As in filling it in with a single solid color. Although we will be doing some alpha blending shortly, once we get around to it. The fill tool. Oh no, oh no. Where do we miss our... There, that's where we missed it. So let's make sure we use our fill tool. There we go. So one ear is lighter than the other, which is exactly what we expected. So, doing some Dr. Phil. Very cheeky, very cheeky. Oh my goodness. Okay, so now we will need to do the face. So we have face details, face. Let's put them all in a group called face. Oh, no, not that. And we'll do a face group. There we go. And we will add another layer. Shift insert. Keyboard shortcuts do help. Okay, let's add a layer, and we'll call this face shadow. So instead of doing highlights, I will do shadows. Well, actually, I will do both probably, actually. So let's pick color. So that's our face. Let's make it darker where it would be not lit. That's a bit too dark for me. Maybe that. There we go. So luckily, because of layering, we can afford to be a bit sloppy with some of our filling here. There we go, and we will do just a bit of softening in order to make sure that this edge is not terrible, using the blur tool when we get around to it. Okay, so I don't think I'll be able to do the laser effects, other than the laser domes themselves, simply because I am starting to run out of steam, and my thinking is becoming incongruous, as many of you may have noticed. So I think we will do our best to do the shading, and then we will call it good, I think. Oh, the eyes. Where are the eyes? Face details. I see the problem. There we go. Face details need to remain on top. Ooh, more Rammstein. So we need to show that these eyebrows have a bit of volume to them, and so that these windows also have a bit of volume to them. So we need to put some shading here too. Excellent, excellent. So, face details. What's in face details? And Krita is updating. Let's see. Okay, so face details is all of this. So let's make sure that we save our canvas, and we add another layer to the face details. Okay, let's see here. Oh, what is wrong with me? There we go. Add another layer, and we'll call this details lighting. Okay, so let's add some lighting to the details. So we'll pick this, and we will add some light blue to where the cockpit is being penetrated by the light. There we go. Or these sensors, because they're, and right here, we have a, no, that's too far. Right here, we need to indicate that the cockpit is actually glinting off the light. So this glass actually protrudes from the face enough to glint. And we will also want a darker tone somewhere here. Oh, no, that's not a good dark tone. Let's pick a proper dark tone. Yes, a bit of a grayer color. And we'll do this to indicate that the cockpit has some depth, or that these sensors have a bit of depth to them on the inside. And this one should honestly be that particular color mostly. So maybe what we'll do is this, and then we'll have, yes, so the light is going into the sensor, but it is also not, there we go, yes, I think I like that, So no one sits in the head, yes, they sit in the torso, because this is a proto-mech specifically. Alright, and then we'll need to do a bit of a fill here. Go, do a fill. There we are. Yes, we will be doing a bit of blur here. Okay, now we need to do a bit of highlighting for these little nubs here, which indicate the eyebrows. So let's go for a darker brown, or lighter brown. And go to our pressure-sensitive brush. And, oh, no, that's the dithering brush. We do not want to dither here, although dithering is nice for texture. And we just want to add the indication that there is actually light hitting the side of these nubs, and maybe even just a bit here at the top of this nub, to give credence that there is light coming through. Okay, if they are just sensors, the light would really go through one to the other. I'm guessing that there is some kind of thing behind this. There's some kind of solid state plate behind this, but that also is one way to think about it. Oh, one thing we have forgotten is for face shadow, we need to do a shadow here because the hair is actually projecting a shadow onto the face. So let's do this. I think that is roughly as it should be. And I think it really helps with our perception of this particular mech. Okay, there we go. All right. And the ear doesn't have a shadow, but we do have some shadow here, where the cowl intercepts the face. Whew. Okay. I think I may be confused by the definition of cockpit, if not the area where the pilot is seated. Well, the pilot is seated in the torso. So the head is just a sensors block, whereas the torso actually contains where the pilot is. So if you look at a proto-mech, unlike a typical mech, the torso is where the pilot is. Typically, in the bigger battle mechs, the pilot sits in the head. So it's a little bit different in this situation. But that is very unique to protos specifically, Vox Fox. And welcome to the convoy. I don't think I've seen your commentary before. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the head is basically just sensors. Okay, I don't like this, what I have happened with the base lighting here. I think it's a little too aggressive. So let me erase some of this. Let's get rid of some of the highlight. There we go. That looks a little bit better. Okay, perfect. That I can tolerate. Okay, so our head has come along quite nicely. We'll need to do some blur effects. So now let's do the boots, and then we can do the laser ports. And I think with that we will have essentially wrapped up Guardian ZET's particular mech. Yeah, but the head is basically sensors. I'm glad you're enjoying how it's looking. This is one of the ones that I've actually had time to shade. And I will, of course, try to wrap it up with proper shading. So let's do the legs. So we have legs base, we need legs highlight. Let's see, legs highlight. And we will make that into a group called legs. There we go, legs. Perfect. So, let's pick this color and make sure we can do the light where it is appropriate. Let's see here. A bit more in the orange shade. There we go. So we have some very vibrant light here. Oh, I have the wrong layer selected. I have the meta layer selected. Okay, there we go. And approximately to here is where the highlights will be. I don't like that as much. Maybe this. Let's see here. How does that work? Okay, that's too light. Let's try this. Let's do the fill tool again. Okay, I think that is much more subdued. I like that. And I think we will actually subdue the highlight also. The highlight for the body. It's a little too bright. Let's do that before we forget. So base highlight. We'll pick this color. We actually needed to brush up a bit here. And let's slide a little towards the darker tint. And we will fill. Okay, I think that it looks a little bit better when it's not quite as vibrant. Yes, I like that a lot more. I like that a lot more. So let's go back to the leg, to the leg highlight. We'll pick that. We'll go with the brush. There we go. So this part should have highlighting because it's part of the foot that is facing the light. Oh, fantastic! Some Vocaloid. Let's see which particular bit this is. What video is this? Oh, it has no title. That's a little bit cursed. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. So let's do the other leg the same way. Although, because it is under the skirt, it may not have nearly as much highlighting, but we'll try it out anyway. So let's see what we can do here. All right, there we go. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, you know what? I think that will look fine. I think that will look fine if we have a bit of highlighting like this. Okay, there we are. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, we have left the foot. Okay, going to clean that up a little bit. All right, fantastic. So we have a highlight on the side of the foot. And we need to also have an indicator here that there is some angularity to that, and some angularity to that. There we go. Unnamed Vocaloid group. Good music, but bad. I never remember what the acronym SEO stands for. Something engagement something. Forgive me, I am not well versed in that. Okay, so if one of the we'll do this. We'll do this as a compromise to indicate that there is only a certain amount of lighting coming through, just the way that we have this side also lit. It may not be fully accurate, but I think it looks just fine. It'll handle itself. There we go. There we go. Get that good bit of highlighting. Okay. So we may actually want some dark tint to the shoes. So we will do legs, shadow, because there is a starkly darker part of it. Legs, shadow. Let's see. Killzone, Shadowfall. Do you have what it takes to be a Shadow Marshal coming to PlayStation 4 this spring? I've actually never played Killzone Shadowfall. The most experience I have with Killzone is Killzone Liberation. I don't know if any of you wingmates have had experience with that particular game, but found it quite enjoyable, despite the challenge it presents at times. Let's see, let's make it a little less dark. There we go. I think that's a little bit darker. Okay, I like that. I like that. There we go. Yes, the top-down PlayStation Portable exclusive Killzone Liberation. That one is an interesting system. All right, there we go. I do like the aesthetics of the Helghast and of the ISA. I think the fact that industrial designers were the ones doing the concept artwork for the game led to a very, very interesting look. And this is not just a Helghast eyes glow cool. This is, all of the architecture is designed with a very, I suppose, realistic bent to it. The dropships look like they would function if the principles behind them were to be valid. And I will say this, the ISA Cruiser is one of my favorite warships in kind of your usual sci-fi. It is one of the only stacked deck ships I have seen present in any sort of franchise, which is absolutely amazing to me. I adore the ISA cruiser for that. And I may draw a ship Musume for the ISA cruiser one day. Of course, if I have the wherewithal to do so. Okay, so let's add the laser details. We have to do those now. Okay, so how will we do this? Where were the where were the laser details? That's an important part. Laser ports. And will the layer update? And the layer will update. We're going to save now. There we go. So, how do we do the lasers? Let's make a laser layer. Group 9, we'll call that lasers. So laser ports, we'll make a new layer called... Oh, why won't that work? Make a new layer called laser emitter. And this will basically just be a base color that we will add here. So what we'll do is we'll go more in the gray direction, and we will add an indicator that somewhere in here there is a emitter buried. And the lens is doing nothing but changing the focus of the emitter. So this is sort of the inner optics that we get to see from the emitter mirror. Okay, there we go. We'll fill that in. There we go. I agree with you, but the ISA's troops on the roof of the landing craft, in my opinion, an atrocious design. Yes, Vox Fox. I cannot handle that myself. It is very difficult to accept that without seatbelts and without anything, the ISA would allow its infantry to ride in such a manner. And there was a perfectly serviceable ISA dropship from Killzone Liberation. Oh yes, it has the walker too, yes. That is a very powerful looking mech. It is indeed cinematic. It does allow you to have an excellent camera angle as you swoop around. Right, so let's now add the laser highlights. So this laser right here is partially in light. So we'll need to pick a whiter color, and we will need to make an indicator that right here the light is reflecting. There we go. And I'm doing the very classic jewel manner of making these laser windows. There are better ways of doing reflections, but right now I simply do not have the wherewithal to do anything else right now and look up a reference of how to do jewel reflections better. All right, so we'll do that. Oh my goodness. All right, we'll need to cut out a little bit of the middle here. Okay. And we will also do them here to give a bit of volume. Well, we'll use our pressure-sensitive brush here because this is very small. There we go. Okay, so there is the highlight from the light source that is illuminating the mech. Okay. And here we will also have a little bit of highlight, not nearly as much as the other ones though, because there is less light on this particular laser emitter. So now in the same layer, because we are lazy, why don't we drop down to a bit of a darker color, or maybe a little bit darker to indicate that the lens has run out of light emission. The light emissions terminate here somewhere, and you can see the edge, the internal reflections, and the edge of the focusing lens itself. This is totally not how it would really look, but we're doing our best here. Okay, I think that is decent, and we will do another one here. All right, there we go. And we'll do a bit here, just for the sake of it. Okay, so where was the base details? Where did that come in? Let's see what this layer was. What was the compositing? I see the base details. So we actually need a little bit of shadow here. So we're gonna pick this color. We're gonna make another layer called base details. Base details. Base details shadow. And really, all we're going to do is we're going to demonstrate that this bit here is has a bit of shading. And let me get a proper brush for this operation. I don't like that. I don't like that gray. It's not the right kind of gray I'm looking for. Just want a darker gray. So let's pick this. Yeah. Okay. Oh, no. Let's do that. Oh, we've made another mistake. There we go. So we have a bit of shading here as the light is intersected by the lip of the missile port. Okay, so looking at our mech, are there any big shading errors that we have had so far? I know that my lighting skills are not 100% up to par, but I have done my best here. I think we can try a bit of blur. So, why don't we... okay, so can I add a layer to this? Add transparency mask, filter mask, colorize, transform mask, local selection. Let's see, how can I add a filter layer, fill layer, fire layer? I want... Well, thank you for the feedback. I'm glad that we are doing well enough right now. So, I think... I'm very loath to do this. Okay, how does a clone layer do? Yeah, so we have the clone layer. And the clone layer, I believe, is a composite of all of this. So, what happens if we take the blur brush, which is this little Q-tip, my favorite blur brush, and we start doing a bit of a... I see. Okay, so... 1 second, please, wingmates. Allow me to double-check something in the reference manual. But we are almost done with this. Okay, let's see here. Krita... Clone layer. Let's see here. Krita clone layers. Krita brush engine, clone layers. Have a paint layer where you draw your character, use a clone layer to... Ah, I see. An up-to-date copy of another layer. You cannot paint and draw it directly, but other layer effects can be applied using masks and the like. Okay, so unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do the blur that I wanted to. We're going to have to simply... So I'm going to delete the clone layer, and I'm going to copy the group. I'm going to paste the group again. Let's see, paste layer. Oh no, that was not at all what I wanted. Okay, well, you know what? Let's see, let me paste the layer somewhere else. Paste. No. Paste layer. Okay. There we go. So now we have a copy of our base. This isn't the best way to do it, since we are simply adding more layers, and our RAM is currently going insane. If it's blurry, should be going left to right. Yes, we should. So we're going to use this fresh blur layer, and we are going to do... So let's take the highlight and begin a blur operation on it. Although intense shadows are fine too, I think here we'll do a bit of blur, just to soften it up. All right. That's a pretty hard layer. Let me dial the tool in a little. Make the tool a little bit smaller, with a more intense point focus. Oh, what layer am I doing this? Base highlight. What is this? Oh, is this a duplicate? Oh, this is some kind of funny duplicate. So let's delete that. Okay, so now let's do it on the highlight. Let's just double check that this base is intact. So okay, that base is everything. So in case we mess up, in case this looks awful, we should be able to fix this. Okay, here we go. Hello, Unsung Hero. Welcome to the convoy. We will hopefully be wrapping up shortly. And there, if you type in !W2G, you should get the Watch Together playlist that Wingmates are currently supplying with songs. All right, let's see here. So let's keep doing the blur. Let's see if this looks better with at least the initial blur, so that we have a little bit of a less intense transition here. I would prefer that, and I think if this blur is okay, we'll zoom out and do a bigger blur tool. Okay, there we go. We're blending with alpha, technically. Okay, you know what? I like that. So I'm actually going to up the size of the blur brush and spray a little bit more of the color into the field here. There we go. And I think that is a more natural transition than the solid shading that I've been doing. I know that more colors would be better, but I have no time for more colors. So we're going to do this sort of with a blur tool, I think. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that is looking a lot better. So now let's do the dark zone. So with the dark zone, we want our base shadows. And let's see here. So base shadows is that. Yes, okay. So let's go back to a smaller blur tool. Flip flappers. Yes. Flip flappers. I've heard the music. I need to see it. I definitely need to see it. There's a lot of recent releases, relatively speaking, that I've had difficulty taking the time to watch. Okay. Oh, you also need to watch it. Well, looks like I'm not alone in my sins. Was this highlight or shadow? No, that was highlight. So we'll have to go back and do that highlight. And let's blur the shadow just a little bit. Although sharp shadows are nice, why not do a little bit of blur? Okay. When you have a powerful weapon, when you have a powerful tool at your disposal, everything becomes a target for blur. Very unfortunate. Sharp shadows are nice, but I'm on a blur binge right now. Not the band blur, just the blur. Just the blur tool. Alright, let's see here. Alright, doing our little blend here. Okay, that is looking a lot more professional than I usually have done. Flat Flippers isn't really recent, but a good anime. I use this for my alarm. Oh, interesting. Well, I think it's a great choice for your alarm. Top-notch tastes. Alright, so let's go back to our highlights section. Our base highlight, and we're gonna tune down, and we're going to blur this right here. There we go. Oh, this is one thing we've forgotten to fill, is this section. It's too bright. We need to fill it in with the other color that we've been using. So there we go. Nice blur. There we go. That looks nice. That actually looks a lot better than I expected. So base details shadow is this. So let's give it a little bit of a feathered edge here. There we go. Okay. So far this is going pretty well, I think. All right. So for the sake of not messing up again, why don't we copy legs and oh, no, don't edit that. Oh, nope. Okay, so we'll copy the legs meta layer. So copy layer, and we will paste it here. And we'll hide our first legs. I really need to figure out if there is a good filter for adding these sorts of blurs. Because, no, I think I need a multiply layer. Oh, okay. So if I use a layer with some other mathematical mode, I may be able to do blurring without actually... Because what I'm doing with typical coloring is not right. If I do... Okay, let's try this, wingmates. So let's go to legs highlight. Let's add a layer. We'll call it a paint layer, and we'll call it leg highlight blur. And we will make the math on this layer. So properties. Oh, you can't see the menu, unfortunately. But blending mode, we will do addition or burn. Oh my goodness. Multiply, normal, saturation. Let's try saturation blur. Or saturation mode. I have no idea what I'm doing right now. No, that's not doing much. Let's try another mode. So properties. You have Megazord in it. Sentai style. Megazord in what, Karis? I'm sorry, my context is failing me right now. Let's see. Let's try screen. What does that mean? Let's see. So that's not giving me the blur that I want. All right, we're gonna have to do a different color mode. Let's see here. Properties, blend mode, overlay. No, 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 no. I needed to read the layers below. Oh, flip flappers. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Apologies, that was Okay, one quick check, wingmates, because I would rather not duplicate layers. I would much rather, let's see, so Krita blur layer, or blend layer maybe. Blend layer. What is the best way to do this? What mode would work? What mode would work? Okay, 1 second, please. A blur mask would do that. Smudge tool. What is... Oh, I don't want Gaussian blur. I want brush blur. I want brush blur for sure. Layer filter mask and paint the effects on mask undetectably. Added a filter mask, which will add a sublayer. I definitely want a brush. I want a brush blur, not a filter blur. Well, anyways, that doesn't matter. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. Apologies, wingmates. Let me delete this layer. Yeah, so we'll do the legs highlight, and we'll blur the legs highlight. Yukis, yes, we are doing finishing touches now. We are essentially blurring all of our shadows together, so that it'll look a little bit more organic. Let's see here. We'll do that, and now we will up the brush size and do a generalized splatter blur here. There we go. Might be a little bit too much, but that's fine by me. We'll go back here. IDK how this stuff works, but I feel like you're trying to blur an empty layer. Well, so essentially, when you add color to a canvas, normally the way here, let me try something here. So let's just say we have some oh, give me a brush, please. Oh, right, I'm not using a brush, I'm using a blur tool. So I think I need to read up some of the documentation. But let's just say we have some cyan, and we have some green. Let's add another layer here. So this is what happens when you color cyan over green. Now, let's make the legs highlight, or actually, let me delete that. Let me just go back. There's no point to what I was doing here. Okay, so let me just add some new layers here. So insert. Okay, so let's just say we have a layer of green right now. So that's fine and dandy. Now let's add another layer. This layer will be cyan. There we go. And let's see. Now let's change the mode on this layer to something different. So let's make this layer blending mode instead of normal. We'll make it addition. Oh, let me actually undo that. Let me go to the top layer and make its blend mode something different. So we go to blend mode addition. So in essence, whatever we were painting on layer 11 is now being added to the colors underneath it. So if we take red, supposedly, when we paint in it, we get yellow. When we add, essentially, a lot of funny things start happening when you do different colors. Because right now I'm trying to paint with blue, but the math behind the way that the layers are added to each other changes, because each pixel has 4 distinct values. The red, RGB, and alpha. Of course, if you're using a different color system, you will have a different set of values that will determine your colors. But in general, you're basically doing math addition here. And by changing how you do the math, instead of overwriting the previous pixel, but now you're actually engaging them differently, you can have all of these strange effects. And I was wondering if it would be possible to engage the alpha layer only in order to get the correct blur, but it appears that I need to really rethink what I'm doing here. But yeah, there are so many different blur, layer modes, and most different editors have their own way of describing it. So do be aware that every different editor has a different way of doing blur modes like that. Or not blur modes, I'm sorry. doing color modes or layer properties in a sense. Oh, this is a fantastic track. I'm enjoying this. What is this? Let's see here. Ah, Hide and Seek. Cover by Liz Robinette. Oh, I like this. I like this indeed. Hide and Seek has reminded me of an obscure animation. Wingmates, have any of you seen Kakurembo Hide and Seek? It's a very weird little short film with essentially kids running from these monsters that appear every now and then. It's quite stylistic. I'm not even sure what the plot is, but I rather enjoyed it. An English Vocaloid cover. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, Kakurembo is not very well known. No one I've asked is let me see if I can actually find it on YouTube so that I can actually link it. Kakurembo, Hide and Seek. It's fairly early, so some of the animation is not exactly. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, it's not short at all. It's 25 minutes. Let's see if this is better quality. It is. Oh, this is a fun track. Okay. There you go, Wingmates. No idea if that's acceptable quality, but it's the best I will have for you. Okay, so we have done our shadows for our shoes. I think we can now move on to some of the other shadow blurring that we've been doing. So let's take a look at the... Let's take a look at the face. Oh goodness, there's so many blurs to do. Of course, you are welcome. Oh! Is this a music box, Bad Apple? Based tastes. Oh, excellent, excellent. So one thing I did forget to do actually is base highlight. I didn't blend here on the arm, so we're going to have to do that right now. Just a bit of blur. Okay, there we go. There we go. Excellent. So let's also make sure we do it here on the arm, and we do it for the base shadows here, and some of the shadow here. And back to the highlight, and let's clear that out a little bit. Okay, I like that. I like that. So let's go to the face. Actually, let's go to the lasers. Let's do the lasers first. So I'm going to close that layer. I'm going to copy, paste it. Did it do a nest layer? Oh no, it did a yeah, so we're gonna have to copy manually, and we're going to have to manually paste it. Nope, it nested. It gets really weird when you're dealing with these nests. You know what? We know the blur works. Let's not bother with that. All right, let's go to the laser highlights. We're gonna start blurring them. Back to the brush. Back to the brush. Ooh. Someone messed with it and skipped out half of the one before this. Oh, the track before. I'm sorry. I am not able to control the watch together as well as I would like, as I am quite busy manipulating this bit of art here. So let's go to the other laser highlights and give them this nice sheen. Let's see here. If you would like to, please feel free to adjust it to play the song that was damaged. Okay, there we go. There we go. We're losing a bit of detail here, but that's fine. That's fine. Let's go to our laser ports, or laser emitter, and we're gonna blend the edges, give it a little bit of that feeling. We are abusing the blur tool today. I don't mind. I'm just going to ruthlessly use it. Okay, fantastic. There we go. And now for the highlights, which were some of the shadows. Okay, here we go. Fantastic. I apologize, this has been taking a while, Wingmates. How many? Oh my goodness, it's almost been 6 hours. But I guess that is how long art takes. So when an artist is delayed, and they're doing much better work than I am, you will understand what's happening there. Okay, so we've done the lasers. Let's do the cowl. Cowl shadow does not need it. Let's see, let's do the face. So face shadow, let's give it a bit of blur. Just a touch here, just to soften up the border. That's fine. And we'll do it here too. Why not? Why not? Our sources are not quite as direct. There we go. Okay, face details. Which one was that? Let's see what color that was. Come on, Krita. You have this. You have this. You got this. Oh, I see. So we want the detail lighting layer to be both visible and blurrable. This is what we want to make a little bit better. There we go. Okay. Ooh, okay. It's amazing how much time even just feathering the edges of this lighting mess with just a bit of blur effect. How much time that will take. Amazing. And we want to feather this a little bit, give it the impression that it's spherical. Same here. Mostly we're just trying to add a bit of spherosity to all of this, even though that's perhaps not the right word for any of it. Okay, there we go. Perfect. This shadow needs to be blended here, so we go to the hair highlight, and we are going to blur this edge just a touch. And I think that's all we really needed. Ooh, okay. So, let's go to the line art layer and clean up some of these chaos symbols. I don't think that's appropriate for Guardian ZET. Alright, there we go. We'll delete that. Are we mirrored? No, we're not mirrored. There we go. Roundness, yes. A little bit of roundness. Some artists are crazy fast. But even then, things take time. Indeed they do, indeed they do. Alright. I think this is about as much as my sanity can do right now, but I think we've done a fairly decent job of having ZET become a battle mech. Alright, alright. Let's see if we missed anything. I think we're okay for the time being. So let me crop the canvas so we don't need to eat nearly as much RAM. So let's see, close up to the feet. There we go. Ooh, okay. And there we go. How much RAM will we save with this operation? Little ass, you joker, you. Of course. These are boots. And I think they are decent boots. Ooh, okay. So there is Guardian ZET. Oh my goodness, that took a little while, but I think the end result is worth it. I may add laser effects later down the line, but for the time being, I think I am somewhat out of my functional zone. He is jealous he doesn't have one. Well, little S, feel free to join the project. You may have to be done as a tank or something, because it is very difficult to make a snake battle mech, but I think we can do as a tank. So for anyone who is interested, here is Project Avatar. So both VTubers and viewers can submit their designs for their mechs. And if you are a viewer with an image, that's all the better. It's good inspiration for something to create. If you want to repurpose me into a landmine that tries to slither up to you and get stepped on, well, that would be ideal. Little S, there are demolition drones and things like that, but a landmine might be a bit difficult. I suppose we could use you as a sword in combination with another unit, but yes, your design does pose some interesting challenges, I would say. A train, yes, you could be a multi-part vehicle actually, Snake, because there is a way for vehicles to be to have trailers, and that's actually a legitimate tactic. So technically, yes, Unsung Heroi. So if you are a viewer, I will be able to do up to 8 viewer mechs, unless this project continues on forever. But I will basically, if you submit it, I will randomly select if there are more than 8, and if there are under 8, I will simply take all of them. But yes, there is the viewer Twitter post that you can submit on, or you can DM me on oh my goodness, you can DM me on Twitch. My goodness. You can DM me on Twitch, and I will, of course, do my best to integrate that. Your predicted deadline? As long as I work through all these mechs. I am about at 1 mech a week, and I've had some additions, and I have had a dropout or two. But in general, I think we are making fairly decent progress, and I may actually do a smaller engagement once we have 2 lances of these mechs. So once we have 8 total, I think we can actually have them fight, or have them fight the AI, and see if the designs are actually capable of use on the battlefield. And I think that might be one way to do it, so that there is at least something interim. Yes. But yes, feel free to paste in that particular thread. Or that particular tweet reply thread. Whew. Oh my goodness. Well, let me plug Guardian ZET again. Subject, not project. Subject. There we go. There's all of Zay's socials. And soon on his Twitter, I hope you will see one of these coming up. The poll seems to have settled. Oh, yes, we had a poll. So I know that we may have had new viewers joining in. We were trying to pick a name for the mech. And here is the poll. And you can contribute names, and you can vote for multiples. I apologize, I've forgotten to also plug the poll. Let's see how many. We have quite a few votes. We have quite a few votes indeed. Oh wow, these names are very creative. But it seems like Zeliminator and Bean Machine are currently tied in the lead, despite the multi-voting capability of this particular endeavor. Messenger Bros. So I'll give it a few more minutes. But I will be posting this record sheet for the mech and the mech design itself on Twitter when it is fully complete. I will, of course, make sure it has a proper alpha layer and the like, so that it can be used in transparencies. But alright, well, there is Zay. I am actually... all the shading done here, I think, worked out pretty well, all things considered, and the pose is surprisingly functional, for once. Oh yes, the logo. I did not put the logo on. I think I do not have the energy right now to make the logo happen, wingmates. I may have to do it on my own time and do a version 2. I apologize. It has been over 6 hours since, or almost 6 hours since I started, but thank you for the reminder. I definitely need to update a lot of these images. Oh my goodness. Well. Oh, of course, Exilium. Thank you for joining us. It's great to have new faces and new wingmates. So I suppose I should tell anyone who's still around what I generally do. So I am an independent starship operator of the Torchship Courier, the Wishful Thinking, and we can actually move to the chat screen. I apologize, wingmates. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Lapis. Thank you. So I operate a Torchship Courier in the Far Suns Coalition, and essentially because my job is rather boring, I simply make sure that the vessel is on course and that all of the logistical matters are well addressed. I end up spending quite a bit of time with nothing to do. And in my past, in my youth, I actually found a jump node connection which leads to what appears to be a relay to this particular Terran internet, as you call it. And over time, I have grown accustomed to the meme culture of this particular location. And over time, I've also found myself pulled into the VTubing community. And as a result, I wanted to try my own hand, even though I am somewhat of a fish out of water, considering I am many, many hundreds of light years away. In fact, I don't even know the exact distance, as the last couple of jump relays, they don't give that particular statistic for whatever reason. So if I find that value, I will let you know, wingmates, but for the time being, I'm not quite sure how far we are. I know it's in the hundreds of light years. That is most certainly for sure. But, I enjoy streaming as it gives me something very sociable to do during my boring runs to the depths of the void, where I make my deliveries of high-value cargoes that need to be brought quickly from planet to planet. it is a lucrative way of making a living, but unfortunately, it does come with several drawbacks. Primarily, me being trapped in this tank. As you may understand, the running a ship at 20 gravities of acceleration, and by that I mean you are accelerating due to the thrust so fast that it appears that that the gravity is 20 times normal. You cannot survive that without life support and without proper suspension. And my tank, as you can see, it is vertical, but that is actually very incorrect. I have the tank lying horizontally, and the only reason it is vertical in this image is so that you do not think that I am a complete loony who sleeps on the job. But otherwise, I am trying to make sure that my body is essentially supported by this fluid that I am in, and that the pressure of gravity is distributed evenly across it. However, I also have certain mechanical and genetic modifications in order to allow my organs to have better support fabric, to keep them from being compressed into my spine. Being a logistic transporter voyaging all alone. Yes. But with you, wingmates, I am not all alone. And for that, I am very grateful. But in general, I like to do this particular mech project. I also like to play games that include the Homeworld series, Homeworld 1, Cataclysm, and 2. I enjoy Brigador. I enjoy Free Space, which I played yesterday in Terran time. I also enjoy Sins of a Solar Empire. And I most certainly enjoy many other RTSs such as Command & Conquer. However, I have not had a chance to play as many other games as I would like. But I look forward to doing more of my favorites, including things like Independence War, and I would like to try Underrail at some point, and Star Sector. Is the tank at least comfortable? I do not feel it as much because I spend most of my time within a mental simulation. If you can see the plugs in the back of my skull, going into the skull plate, that is my neural interface with the wishful thinking's computers. And I spend most of my time living in a simulation in order to remain sane. Most pilots do the same. And for any of you wondering how my ventilator mask, which pumps oxygenated fluid into my lungs, because I don't want my lungs to collapse under gravity, so the fluid is used to support them, it is held on by studs. I have plates installed into my skull, which allow for the attachment of any sort of standardized respirator mount. Very handy, especially if you have an EVA suit that has its own respirator in it. So it's a more overall homogeneous mixture of meats and metals versus the usual. I am a certain pink extraterrestrial friend of yours is online. Alaric, I may be stupid, but would you mind DMing me who that particular extraterrestrial friend is? Because I think I know who they are, but I would prefer confirmation before I fire off a Kasaba howitzer or a raid. But yes, Exilium, RTS is one of my favorites. Supreme Commander is, speaking of Alaric, we actually collaborated with another VTuber named Melchior to do a Supreme Commander Forged Alliance campaign playthrough. And hopefully we'll be doing the last part of that sometime soon. Oh, Paperbag is also up. Fantastic. But yes, I am mostly meat, but there are plenty of tubes running through me. For example, my stomach is normally blocked off from access to my trachea so that I can breathe in the fluid, and so that it is not rammed into my stomach during acceleration. Oh, I see, Alaric. Thank you. All right. Well, I won't tarry too long. Let's make sure that we get a move on then. So Mean Bean Machine has won by 1 vote in the poll. So I think that is the name of this particular protomech, the Mean Bean Machine. All right, allow me to take a look here. And I'm going to close the side tube on my end because I need to focus. My goodness, a Rippy! Why are you up so late? And she is doing Biting of Isaac. Well, you know what, Wingmates? I have not rated a Rippy in a long time, if ever, because of our timing differences. So I think we will surprise our pink alien with her. And good night, Alaric. Thank you very much. Do you plan to do a sort of more animated sort of thing to add more movement to the PNG you use as your stand-in? Well, this is what I look like, and I mostly don't move, But yes, I would like to have something with a little bit more float, because when we are not under heavy acceleration, I do tend to jiggle a little, and my exercise cycle does actually involve essentially having my muscles be twitched, so that at the very least I can walk when I leave my tank. Wingmates, please get some sleep if you need it. The raids are always optional, but let's do a little bit of a Twitch tradition as always. So let's raid AiriePie. So, Wingmates, thank you everyone who has followed in the recent past. There's been quite a few, so I'm afraid I can't get through all of them in a quick matter. But if you wish to see more of this sort of content, and more RTS, and I suppose, for lack of a better term, space-themed gaming content, along with some readings of fiction from the Far Suns Coalition, and perhaps also some user participation projects, such as our playthrough of Triplanetary, where users get to issue commands during our board game session, please feel free to follow, and I will do my best to not let you down, Wingmates. All right, well, thank you, everyone. My Twitter is linked in the Twitch, and once again, today's subject was oh my goodness, Guardian ZET. There are their socials, and I will now prepare the raid. And I do have a raid message, which is agnostic to emotes, but feel free to modify it as you see fit. All right, we are raiding a Rippy. Here we go. Let me grab the raid message for you, Wingmates. I have had a fantastic evening, despite some of the brain drain experience during art, but that is to be expected after 6 hours. Oh, crackers and cheese! Thank you for your support. It is great to have you here. Here is the raid message, Wingmates. Feel free to modify it as you see fit. It is a copy left on that. It's not patented by any means. All right. Oh my goodness. So Arippy is a fantastic streamer. She has a wonderful energy, and I think that many of you may enjoy her presence and what she does. So let's all give her a good welcome, and let's not exactly use our atomic weapons after we jump in. Let's be friendly raiders this time. We are not here for plunder. We are not here for war. Let's do that. All right, Wingmates. Make sure that you keep your propellant tanks topped off, that your jump calculations are correct, and that you always fly safe. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so very much. I will see you another time, but for the time being, I hope that you enjoy your our little pink alien friend. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Raid commence. Until next time.